Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. By the way, congratulations to DJ in Detroit. He heard me say effing all those hoes, and he was the correct caller. So he wins a $50 Viviano Flowers Shop gift certificate just in time for Valentine's Day, which is February 14th, as you all know. For all life celebrations, go to Viviano.com or call 800-VIVIANO. And this hour, we got another gift card to give away. I don't know what's on Greg's mind today, but when you hear me say, I let you F me so many times, you be the third caller, 248-539-9797.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right, John. By the way, Jared Goff has just pulled out of the Pro Bowl festivities. Why? I don't know. There's no game.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Super Bowl or bust? What does that mean to you?
Well, Super Bowl or bust. If somebody's going to say that, it's we're going to the Super Bowl, we're winning the Super Bowl, or the season's a failure. And you could parse between winning it or being there. In terms of what it means by Super Bowl or bust, but we'll just go with the lesser of the two. It's getting to the Super Bowl, having a chance to win the Super Bowl, or the season's a failure. And I'm okay if fans want to say that. Going into the season, now there's a lot that has to happen between now and then. And it has to do with free agency, with the draft, the development, and the health of the players going into it, what happens in the preseason. There's a lot that goes into it. But if you're going to sit here and say that they made the NFC Championship game this year, should have won, that next year it's either we get to the Super Bowl or the season's a failure. Doesn't mean that you're not going to be a fan. Doesn't mean that it's Super Bowl or bust. It's Super Bowl or Dan Campbell is fired or Brad Holmes is relieved of duty. None of that goes into this. It is Super Bowl or the season is, you could say, letdown, failure, whatever you want.
Are they in the group of teams that you expect to win it next year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I think the season's at least disappointing if they don't.
I think it's the season's disappointing if they don't get there.
Failure is a strong word.
Yes.
And I think that's reserved for 3 years, 4 years from now if they still haven't.
And you look back and you say, you know what, that 23 season, we had that chance, that was a failure. And maybe it was early, maybe it's not. When you talk about a Super Bowl window, 24, and a lot goes into, all right, what happens with injuries? Does, God forbid, does your quarterback get hurt? Like that plays a large part in it. You can't say it's a failure if a couple of your key players are unavailable for a bulk of the season.
Correct. Look, I won't look at it as a failure. Like I said, I just want to have a team, and a lot of it is because of the jaded history of being here. I just want a team that year in, year out, they got a chance. And yeah, if the Buffalo situation where they go 4 years in a row, it'll be a failure finally to never win. I'll deal with that when it happens. I just want this team to be good. It was so much fun being around a team, a city where your NFL team is legitimate. And that's why, to me, that's the most important thing. Obviously, you want to win. That's, goes without saying. But if you can just be really, really good year in and year out, then eventually you probably will either get to the Super Bowl or win it. And you bring up this year, and the sad thing about it is if this is the closest they get, looking back, historians will look at it and say, well, Dan Campbell blew it because of the fourth down calls. People will. Not me.
People can say whatever they want.
Know.
Yes. I think there'll be a lot of people that will have different takes. They could say, certainly if that's your opinion, that will be when you look back on this season, that's what you will say. Mm-hmm. You could also say players. And I'm reserved in saying players' names. We all know the cast of characters that we're talking about, but whether it's a penalty, it's a drop pass, it's a missed tackle, there's so many different things that you can look at in that game as to why they didn't win, and it doesn't fall on just one individual or one performance.
So everybody's wanting them to build like the Steeler, Raven, winning consistency ways, right? So those teams have won 3 Super Bowls 4 since 2000. Each have 2.
Right.
And then Pittsburgh got to another Super Bowl and lost. but that was Super Bowl 45, which is starting to be quite a while ago. You know, one of the things that's not in the Lions' control is obviously what goes on with all the other teams.
Right.
The biggest reason why the Steelers and Ravens didn't probably win more championships is Tom Brady.
Yeah.
The presence of who's there. So you look at the NFC right now. Who's the best quarterback in the NFC?
Best quarterback in the NFC, I would probably say Matthew Stafford.
But that's not going to be much longer.
No. So after him, maybe Jordan Love.
Oh,
maybe.
To put Jordan Love ahead of Jalen Hurts right now is come on.
I said maybe.
I'm not ready to put Jordan Love there yet.
He's being anointed. Just be careful. Look, he played really nice. Not trying to tear him down, but now he's being anointed too. He's going to be an MVP candidate. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think your best quarterback. I mean, Jared Goff is in that conversation. Now, Jalen Hurts, I think he provides more.
Yeah.
And he's got a more explosive arm downfield. He's better accurate downfield.
Speaking of more, that's his new offensive coordinator. We'll see if that brings him more success.
Is more actually going to be more.
Yes.
But, I mean, when we were talking about Jared Goff, what was it, week 12 or 13-ish, like right around Thanksgiving, and you compared his numbers and specifically the turnover numbers with Jalen Hurts, they were exactly the same. And I think Jalen Hurts is a good leader? Yes, I do.
Yes, he is.
But you've got to do it year in, year out. And Jared Goff is on that same train, right? You've done it for 2 years offensively. You got your team to the NFC Championship game as part of the equation. Now, can you do it in 24? Can you be consistent and get there? And it's not just the quarterback; it's the team. But you got to have Jared Goff in that conversation.
But every single NFC quarterback right now, there is some question mark or some flaw. I think for Stafford, it's just you are
age.
After that, I think every single one has question marks. So you're not in the AFC where you have Mahomes, and look how hard it is. Look at the opportunities that Patrick Mahomes is costing other guys' careers.
So you mentioned how many quarterbacks. Okay, this is it. There's no absolute, right? How many quarterbacks have flaws? They all have flaws, but the best one is Patrick Mahomes. Is there? And we talk about tier 1, tier 2, all that stuff. There's only one quarterback to me that is a tier 1 quarterback.
Okay, let me just. I'm getting to the point of it's for the taking right now in the NFC.
Yes,
so much more than the AFC. So getting there, I think it's a failure if they don't get there. Because there's no massive roadblock at quarterback position in their way of getting there. If you put how many AFC quarterbacks would go to the NFC and be the best quarterback in the conference? Mahomes, Burrow,
probably Herbert.
I would argue Herbert. I would argue Lamar.
Yeah,
I would argue.
I can't go Trevor Lawrence.
I would argue Josh Allen. I would.
Can't go Trevor Lawrence.
No.
I C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
C.J. Stroud's. Let's see one more year, but
that list is at 6 right now.
Right.
Tells you it's for the taking, and it endorses actually to go all in.
Right. That's why we want Khalil Mack.
Well, especially in the division. All right, because you're looking at Chicago. What do they do with Justin Fields? Do they go with a rookie quarterback? If they go with a rookie quarterback, all right, there could be a lot of weapons around them. That is a team that you should beat and should be better than in your division.
Unless he has a year, unless Caleb has a year like C.J. Stroud too.
Right. But I mean, we're looking at you're looking at something unique last year in C.J. Stroud.
Right. Some ticket text. When Ben Johnson announced he was coming back, it became Super Bowl or bust for me. That's Tom in Flat Rock.
It's understandable.
We were extremely healthy this year. Huge failure this year. I think getting to the Super Bowl would be acceptable for next season. You got to take it one step at a time like the drunks do. That's what John in Lake Orion.
You know what? A name we didn't mention, AFC quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. You read that stuff from The Athletic yesterday. You talk about an S show. They even use that word.
Man. Yeah.
Oh, man, that's incredible. Him and Hackett are just more frat buddies than anything else, and they never saw anybody look at less tape. He hired, the whole Lazard and, Randall Cobb stuff was ridiculous. Yes, next year is Super Bowl or bust, and bust means disappointing. They should be a preseason contender, as in top 2 NFC teams. Of course, injuries and other circumstances could change things, but they have proven talent and coaching is at a Super Bowl level.
Injury is always going to be the caveat. And how many of those? And yes, this year there were times where, or especially early on in the season, when we were looking at it going, okay, Frank's not playing, Jonah's not playing. You don't have Jahmyr Gibbs, so it's Montgomery, and then he goes down in the Tampa game. How do you overcome some of these? And they were able to do that, but they were the healthiest when they got to the playoffs.
Correct. And, we obsessed over the backup. We're very happy who they got, and really we obsessed over nothing because Goff played the whole season every snap.
Yeah, and this will be the last year, and I'll say right now, and I'll have to remind myself of this when we get to training camp. You've got to be able to trust this coaching staff and Dan Campbell in regards to how much the starters play in training camp, because they came out against Kansas City and they played pretty damn good. Throughout the course of the year, they were fairly healthy. They didn't lose anybody in training camp for the season, and I've always been a proponent of you got to get some reps. They didn't have that, and they got the NFC Championship game.
It's make playoffs. Playoffs are very unpredictable. Plus, NFC North is going to be good. Perennial playoff team and get a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. That's reality. That's A2 in Tecumseh.
At the very minimum, you should be looking at a nice run of playoff
appearances. Right, that's what I said. That's to me, it's cool. For me, it's win another playoff game or bust. What we did this year was incredibly impressive and difficult to replicate. I want to be a perennial team. Gavin in Rochester. We're drinking the same Kool-Aid there, Gavin. All right, 248-539-9797. Real quick, when we come back, the Lions made a coaching move overnight, and the reviews I'm reading are just raves. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, the slippery winter season is here. Hopefully it's over, but probably not, as we all know. Whether your injury is a result of an auto accident or a slip and fall during the winter months, there's only one attorney out there who can give you the personal service you need and deserve, and that's injury attorney David Femininio. As I've told you before, if you're injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. David can be reached anytime on his website. That's getdavidgetpaid.com, or give him a call directly at 855-65-CRASH. That website again, getdavidgetpaid.com, or on the phone at 855-65-CRASH.
248-539-9797. Pistons Clippers tomorrow at LCA. Last night in Cleveland, they lose to the Cavs 128-121. They got outscored down the stretch 15-5 after leading by 3 points with 4 minutes left. Gallinari off the bench with 20 points. Cade Cunningham, 19, no turnovers, but the team did have 17. Donovan Mitchell, the impetus for the app, 45 points, 20 in the fourth quarter.
Did you copyright that app yet?
No. Also last night, the Wings, before their break, lose to the Senators in overtime, 3-2. Larkin tied the game up late in the third period, so at least they get a point out of it. Daniel Sprong, the other goal. Back in action February 10th against the team with the best record in the league, the Vancouver Canucks. Who would have thought that after the season they had last year? And they made a pretty big trade yesterday. Get Lindholm from Calgary. All right, some ticket texts. For me, it's not Super Bowl or bust. It's to be competitive and give me something to sink my teeth into. They did that this year. I was a season ticket holder at the Silverdome, and I was at the watch party when we got killed by the Redskins. But nobody thought we could beat Washington anyway at that time. It wasn't a surprise when we lost that game. This year was different. This one hurt bad. Give us another competitive season and let us go for this again. I'm all in. That's Nick and Warren.
Mm-hmm.
You fellas are correct. NFC's for the taking. Need to create a consistent pressure with the defensive line. Make it a three-headed monster rotation. Hutch, Houston, and Crosby. Go get them. You're going to have to give up two number ones to get them.
Yeah,
I don't think the Raiders are going to give that up.
Well, but there's a certain price for everybody. Yeah. And I don't think the Lions are going to deviate from their method, their system right now, and where they believe their path is taking them, and sacrifice that for one guy.
Oh, I would think if it depends what you're going to have to give up.
But that's the thing.
Right.
Is okay, you're sacrificing future draft picks, too many future draft picks, too many future assets, because Brad Holmes has been very good at the draft.
Let me ask you this, though. I mean, we're living in a makeup world here. Would you give up two number one this year's and next year's number one for Max Crosby?
Yeah, but that's okay because you're giving up number 29 and hopefully another 30 or 31 or 32. So you're basically giving up, you could say,
the minimum.
Yes, their first year, first round, because you get that fifth-year option. But you could make the argument that those are high second-round picks because they're not going to be a top 5 or top 10.
Right. That's minimum that they'd have to give up. So it's not going to happen. Guys, it's not Super Bowl or bust. Too many things can happen. But it would be disappointing more than anything. Hopefully we're built to have a chance for years to get there. That's from Randy.
And I just think it's too early in the offseason to say Super Bowl or bust. I mean, we haven't even played this Super Bowl yet.
Right.
And there's so many things that have to happen.
We don't know what the roster is going to look like.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. And then we know what the major pieces are. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff will be there. We don't know if it's going to be under a new contract or not. That doesn't matter. He's going to be there. Sam Laporta is going to be there. Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to be there. Penei Sewell, Decker, Ragnow. Like, these guys are going to be there offensively. Gibbs, Montgomery. So you've got your offense back. Ben Johnson back. Now defensively, Hutch is going to be there. Anzalone's going to be there. Campbell's going to be there. Melifon will be there. Kirby Joseph will be there.
Did you say Branch? I don't remember.
Brian Branch will be there, yeah. But so you have the bulk of your roster that you know about, but what you don't know is how aggressive will Brad Holmes be in free agency? Now, I hope that he's going to be very aggressive.
Step it up a little bit.
Step it up. And we talked about trades, whether it was, hey, would you be willing to trade for Patrick Surtain or Khalil Mack?
Khalil Mack, yes, because of what you'd have to give up is going to be a lot less than Surtain.
Right, so you're not sacrificing future assets or any part of your future to get a player that can be very impactful for you right now.
Right. Here's some good news. Last night, late, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported that the Lions will be adding Tennessee Titans assistant head coach / defensive line coach Terrell Williams, I don't know if it's Terrell. Anyway, to their coaching staff. Okay, so he'll be the Lions defensive line coach and run game coordinator defensively. The reaction to this among Tennessee media is incredible to me. and I'm not going to even read the names of them, but they're beat writers, they're ESPN reporters, that Terrell Williams is a big loss for the Titans. I'll say this, given the inexperience of the head coach in the DC and likely the OC, I feel Brian Callahan could have used someone like him on his staff. Williams will be an excellent fit alongside Dan Campbell in Detroit. Another beat writer, Terry McCormick. Big potential loss on the Titans coaching staff. Williams well respected by his players. ESPN, a Tennessee Titan reporter, says losing Terrell Williams, as reported, is a big loss for the Titans. Ironically, I was just talking to Texas defensive tackle Devondre Sweat today about Williams. Sweat said Williams helped him show him how to better use his hands in just 2 days of working with him at the Senior Bowl. He is the head coach of one of the teams in the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
And he talked about they lost their DC too to the Titans. That does not stop me from saying Terrell Williams is an outstanding coach. No position on the Titans saw better development than the defensive line over the past 6 seasons. Somebody else. Amidst the chaos of Denard Wilson being hired, the Titans appear to be losing defensive line coach Terrell Williams. He had been a key member of Vrabel's staff for years. Terrell Williams doing a fantastic job, future head coach material. Go on and on and on. He actually, Vrabel had so much respect for him that he gave him a preseason game to be the head coach at.
Yeah.
This
is a great win for the Lions coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
And we mentioned it yesterday. I thought a big loss, and we had no idea going into the season whether or not it would be as big as it was, but I think it proved to be a big loss. That was Todd Wash. And not that the staff now didn't do a good job,
right.
But Todd Wash was really good at getting those players up front to develop. Aleem McNeil, and he really, at the end of 22, came on. That's when he became a run stopper against the Giants and Saquon Barkley. We talked about him throughout the rest of that year. And then this year he kind of followed suit. But we didn't see where was John Cominsky this year. I mean, he was kind of lost.
Yeah.
And it was some of it was a cast of characters, shuffling cast of characters in there. Bugs was there. We thought he was going to be a big factor. There was no development there, and eventually they moved him on.
Right.
But you get a guy in here with the reputation of Terrell Williams, and now all of a sudden you have a showpiece in Aiden Hutchinson. You've got a good player in Aleem McNeil, and hopefully, whether or not they add, which at some point they're going to add somebody up front, whether it's free agency or the draft, who cares? You just have to add some talent there. Now you have the belief that, one, you have a guy that you can sell to some free agents. Why don't you come here, because you're going to get a chance to play for Terrell Williams,
right,
on a team that is, ascending.
Yes.
And
it seems like it's a great hire.
Yeah.
And then, look, not to disparage John Scott at all, but you're right. Some of those guys didn't develop. I don't know if that's all on him or maybe the scheme changed, whatever.
Well, he was a guy that was in college, and maybe that's where he's best suited.
Well, we had a feeling that this guy was not going to be good because he said that Penn State was going to beat Michigan this year, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, their defensive line did well.
I know.
Early on in that game.
Yes, they did. I know. He's got Chop Robinson and who's the other guy who's going to probably go in the second or third round? The edge rusher for Penn State.
Oh,
not Chop.
Adisa Isaac.
Yes.
Yeah. I pulled that one out. I didn't see that.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good there, John. 248-539-9797. I do want to mention that congratulations are in order for Joe in Macomb Township. He was the correct caller.
What did he hear you say?
He heard me say, hold on, I got to figure out which one I said this time. Oh, I let you F me so many times. He was the correct caller. So he wins the $50 Viviano Flower Shop gift certificate.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
When was it? What was the
context?
context?
I think it was
context matters in this case.
It was somebody's Twitter about a affair somebody had.
Oh, you were reading somebody's Twitter?
I was reading, yes. I believe that was Zion Williamson.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Yes. That was his estranged girlfriend or
Something
baby
like that.
mama.
Yes.
Things Zion would say.
Yes. That's right. That's tomorrow on the pyramid. Things.
Are we going to do this tomorrow? We got 3 Viviano gift cards. Play the pyramid one time.
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, boy.
Do we
How
play?
are we going to do it?
I don't know. That's the problem.
What do you mean?
Well,
You just got to pick the...
I know how we.
One listener goes with one host, right?
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Rack the brain to figure that out.
Yes. We can figure that out. We'll
Yes.
figure that out before tomorrow.
Yes. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, Jason Kelsey may have rekindled something in a lot of people's minds. I'll explain that coming up next. 97 won the ticket. Stoney and Jansen on this first day of the month of February.
Yes, it is.
Indeed. All right. Tomorrow is Groundhog Day.
Oh, is it? Mm-hmm. What's your prediction?
The biggest lock of the world. They'll see a shadow.
You'll see a shadow, so that means more winter.
Yeah.
My prediction, Sonny and Cher at 6:02.
It would be Groundhog Day.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Why don't you play the original version, right? No, that is the original version. I'm thinking
Yeah.
of the other version, the one by oh God, I forgot who did the cover version of "I Got You, Babe." Anyway, I digress. Just to be different.
No, let's play the original. Okay. We'll do that. Yeah, got to.
Yes,
let's go to.
Absolutely. All right. Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey have their podcasts.
Yes, it's entertaining.
It is. It's very, very freaking entertaining. And they went through the games yesterday, and they talked about when Justin Tucker tried to mess with Mahomes and those guys, and Travis Kelsey said he was just being a Richard, and that's the wrong thing to do because I can out-Richard anybody.
Yes,
basically.
which, yeah.
If you're going to be a Richard, watch out for me. But he's a kicker, so what do you expect, right? Even though he's a great kicker.
Yeah, they're all Richards.
Yes. So they somehow got into talking about kids.
Didn't see that one coming, did you, Gov?
Kids' games. And Jason Kelsey wants to invest in something to bring back. All right, 248-539-9797. Now, I remember it vaguely because video stuff was after my
you were an
complete
adult.
youth. Yes, I mean, yes. I remember when Pong first came out, the original Pong by Atari. We'd sit there with little controllers, go, doot, doot. You'd move it, and it was like, playing ping pong.
Wow.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. So the question is, 248-539-9797, what are your favorite sports games as a kid, whether it's video if you're of that generation or even non-video games that were sports? Because I had two that were my favorite.
Yeah.
I used to and you could call it bubble hockey, but it wasn't a bubble. Just the hockey with the rods, the tabletop hockey games. I used to have books of standings, and we used to, I had 12 teams. There were 12 teams in the NHL, and like if the Flyers were playing the Red Wings, you'd put the Flyer guys on, you put the Red Wings guys, you play, and after there was a goal, you'd put in you'd say the second line's out, and I'd keep stats. And every day after school, we'd go in the basement and play tabletop hockey. That was one of the greatest games.
Oh yeah. Very good.
Yeah, John, you're looking at me like I'm nuts.
Because it was the onset.
What you're nuts about is the stats you would keep.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little notebook.
Nerd.
Yeah, I was.
We did a little bit of that, actually. Probably not to the extent that Stoney did.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, it led to Bubble Boy.
Right.
Which is the way better version than.
I disagree.
No, come on, Stoney.
Bubble Boy?
The Bubble Boy hockey is better than the home version without the dome.
Oh, you're talking about you're at the, it's got the puck that flies up in the middle and whatever
drops
that's
out
called.
of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
But see, the original one, the defenseman could actually go behind the net. Bubble Boy, you can't. And Bubble Boy always has those long, Bubble Hockey has those long ass sticks. I couldn't stand them. Anyway, because I didn't like it.
You just like the short ones.
I like I like them all to be the same.
Short rods.
Yeah, exactly. 248-539-9797. What were your favorite sports games as a kid? Did you play any, John?
No.
You never played electric football, which I thought was the most overrated game ever.
Is that the one where it's bzzz,
yes, I hated that game.
Yeah.
Hated that game.
No, I mean, I've seen it. I know what you're talking about. And I know what you're talking about with bubble hockey. That probably would be my favorite if you were in an arcade. That's one I would play against with the kids. Mm-hmm. But I wasn't a big...
What about air hockey?
Oh, air hockey is amazing.
Yeah.
Air hockey. I mean, okay, so air hockey, ping pong?
Yes.
Does that count?
Yeah.
Ping pong, I'm a master. Still am. King of the house.
We should play. We have a table here.
I've been more than happy to play.
Okay, I'm sure you'd beat me, but I don't care. Who cares? It's just fun.
Yeah, and I always get accused, of those in my house because the reach that I have, and I'll play right and left, that they think I'm cheating if I use both hands.
It's not cheating. That's the fact that you're ambidextrous is great.
Thank you very much. It's not cheating.
No, it's not.
I will clip that one, Greg, and I will send that to everyone in my house. It's not cheating.
It's not.
The authority has spoken.
I give you credit about that.
And then the wingspan, to be able to reach some of those.
Yes.
That's the key to bubble hockey too, is using both hands.
Oh,
and
yeah.
keeping
Oh, yeah.
one on the goalie at all times.
I know.
Yeah. Foosball is another great one. Although foosball, can be a little aggressive. There have been tables that have been turned over.
We have one here. I'm not a big foosball guy. I just thought it was so random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one here, you got to put a quarter in. I can't believe
This
you got to put
reminds
a
me of
quarter in the one
soccer.
here.
You do?
You got to put, to get the ball out, you got to put a quarter in.
Well, John Odyssey, what do you expect?
Well, I mean, but come on. I mean,
It's like David Justice having to pay for a Coke in the A's clubhouse.
So working for Odyssey's like working for the A's. Begins with an A.
yes.
How about, did you ever play basket? We used to call it basket, BAS-KET.
No, please explain.
It was you had a ping pong ball, and you had holes on the makeshift basketball court, and the ball would roll in one, and you had a little lever, and you'd swing it back, and the ball would go, and you try to make the hoop. Look it up, basket, BAS-KET. To get a good.
It's in black
Look
and
at
white on the internet.
No, I don't think so.
I'm just messing.
I know. 248-539-9797. Ryan in St. Clair Shores. Mutant League football and arch rivals. Don't know that one. Chris in Clarkston. Nintendo Blades of Steel.
Very good. Mine would be RBI baseball. It holds up today.
That was a Nintendo, right?
Yeah.
My game was Blades of Steel. What a game. That's Doug in Sterling Heights. Stratomatic from Rafi and West Bloomfield. Stratomatic was a great game.
But one of my questions I have with this is, what's the modern, like, right now versions? Like, are there games, like, I know besides video games, and if you want to call them current video games is great, because Madden's huge still.
Right, FIFA, kids, people love that.
NBA
2K and all that
yeah.
stuff. That
Okay,
be,
but besides that, are
Right.
these other things, or is the new version of that,
How about Papa Shot?
yes. But what is the new version of that, I guess YouTubing sports stuff, would it be?
were people watching old games and things?
It's a hobby for people. Like my son Sam, and Connor watches some of them too, but you ever heard of Tom Grossi?
Yeah.
He does these videos, and he's actually a huge Packer fan, and I don't know a ton about him, so I might be misspeaking here a little bit, but I know enough to I watch him with the kids. He does these spoofs. Like he knows about like the past of all these NFL teams, so he does weekly recaps. Like he'll do team recaps, divisional recaps. Like he's taking shots at the Lions that are like SOL shots.
Wow.
He's funny sometimes.
Is
Like
that
it
a
makes you
game?
laugh. No, but that's what I'm saying. Is that kind of correlate? How's it different than a video game, really? In some way,
In a video game,
you're not playing, but
yeah.
Jason Kelsey wants to bring back backyard football and backyard baseball. What was your sport when you were a kid? Your sports game? Somebody says NHL and NFL hits, HITZ. You can basically assault somebody for the puck or the football. Don't remember that one. Bring back double dribble basketball. Don't know that one.
I mean,
Double dribble.
some of the stuff like they took the personality a little bit out of video games, especially the sports ones. It's like it has to be safe and all that. It's like back in NHL '93 on Sega, like they bled.
Oh, yeah.
If you shot the puck hard, the glass would break.
Yeah.
You know, in Madden, this was extreme. I mean, they did have to take this out. That when the ambulance would come on the field to get the injured player.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
seriously.
you used to celebrate those hits, and I mean, you had the NFL would publicize the greatest hits before they became all penalties. Like, was it Crunch Course? One of the greatest videos of all time in NFL history.
The ambulance would run people over sometimes.
Get out of the way.
Very entertaining.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Does you think like Rock'em Sock'em Robots, does that count as like a sports game? Because it was boxing.
Yeah. Why not?
The two robots punching each other.
Oh, yeah, it was great. You didn't like that one, John?
I mean,
Do you feel like you were neglected at all as a kid? Just that you didn't have
No.
a little this fantasy, imagination world?
I had trust me, I had plenty of those.
I'm not talking about your teenage years where
Yeah.
you're, big jock John.
Big Jock John. Stands 6'6", 310. He was bigger than most men. Big
I'd
John.
love video if there's video
Big
exists
bad
of you
John.
walking around with your varsity jacket in high school. I'd pay for it.
Video, I don't know. I mean, it had to be a VHS tape.
Yeah, who
You
cares?
got nowhere to play it anymore. How about Mike Tyson's Punch Out?
Yes.
I mean, I know that whenever my wife was a video game player, and she talks about Tecmo Bowl and Mike Tyson's Punch Out. She played with her brothers.
You can make a case though. Some of those characters were racist. I mean, seriously, the stereotyping they did with Mike Tyson's opponents was almost like what wrestling used to do back in the 80s with stereotyping.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll get to more of your calls and texts and get you set up for Carson Anderson. That's all coming up next. Stoney and Jansen, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. We were talking about Jason Kelsey in the Kelsey Brothers podcast, saying that he'd love to bring back and buy and rebrand or whatever backyard baseball and backyard football, which are like almost like primitive video games, so to speak.
Yeah, and even make an app for them for your phone.
Yes, because you can do anything on your phone, for crying out loud.
Yes.
So 248-539-9796, because we're asking what's the best sports game you remember playing as a kid, whether it would be a video game or, in my case, before video games, board games or tabletop hockey, which to me was my favorite. There was also a game I used to play all the time called All-Star Baseball. And All-Star Baseball, you'd have a player's, for lack of a better word, it was like a round piece of paper with a player's name on it. And like a home run would be like for like a guy like Willie Horton. His home run span was huge, and like some lame ass guy who had no power, like Phil Roof, was like real thin. And you'd spin the thing around it with it, like a Wheel of Fortune, that type of thing, and it would land. Where it would land would be what you got, whether it was a home run, single, fly out, whatever. So that's what I remember as well. Brian in Waterford, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, first time, long time.
Thank you.
And Stoney, congratulations on retirement.
Okay, thank you.
As far as the games, you and I are the same age, so tabletop hockey was it for me too. And a friend of mine across the street, we did a whole season once, keeping stats,
Yeah.
goals for, goals against. And I actually ordered the whole league. It was from Monroe Hockey. That was the name of the tabletop in the company in Canada. So I got the whole league. So we would go through a whole schedule. You'd look in the papers who was playing, and that's the games we'd play. And you'd switch out, like you were saying, switch out different teams.
Now, were your players like the, for lack of a better term, the steel players, or was yours more of the plastic?
No, definitely steel.
Yeah, mine too.
Yep, and I think I'm trying to remember when I ordered the teams. I think it was 71, 72. It was the year that Buffalo and Vancouver came in, because I got those in there. And also the seals were on the jersey on the tin guys was Oakland. Remember when they were the Oakland Seals? So,
I have those exact ones. I only had 12. I didn't have 14 when Buffalo and Vancouver entered the league. Thanks for the call, though. Those are great.
You had players for every team?
Yeah, you ordered like he did. You ordered.
Yeah.
And if you were playing, like I said, the Red Wings versus the Flyers, and then the next game you're playing with your friend, all right, you pick the Kings, I'll pick the Rangers, and you'd put the Kings and the Rangers.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it was really cool.
We had them all too.
Yeah.
It's like something I would never do today.
Right.
Yeah.
But back then, just because things were different, man.
Yeah.
You didn't see team logos that much.
Right.
Stuff wasn't out there the way it is now.
We used to play. I had a little, cassette tape of the national anthem. We play the national anthem before the game, and stuff like that. Adam in a Garage. NBA Jam was groundbreaking when it came out. Love that so much. Boom shakalaka. Josh says Bill Lambier's Combat Basketball for Super Nintendo. Terrible game, but it was our guy. NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, NCAA College Football, NCAA March Madness. Electronic quarterback handheld game by Coleco in the early 80s. That's from Steve from Belleville. The worst part about the electric football games was if you tried to pass, you had the felt football. You tried to put it in the quarterback's hand. You'd push.
Well, you're
back
talking
on
about the game that buzzed. He's talking about the handheld game.
Oh, yeah.
That it was like little dots basically.
Yes.
It passed a lot of time when you were traveling.
Tabletop hockey and all-star baseball. Stan, that's from Stan and Wyandotte. Yes, I love those games. Hi, guys. Stratomatic baseball, board game, and table hockey. Sounds like somebody my age. NHL 95 Sega Genesis. 16 times bit was absolutely epic. Bill from work. Pay Dirt, early 70s board game. Dolphins, Steelers, and Raiders dominated. Guys, Rocket League may be the best, newer, competitive, fast-paced video game. It's incredible. Okay. NHL 94, best game ever. That's from your childhood, right?
Yeah, well, at that point, I was in college.
Okay. That's
but
Matt
we'd
listening
play
from
it.
Seattle.
93, 94, 95 NHL for Sega were awesome.
Michael Jordan versus Larry Bird computer game. That's from Mike from work.
What about Mario Kart? That's held up.
Yeah, that's considered.
People still play that.
Considered a
I mean,
sports
that's been
game.
around since the early 90s
Yeah,
at least.
Played that with my kids. Mike, the original Tecmo Bowl on Nintendo still holds up today. That's from Dan and Howell.
So here's my question about that. When people say Tecmo Bowl, I really do wonder if they really mean Tecmo Super Bowl, because that's the sequel to the game, and it's clearly the better game than Tecmo Bowl. That one's got all 29 teams, I think, at the time. It's got the full NFLPA player names, except for like Jim Kelly, who's QB Bills. Like it's you have 8 plays instead of 4. Come on, huh? 8 plays,
That's
double the plays.
double
Pretty
the plays.
good.
Yeah.
Yes. APA football and baseball. That's APBA. Cards each year on every player. Dice, play charts, keep stats and standings. We had league stats and even an all-star game at mid-season. Yeah, that was like the competition to Stratomatic. And speaking of Stratomatic, I believe it was Stratomatic, or it could have been APBA. Fred Heumann, of course, he still works in Lansing, used to be at Channel 2. He decided that he was going to play the entire, and I'm not sure what year, but let's say 1971 baseball season. He was going to play like a game every day or whatever. I don't know if he finally, and I've known him since the late 80s. I don't know if he's finished that year yet. He plays he would say he was going to play every single game of that schedule.
From every team?
Yeah, every game that was scheduled to play.
Wow.
And he would, sometimes play, 45, 50 games a year. But there's so many games. It was going year in, year out. I have no idea if he's ever finished.
This big thing right now, there's like YouTube videos of people like, playing Madden and simulating seasons and putting players on rosters together that aren't like super teams, or even they'll do challenges like, I can take one player from each team and they like roll the dice or push some spinning wheel to determine what team they have to pick. It's crazy. Sam watched a lot of this stuff. It is pretty entertaining. I can see why they get into it.
Well, it's weird. It's like esports, I don't know if I wouldn't say faded out a little bit, but I think the hype has gone down a little bit. Because I remember when like the NBA, the Pistons had it. I forget the name of their team. I think they still have it. The NBA had sponsored this esports league, and people would pay money to go to arenas,
right,
and watch people play video games. And I could never understand that.
Well, I know the whole esports thing. A couple of years ago, it felt like it was really taking off, and the publicity of it has maybe died off a little bit. But I don't know if it's still as popular as it was maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Because
it was,
sure.
I think it was the when it used to be called Staples Center.
Right.
They had sold that out for some type of championship video game series.
Yeah.
Just to watch people play video games.
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, we talked about the Boston College thing where their head coach just left and went to become the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, he took another job.
Right, I know, but it's usually head coaches don't go to become assistant coaches, even at that level, because it's a Power 5 school. Who do you think is going to take the BC job? Is there anybody out there that sitting there looking for a job that you could think of? Bill O'Brien's now the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. Would he want to become a head coach again and do something like that?
Depends if you want to take a job at BC. Is your OC job better than being the head coach at BC in the ACC?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of OC jobs, DC jobs that I think would be better, especially since you only have to worry about half the team instead of the entire team, the entire program. Now, there's a lot of guys that would, they'd love the opportunity to cut their teeth as a head coach.
Yes. All right, Carson Anderson are coming up next. Gator is here. How are you, sir?
Doing all right.
Good. You ready for the 2 Grand Slam for Thursday?
I guess.
Okay. First one in February.
This first question. Answer with another question.
Here you go. I think, Gator, let's see. Our contestant got 4, so I'm confident you'll do better than 4.
Okay.
Here we go. Who is the lead performer at the Super Bowl 58 halftime show?
Usher.
Who is the current general manager of the Detroit Tigers?
Greenberg.
What is Spencer Torkelson's jersey number?
Oh, come on. It's got, Torque's number pass. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I go back?
Yeah.
Is it 20?
Who played Mike Baxter in the sitcom Last Man Standing?
Tim Allen.
Where did Frank Ragnow play in college?
Arkansas.
Who was named MVP in the Super Bowl last season?
Patrick Mahomes.
Who performed at halftime in the Lions-Packers Thanksgiving game last November?
I don't recall.
What country is hosting the 2024 Summer Olympics?
Country, France.
What is the nickname of Winnipeg's CFL team?
The Blue Bombers?
He was recently named head coach of the Carolina Panthers.
Don't know. I forget.
So we got 8 and two I don't know.
Yes. Jack Harlow performed at halftime of the Lions-Packers Thanksgiving game.
It's a very
Yes, he did.
dramatic
I didn't
performance.
watch it.
And the head
I was there, but
and the head coach of the Carolina Panthers is Dave Canales.
Okay. Good for him.
Yes.
Good for Dave.
And
Yes, that'll be about the hire you get in Boston College.
yeah. Good for the Lions. All indications. I read a lot of the stuff. People in Tennessee love this guy that the Lions just hired as their defensive line coach or defensive run game coordinator.
Cool.
Terrell Williams. So,
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ben Johnson coming back, improving the staff, obviously. So that's good.
It's a good offseason so far.
Yeah. What do you guys got going today?
We'll talk about some of Brad Holmes' offseason to-do list. We have the Wide Night Omaha 49 Round League Blitz thingy at 10:30. We will open the show by revisiting bold-ass predictions. Somebody was awesome.
Ooh.
We'll get to it right out of the gate.
All right. Have a great day, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
Hello, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Red Wings lose last night in overtime. And that was a decent watch, but unfortunately they didn't get the win.
That was the worst overtime I've seen in a long time.
Okay, so we'll talk about that overtime in a minute because something awfully unique happened in said overtime. But anyway, I want to start with this. Look back at the bold-ass predictions, Gator.
Yeah.
That we had for the season. And there's a couple here I haven't processed yet. These, I guess, are from callers. But I got all the ones that we had and the texts, and I have to go through some of these caller ones. One of them's amazing. But we'll start with this. My bold-ass predictions were David Montgomery will lead the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards. He did not lead the NFC in rushing at 1,198. Lions will trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline. Did not happen.
Did not happen.
Stoney goes out with his hometown team, hosting his hometown team in the NFC title game. Philadelphia playing Detroit, and Stoney goes live from Philly for 8 hours a day for 4 days 4 on Detroit radio, 4 on Philly radio. Didn't happen.
That still could happen.
Gators bold ass predictions. Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with 150.
I was a little shy of that.
Jared Goff will play in 16 games, finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. Won't have to play in game 17 because he won't have to.
He didn't have to, and they still played him.
Yep. Brian Branch will return a fumble and interception for a touchdown. He did return an interception for a touchdown. No scoop and score.
One of the two.
Here's some of the better bold ass predictions. Some of these were so far from happening, but it's funny going back to the beginning of the year and looking at these bold ass predictions. There's a surprising amount of faith and expectation for Broderick Martin. Now that I look back at it, Clifton Monroe bold ass predictions. Patrick Mahomes has never been picked off in a season opener until Thursday. He wrote.
Oh my!
They predicted it would be by Gilmore, so that was close-ish.
Brian Branch went for a pick 6.
Unnamed texter says Gibbs will win Offensive Rookie of the Year. He was
not likely to, although he had a heck of a season. But
here's some of the more wild ones.
Alex, top 5.
Alex predicted that 3 players out of the secondary will be Pro Bowlers.
Well,
these are some of the worst ones. Will says Isaiah Buggs sees the writing on the wall, which leads to my Lions bold-ass prediction. Broderick Martin will anchor the Lions defensive line, which will be top, and the Lions defense will be top 10 against the run this year. They were top 10. It had nothing to do with Broderick Martin.
Broderick Martin played in 3 games.
Brandon in Rochester, New York. James Houston wins NFL Defensive Player of the Year. No,
that didn't happen either?
No. But here's one from Matt and a Mower. Aiden Hutchinson will have 14.5 sacks, and Amon-Ra will have 12 touchdowns.
Well, Aiden had 11.5 sacks.
Gator?
Oh, you're going to include the playoffs?
He had 3 in the playoffs.
And Amon-Ra had 10 touchdowns on the regular season.
He had 1 in the playoffs. So Aiden finished with 14.5 sacks, and Amon-Ra 11 touchdowns. Pretty impressive.
It's fudged a little bit, but okay.
I mean, I'll give him benefit of the doubt there because a lot of these bold-ass predictions included postseason stuff, so I may as well include the postseason stats. Let me see here. Let me read the ones from callers that day. Bugs will be back in the lineup at the Atlanta game. Bugs was in and out. Martin said they'll start 9-0, include a win in the opener against Kansas City. Chase said Goff will throw 48 touchdowns to 12 interceptions.
Well, a little shy of that. He had 30 touchdowns, but did have 12 picks.
Ned, Jahmyr Gibbs will have 1,500 yards. Be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Jack Campbell.
Well, hang on. Jahmyr Gibbs had 945 on the ground, but added.
Oh, he did say all-purpose. My bad.
Another 316. So that's 1,260-something. And let's look at the postseason.
161.
Okay, add 144.
144 is he had 1,403.
And then add another 94.
1,497. Wow. Ned, well done. Now, he will not be Offensive Rookie of the Year, most likely, but did he miss it by 3 yards?
That's pretty impressive.
That's wild. Lions will have a better record than the Eagles. We wrote it down as bold ass. They did have Matt and St. Clair. Matt and St. Clair Shores.
Oh, no.
He's the guy who nailed the exact score of the Lions-Rams game and had San Francisco winning by 3 and now had that bold-ass prediction.
Wow. Matt, we've always thought you were impressive, but this is really impressive.
Wow. Matt and St. Clair Shores getting a reputation. He also had 2 of them. He predicted the Lions would be no less than the number 2 seed. So, Matt, you're wrong about something.
Well, it's not his fault they got screwed out of that. They did host 2 playoff games, though.
Ed had the Lions will win the division, go to the NFC Championship game, and Jamison Williams make the offense the greatest show on turf. 2 of the 3.
Well, it looked that way in the first drive of the playoff game.
Sure did. Anyway, so that's just a look back at the bold-ass predictions. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
Nice job, people.
Yeah, there's some good ones in there. Really good. We'll do it again next year. Oh, yeah, Red Wing game last night. First of all, given the Larkin incident earlier in the year and the Perron suspension and the total damaging sweep last year, I'm really starting to hate the Ottawa Senators.
Yeah, right.
And the Senators have won, I believe, now 6 of the last 7 against the Red Wings. And they suck. That's the thing about it. They do suck. And it's getting frustrating. I expected more chippiness in that game last night. Now, given I was going back and forth between that and Northwestern and Purdue, but did you expect more chippiness last night?
I guess I kind of did. And there was a play towards the end where Mo Sider just leveled Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, from behind.
And
right in front
Tkachuk
of the
just got
bench.
up and skated away. I'm like, wow.
I think it might have been because it was a close game, right? And
Sure, no, I get it. It's just that, even in close games, you'll see some pushback, and the referees don't have to call penalties, but you get the face wash, and you'd rarely get the roughing for that. But I mean, he just literally wanted no part of Mo Sider in that situation. I had heard before Dylan Larkin. They asked Dylan Larkin early in the week about, do you expect it to be chipping? He's like, no. I think we're all kind of past that for the revenge part.
Sure,
and all that.
we are.
But in reality, you go back to that. Perron hit the wrong guy.
Yeah, I know.
If anybody could have had some revenge, it could be the Ottawa player that got drilled by Perron. And I still go back and look at that hit, and I just think it was an unfortunate confluence of things that I think he got hit in the perfect spot at the perfect time by those two guys. I didn't think that the original cross check was terrible. So I just think cooler heads prevail, and it's too important. Points are too important right now for the Red Wings.
Yeah.
And that was probably
I think you're right.
something that Derek Lalonde hammered home to his team. Let's not get stupid out there. We need to get points, and they got the point last night, but it was
Let's go win the game and then get stupid up in here.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
But
Get up by 5 goals and then get dumb.
yeah, well, look, it didn't work out. But you and I both want to talk about the overtime. And we will get to that today at 10:18. We go back to football at 10:30 with the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy here on Karsh and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so the Red Wings embark on a 9-day break here with the All-Star break, and they kind of played last night. I wondered if they needed it a little bit, but the bottom line here is they're in a good spot, right? They are 6 points into the playoffs. Now, some of the teams behind them have some games in hand, but I like where the Wings are. I think Pittsburgh's got 4 games in hand, but they're 7 points back. So, I mean, look, they can catch them, but that means provided they win all those games. And so let's get to the overtime. I think 3-on-3 hockey is so much fun to watch, and it does matter, but it's just not the game. It takes a lot of the same skills, but with the ice that wide open, what Ottawa did last night is win the opening faceoff and hold for one shot. And I'm almost serious. The Red Wings never possessed the puck in overtime.
No, it's exactly what they did, because Ottawa kept cycling out of the zone. Like, they could have kept it in the zone and skated around there with the 3 guys that they had, but like, you know what? No, let's change
they
up.
Were searching and searching.
Yeah,
and
it's just cycle. Opportunity.
I mean, look, it's okay. So they possessed the puck for 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
It was unbelievable.
And I'm like, the NFL has this, each team has to possess, and I'm like, hey, do the Red Wings get a possession? And obviously, look, it is what it is. I'm not saying change the rule or anything like that. But what makes it fun is seeing the skill on display. And yet I can't remember me personally watching a game where I saw a team win the draw and possess it for over 2 minutes.
Excuse me. I think I have seen that before.
I probably have. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah,
I probably have.
But when it happens, like it happened last night, I was nauseated, because you just get that feeling. And this is why I hate NHL overtime. I love it and I hate it. It's a love-hate relationship,
right?
Because I have such doom and gloom going into it, because I feel like it's the great equalizer. Because you can't. Every team is going to end up with an odd man rush. It's how it works. Mm-hmm. It's just somebody gets caught and, they make a bad switch over to the guy. Next thing you know, the winger's wide open and they get the puck. It's just an equalizer. Bad teams can look really good in overtime, like what happened last night. And it's, I don't know. The 3-on-3, it's such a novelty.
It is, but it hasn't worn off for me. Novelties wear off. Is it gimmicky? Is it a novelty? Whatever. I can't help but say I love watching the skill on display. I love, and there's no reason not to go for it, right? There's no benefit to going to a shootout, so teams are trying to win in overtime. But man, it's when you don't even possess the puck.
I know. I was thinking about this last night. Like, do I like 4-on-4 better? But the reason I went to 3-on-3 is because 4-on-4 just yielded too many shootouts, and they didn't want to have that many shootouts. So they went back, so they go to 3-on-3, and now I'm thinking, do they need to change it where you only get the point if you force a shootout? You either get 2 points if you win it.
What do you mean by force a shootout?
If you have no score in overtime and you go to a shootout, then you get the point if you lose the shootout. Like, they give the point to both teams right away because they make it to overtime.
Oh, that would change overtime. The teams would play far more defensively, wouldn't they?
Well, if you keep it a 3-on-3, good luck keeping it defensive. I mean,
it's tough, but I don't think they would. Like, they're always going for that point because there's no. I mean, you lose, so what? You got a point, and what you lose out on is the extra. I don't know.
I didn't like it because they lost.
I don't like it because they lost either, but I do like it. But hell, as we get here to the break, paint me extraordinarily happy with where the Red Wings are right now.
Well, they're playing great hockey right now. They are fun to watch. They're 6-2-2 in their last 10. That's pretty. They had a great month of January, and now they got, I think, 9 days off between games here because of the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
So good, they deserve it. Good for them. Good time to rest up. It's good for Patrick Kane. They didn't rush him back. They'll have some other guys that could rest a little bit. A lot of ice time for some of these players. But they're a fun team to watch. I do enjoy that part of it.
And maybe they've caught lightning in a bottle with Alex Lyon.
Maybe. I mean, you keep crossing your fingers. You saw I don't know if you saw the stat last night when they showed of Alex Lyon's career and how many games he's had in his career.
Yeah.
And I think through 5 seasons, not 5 seasons, whatever it was, through 3 seasons with Philadelphia, he had appeared in 12 games. And then last year with Florida, I think he appeared in 12 or 14 games. I think it was 14 games the whole season. And then this year, he'd played in 12 games in the month of January with the Red Wings. So it's a guy who's 31 years old, hasn't had a whole lot of hockey experience underneath him playing at the NHL level. I mean, he's got some, but it's not a ton. And he's getting it all really now with the Red Wings. And we're seeing this guy's got the second best save percentage in the National Hockey League. And we're wondering whether or not he's the answer because you don't have the track record. You don't know if it's sustainable.
Now, Patrick Kane's been out for a while, but that's another interesting topic is this team with Patrick Kane in the lineup doesn't win as much as when he's not in the lineup.
No, it's kind of crazy.
Now, they just had a great January, and maybe that's, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's because Patrick Kane's out of the lineup. He might have missed out on them playing their best hockey to sort of correct that record. But a lot of those games, I mean, went to shootouts, went to overtime. But I don't know. I don't think of it as an issue right now. Do you?
No, I don't think it's an issue. And I was talking to my dad last night about the Wings, and I was thinking that, we get to the trade deadline. I imagine they'll look to try to bolster some things, maybe try to bolster the defense, add a defenseman. But scoring-wise, the team seems to score plenty of goals. Is there a move out there to get a more reliable goaltender? Not that Lyon hasn't been reliable, but meaning somebody that's got a veteran that has a longer track record. Is that possible? Or are those answers in-house? Are they residing in Grand Rapids right now where maybe not the goaltending part of it, but the defenseman part? The Simon Edvinsson has gotten a little taste of things here, and there's some forwards that are starting to play pretty good hockey right now. I guess Kasper's really playing well lately. And that bodes well for him because he was a mess to start the season out west, but now apparently he's picked it up in the last 10 games.
All right, well, look, hopefully a little rest will do him some good. Maybe they'll make a move at the trade deadline, and they'll keep it up post All-Star break, but it's good to see our hockey team now in a playoff position, Gator. It'd be good to get, look, Lions made the playoffs, won a couple of games, and we're just over the moon about that. And we know this town, when our hockey team gets there, so much fun.
Yes.
So much fun.
I want to see that outside packed. That's what I want to see.
A little spring weather, nice and warm. Yeah.
I want to see people that want to gather and watch it outdoors and, people getting by the beer garden, the whole thing, and just really enjoying it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Now, will that happen if they just sneak in? Do you think it'll capture people's attention if they, they're the 8th team, the last wild card?
Yes. Because unlike the NBA, the 8th seed can do damage.
They can do damage.
And what they say, get a hot goaltender. Well, this goaltender has been hot on occasion.
I might have one caveat that could help with that. Like you said, people outside. And that would be that they win one of the first 2 games and get people's juices flowing.
That would help.
Because they'll obviously open on the road and win one of those first 2, and you never know. People get fired up. All right, let's talk some NFL. We'll swing around the league next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Carson Anderson got some Lions stuff we'll get to a little bit later on if you want to keep the Red Wing talk going. 248-539-9797. Read some bold-ass predictions that people made prior to the Lions season to open the show. Some really, really good ones out there, and it was fun to relive it. In the meantime, it's Thursday. Time to swing around the league. All right, Gator. Open with a coin toss, heads or tails?
Heads.
You went with heads, and it is tails. It is tails. I will receive. Let's go.
All right, guys. Even though the Lions aren't in the Super Bowl, they're still going to play it, even though Doug and I aren't going to watch.
Nope.
And the two quarterbacks playing in it are Brock Purdy, Patrick Mahomes. All right, who's more comparable to Tom Brady? It's in different ways, but if you had to pick, which one?
I see what you did here. You took the late pick.
Yep.
And the guy who's blossomed into a massive steal in Purdy. That's his background and Brady's background. And Mahomes, whose resume, which is clearly closer to Brady's with multiple Super Bowls. But I'm going to say Purdy because I think at the core of Brady, what really drove Brady is where he was drafted. And I think about multiple Super Bowl guys. It feels to me like there's more of them, Eli, Peyton, Big Ben, in our lifetime, in recent memory, than there are 6th and 7th round draft picks taking teams to the Super Bowl. So I think that's the more unique part of this.
You know, it's interesting. I was going back and forth in my mind about this quite a bit because to me it comes down to style of play versus success.
Interesting.
And then you brought up the draft thing, which I hadn't really thought about. And obviously you should, right? 6th round pick versus 7th round pick. It's crazy to say this, but I think it is Brock Purdy. I think he has a more similar style of play to Tom Brady because he's not – Mahomes makes throws off platform and runs to get by himself extra time. And
he plays the position wrong, right.
He's amazing with it. He's a crazy athlete, and no one's going to say that Tom Brady's a crazy athlete or that he's not that athletic. He's obviously an athlete, and Brady was the greatest of all time in terms of the quarterback position. But – Brock Purdy, to me, is more like Brady in that. The other thing is this. Even when Brady started getting success, I don't think people bought in completely right away because they had Bledsoe, and they're like, well, when Drew gets healthy, maybe we'll switch things over. So I think Brock Purdy is on that. He's on the same trajectory to start. However, it goes straight up in the air over the next 7, 10, 15 years if you're going to do that to keep up with him. Good luck with it. But this early in the career, after 2 years, I'd say it's Brock Purdy.
All right, I'm going Mahomes, and it's just because straight up the GOAT debate. Mahomes obviously has 2 Super Bowl rings already, and I think when it's all said and done, there will be a legit debate on who was better, Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady. I don't know if Mahomes gets to 7 rings, but I think he's going to get past 3 or 4, maybe 5, and that puts him in that conversation of GOAT. Purdy, I brought him into this conversation for obvious reasons. It's where he was drafted. It's what was not expected of him. But I think if even Purdy wins a Super Bowl, I think he ends up going in the Kurt Warner category and not the Tom Brady category. I think that's where Patrick Mahomes is or will be. So I'm going Patrick Mahomes. All right, Mike McDonald, 36 years old, replaces Pete Carroll, who was 72 years old in Seattle. Our old coach is done getting head coaching jobs in the NFL.
Well, we're sure it's not Mike McDonald from the Doobie Brothers, right?
Yes, that's been confirmed.
If you play this one more time, no, I'm just kidding. Go
ahead. I think that no more older coaches, and by that I mean no new hires as head coaches from people over the age of 65. I think that's probably a real thing. It seems that going younger is the trend. And when you've got coaches out there like Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick and no one's saying, I got to sign him. I mean, Bill Belichick didn't get the job in Atlanta. Why is that? Either that was Bill Belichick's design or it was Atlanta saying, you know what? No, we just want to go in a different direction. It's strange to think that with some of the great resumes that these guys have. And yet I think when they're done, they're done.
I mean, Canales is 42. McDonald is 36. I think another factor here is you're watching the trend. Obviously, there's been the trend of young offensive coordinators getting the shot, and the hoofs falling off the McVay tree. But there's also a trend of college coaches now bolting for the NFL. And I wonder if that's going to be the next thing is
because of the BC coach.
Jeff Hafley. I mean, ESPN's reporting. He's like, this NIL own roster recruitment, purging, and tampering. I'm out, and I kind of wonder if a lot of coaches are going to just say, "That's it. I'm done with the college game."
Yeah, our old coaches done getting NFL head coaching gigs. I say yes. I said last week that Belichick, I could see him sitting out this year, maybe coming back to the Cowboys next year if McCarthy doesn't get it done. But even then, that's not a lock at all. I could see them going, Jerry, just going someone completely much younger than Belichick. Great coach, obviously. I don't know what happened with the Falcons. Maybe he wanted GM control as well, and he didn't want to just be a head coach. But I think those days are gone, guys. This league, it moves fast, and I think you need coaches that relate to players, and that helps when you're a lot younger. So I'm going to say old coaches, they're out. All right, who should sign Kirk Cousins to be their quarterback?
Vikings should. Short-term deal, and the reason is they don't have their next guy in-house. Their draft position isn't great. In fact, their draft position's in a place at either 11 or I think their second pick is 42, where you draft that development guy. You know, you go with that not that upper crust quarterback, but a guy you expect to sit like a JJ or a Michael Penix or a Bo Nix with one of those picks, and you develop them and try and get Cousins on a short-term deal, maybe a 2-year deal that's heavily front-loaded, and develop your next guy, because you're not going to get a crack at the top quarterback given their draft position. So I think he should. I think the Vikings are the team that should sign him.
My gut reaction to this was Minnesota, but then doing a deeper dive on it, I'm settling on the Raiders. The Raiders have a ton of cap space to work with. According to Sport Track, they have $43 million plus in cap space. You look at the draft position; they're picking 13th overall in the first round here. You add Kirk Cousins, who's quite a capable passer in this league, and you connect him with Devontae Adams and some other players that they have, some other weapons they have there. I think that Raider team becomes a lot more dangerous. Keep in mind, the Raiders were 8-9 this year, and they were fighting for Antonio Pierce. They liked their coach a lot, and they did it with Aiden O'Connell. I don't think Aiden O'Connell is any kind of future solution in the NFL for a football team unless you're looking for your future backup. Kirk Cousins to the Raiders make a lot of sense. They've got the money to spend on it. They don't have to break the bank to do it, and I just think it's a good fit.
I'm going to go with Tampa. I made a case for Tampa to go get Russell Wilson before, but you'd have to give up assets and trade for him. I mean, depending on if the Broncos just outright release him or whatever it is. But the thing is, Cousins is better than Russell Wilson, and I think Cousins still has a lot left in him for a team that's ready to go. They'd obviously have to bring back Mike Evans as well, but I guess maybe I just have zero confidence in that division. And so now, I mean, you might as well keep trying to win it and get that home playoff game while you still can. They did it with Baker Mayfield, and I think Cousins is better than Baker, even though Baker had a good year. If I'm Tampa, I call Kirk up and say, hey, you want to throw to Mike Evans and Godwin? All right, how far will the LA Chargers go next year with Jim Harbaugh at their helm?
Well, I think they're definitely an improved team. I mean, they only won 5 games this past year. We know that they're a talented team. I don't want to rub salt in Doug's wounds there, but I mean, some people thought that this was going to be a team that really contended for a Super Bowl.
Guilty.
It's okay, because you look at the roster and like, yeah, I totally understand it. They had the defensive studs. You thought that could work out. You look at offense, they've got a really nice young quarterback with good receivers. How'd they go 5-12? Just ineptitude. Jim Harbaugh is a really good football coach. I can admit that. I thought he was great in the NFL the first time around. 3 straight NFC Championship game appearances. I think he comes to Los Angeles, takes over the Chargers team, and maybe tries to take advantage of that division a little bit and playing second fiddle to Kansas City. I think they make the playoffs in 2024, but I don't think they make it past the first round.
I'm not falling for it again. 2 of the last 3 years, I picked the Chargers to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. The 2 years I did so, they didn't even make the playoffs. The 1 year I picked them once we got to the postseason to make some noise. They lost in the first round, blowing a huge lead to the Jags. I'm not falling for it again. They finished second in the division and missed the playoffs.
And this is why they'll do it, Doug, because you're finally off the bandwagon.
I know.
It's the Purdue method.
Yeah, exactly. So $16 million a year for Jim Harbaugh. They have to make the playoffs, and I think they will make the playoffs. Jim Harbaugh is a good coach, and he isn't necessarily on the young side that everyone's going towards, but he relates to his players, which is a big deal. I think they actually win their divisional playoff game, Doug, and they won't make it past the first round. So I think that's how far they go.
Take that chance. You two are now taking up where I left off.
All right, once again, I'm asking you, if you were the Bears, what would you do with the number 1 pick?
Okay, so I trade it, and I build around Justin Fields, and if I trade it back and I stay in the top 4, I'm taking Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison. And if I'm outside the top 4 but still in the top 10, I'm targeting Notre Dame offensive tackle Joe Alt and move Braxton Jones to right tackle. Build the offensive line, build around Fields, even though he has the obvious handicap of being an Ohio State quarterback.
I'm a broken record on this. You hang on to Justin Fields and you trade out of the first pick and you get all the draft capital you want. Look, I'm on a draft simulator, right? And I chose the Bears to work with. I had 6 trade offers right away. First one gives you 11th pick, the 42nd pick, the 108th pick, next year's first and second from the Vikings. The next offer is the 4th pick, the 27th pick, the 35th pick, the 66th pick, and a first-round pick from Arizona next year. It just goes on and on and on. You can trade with the Patriots, and you still get the 3rd pick, the 34th pick, the 68th pick, and New England's next year's first and second rounder. You trade the pick. Work with Justin Fields. Get the best offensive lineman you can take in the draft, which will be the best offensive lineman you can take in the draft. With your second first-round pick when you're drafting with the 9th pick, you take the best wide receiver available. There are a ton of good receivers, whether it's Neighbors at LSU or Rome Odunze at Washington. I imagine that Harrison's gone, but those are the guys you look at. It's a way to build your team up really quickly, and you're doing it with the quarterback that knows the offense.
All right, I've flipped back and forth on this a lot. At first, I was like, hey, you got to keep Fields, trade the 1 overall because you can get that haul, right? And then I looked, the next time I asked this question, the market for Fields didn't seem too hot, so I didn't want to trade him again, or I did. I was going back and forth. Now, today, guys, on February 1st, I trade Justin Fields. I think Caleb Williams is the best prospect in a long time, and there's always a good prospect, but the difference is Caleb Williams. I think his skill set reminds me of so much of Patrick Mahomes, and you cannot pass that up. As much as I actually believe in Justin Fields, I'm not a Justin Fields hater, he does have a lot of holes in his passing game. I work with Caleb Williams, and I trade Fields for whoever wants to take him, and I work with Caleb Williams because that is the haul I want, the number 1 quarterback, and I think his skill set's just too good to pass up. All right, this is the second year they'll do these annual Pro Bowl games. Do you like this better or worse than the extra Pro Bowl game they used to have?
Really hard for me to say. I don't mean to cop out on this, but I don't watch it anymore. So it's hard for me to say what I like better. But if you got a bunch of different games that have nothing to do with really football as a whole or whatever, I mean, the Pro Bowl itself, back in the day when they used to play it, was abysmal to watch. There's no defense. It's just it's two-hand touch out there. I'll just a complete throw a dart against the board. I'm going to guess the new version's better. I don't know. I don't watch it.
I like it better. But the core of my answer is, which game that you won't ever watch do you want to not watch less? And the answer is, I don't even know what I just said. I want to watch this more than I want to watch what they were doing before, but I'm not going to watch this.
I think we all have the same answer. I like this better, but I'm still not going to watch. So that's my answer, and I'm sticking to it.
People do.
I know. They watch the game, and they'll watch this.
Dude, football's such a monster. And that concludes the Y9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. We'll get to your open line calls next, 248-539-9797. Brad Holmes was scheduled to meet with the media yesterday. It got pushed back to next week. He's got some decisions to make, and we got some questions to ask about said decisions. We'll get to that coming up here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We open with some Red Wing talk. If you want to keep going that direction, we welcome those calls. Just concluded the Blitz thingy and got some Lion stuff we'll get to. Back to the phones. We go to Tony. What's up, Tony?
Hey, Scott.
Tony?
Mr. Scott.
Tony, you're going to have to get a little closer to the phone if you got us on speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Scott, did I just hear your the guy talking next to you compare Brock Purdy to Tom Brady? Is that what I just heard?
What was the question we were asked to answer?
Yeah, no. You compared Brock Purdy to Tom Brady.
What was the question we were asked to answer?
The question is how can you compare Brock
No.
Purdy?
What was the question that we were asked to answer?
Did you hear the question that was asked?
What do you mean the question that was asked?
Well, we were asked a question. I mean,
And
it's
the
part
question
of the.
is, who is more similar to Tom Brady, Brock Purdy, or Patrick Mahomes? Although I don't know if that's
Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes? Who's more comparable to Tom Brady?
Given that Purdy was a 7th-round pick, like Brady was a 6th-round pick.
Well, neither one of them is comparable to Tom Brady.
Okay, but the question.
But that's the question you have to answer.
The question that we were asked is, who is more comparable?
I would say nobody.
Oh, well, thanks for playing.
Yeah, you do realize we have to answer the question. You don't, we do.
Okay. I was just saying that you can't compare one person to another because one person is an individual and they perform the way that they perform it, and nobody is exactly like another person.
Well, this is true, and thank you for the clarification.
It's the greatest answer I've ever heard.
Yep.
We should run the questions through him next time. Okay. And how dare you ever ask me a question like that again?
No more comp
I will
questions.
strike
No
the
more
comp question. Yeah, no comp questions.
No
Yeah.
comps.
No comps.
No comps.
But it's good to know. All set moving forward.
And the next time that somebody says something to the effect of, he kind of reminds me, don't
Nope.
you dare. No.
Nope.
No.
Not up in here.
Not up in here.
You know who Dan Campbell reminds me?
No, he doesn't. No. Dan Campbell. That's who he reminds me of.
You know how Jameson Williams, he kind of looks like he runs up.
not doing that either.
No, he's just fast. He's Jameson Williams. That's who he is.
Brad Holmes drafts like.
No,
So here's-
like Brad Holmes.
yep.
I just looked down at Twitch, and Nayrock just said that caller must go insane during mock draft season.
Comps everywhere.
Listen to comps. Just out of the draft itself.
No,
man.
he's
All over
himself, guys.
Got a whole panel of 5 people. They're all giving their comps to him. I don't know. He reminds me of like a young Trevor Lawrence.
J-Pop 1212, he's like Elmo. Everyone is special in their own way. And he's right. He's 100% right.
Tickle him.
Nobody is comparable to Brady, but there's similarities between Purdy's story and Brady's story.
There are.
And Mahomes' trajectory could.
Yeah, that's why I said it's like you got the style of the player, you got the success of the player, and
where they
were drafted.
Yeah.
You can go similarities.
Actually, I think Brock Purdy's going to win 7 Super Bowls. No, I don't.
Which supermodel he's going to marry and then divorce?
Oh, good call.
That's a good question.
Great question.
I don't know. Don't know the answer to that.
What number is Purdy wear? Is
See, here's
there
the
going to
problem.
be a BB12?
Here's the problem. I'm not comparing Giselle to anybody
13?
else.
BB13.
Don't compare Giselle to any other supermodel.
She's her own person.
She's her own person.
Yes.
Yeah, the BP13 training method. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. PP13.
Yeah.
Well, that's his own method because he's his own person.
Right. Well, obviously, I mean, we're not comparing it to the TB12.
No.
It's BP13.
Yeah.
It's totally different.
Yeah.
It's like
It's like
it's like 7-minute abs.
Exactly. Well, what if unless someone comes up with 6-minute abs?
No, man. 7.
7's the number.
You're dreaming of Gorgonzola when it's clearly breed time, baby. Have you seen that at least?
No idea what you're talking about.
Oh, my God. Okay, you may have to try to find that on the internet if it's clean, and I think it is.
Watch it, though.
It's such a great scene.
I don't know what it is.
All right, well, we'll talk after. In a break.
You can't just tell me what the movie is or the TV.
No.
Is it a TV? You can't.
It's a movie.
Is it?
Yeah.
We'll tell Doug to watch it, right?
Is it an
Yeah.
adult movie?
No, but it's I think maybe you have seen it. You just don't remember it.
That's possible. All right. Well, suffice it to say, we won't make that mistake ever again. I got some data here from the Super Bowl.
Data
About the
doesn't
Super
compare
Bowl.
things, does it?
No.
To other Super Bowls?
About the Super Bowl broadcast. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Guess how many cameras will be used during the Super Bowl broadcast?
395.
Not quite that many.
Well, they're missing out.
165 total cameras.
That's it?
There will be cameras with 4K zoom extraction capability. There'll be 24 of those. There will be 6 doink cameras. What do you think a doink camera is?
Cameras are on the uprights.
Yep, 6 embedded in the uprights. So there's 4 uprights. There's going to be 6 cameras embedded.
I imagine you have 2 in each upright. No.
And
1 in each upright, so that's 4.
Yep.
And then you have 1 on the crossbar.
Crossbar is not an upright.
Well, it's a doink.
It is a doink camera, but it says embedded in the uprights. There'll be 24 robotic cameras. There'll be 20 cameras
Are
embedded.
they actually be armed by robots?
Yep. Cameras embedded inside end zone pylons.
Yeah.
20.
20?
Here's the scary one.
20?
There's 20
Oh,
embedded.
I guess you have them in the back of the end zone
Yep.
too, right?
Well, there's how many end zone pylons? I mean, if they're just using the 4 corners, so there'll be 8 of those. Now, there are some of those pylons on the back line, so they might have them there too. But here's a scary one. There are 23 augmented reality cameras for the Super Bowl.
Are they going to smoke peyote before? Or?
Oh, yeah, what the hell is that? 5 sky cams or fly cams.
Oh, we don't have an accident.
3 drones. 5 depth of field cameras. There will be 6 sets for the Super Bowl broadcast.
6?
Yes.
You got the Fox pregame crew, the Fox halftime crew.
Yep. 49 replay machines, 600 record/playback channels, and 19 television mobile units. So those are the trucks. I was thinking about the low guy in the totem pole, the camera guy that gets a Super Bowl assignment, is the guy sitting at the airport waiting for Taylor Swift's plane to land. You know they will have that live shot.
Perhaps they could farm that out.
Well, what do you mean by farm it out?
They don't have to. I don't think they have to hire somebody from Fox to do that. I think that could just be like, somebody's actually there, and then that person has it on their camera phone, and they're like, all right, well, upload it. We'll give you $50.
Somebody's going to get that job. Somebody's going to get the job of Taylor Swift's arrival.
Oh, I hope so.
Well, I'd hate for her to miss any of the game. Like, I seriously don't want her to, miss any of the game. It's her boyfriend.
There's going to be the flight tracker for sure.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Someone's doing that.
Yep.
Like, we're going to get updated. People, just be ready to be pissed.
As we should. As we should, people.
Will she send an Instagram post getting onto the plane?
I sure hope so.
Like updating. People
Yeah.
are going to be so triggered by this.
You think? People get triggered by Taylor Swift?
I do find it funny how upset people get by it.
It matters zero.
It's like she's on the screen for like 20 seconds the entire game.
Yep.
Yeah, but they keep flashing back to her. I don't care. Just show me my football. There's nothing to see while they're showing her.
Yep.
You're okay. It's going to be okay.
It is.
It's going to be
amazing.
okay.
It does trigger people. All right, straight ahead. Brad Holmes has some decisions to make. Let's make him for him. Let's make the decisions for him. We'll get to that at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So, Kang, during the break, I showed Doug the film clip from Something About Mary with the 7-minute abs.
Step in my office.
Why?
You're fired.
You're
You're blanket fired.
That's not what he said. He didn't say you're fired.
No, he didn't. He said you're blanket fired.
Yeah.
That was funny. Now I'm in on the joke. Thank you for bringing me in.
Have you seen Something About Mary?
Hey, it's another one of those movies that I saw bits and pieces. I saw the very first scene, saw what happened there. I saw the scene with the hair gel.
Oh,
Yeah. What is that, hair gel?
Wasn't there those goofy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There was a lot. I mean, I remember some stuff from that movie, but I don't.
Not real PC stuff.
No,
it's
not at all. The Farrelly brothers are they push the bounds. They're funny.
Correct. Okay. So Brad Holmes was supposed to
Brett
speak.
Favre.
Yeah, there's a sports element.
Yeah, Brett
There
Favre's
is,
in the
yeah,
movie.
That's right. Was he dating Mary?
He did.
Okay.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
But she's a Niners fan.
Yeah. Stupid Niners.
Yeah.
God, I hate the Niners.
Right? Yeah.
Is that what it comes to? I think we can all kind of get behind it. I
hate
just
the Niners.
don't like the Niners at all.
Hate the Niners.
I was a Steve Young fan growing up, and then when he went to the from Tampa to San Francisco, I'm like, I don't like the Niners. I can't like Steve Young.
It's funny because we just talked about triggering. Everything Niners triggers me now, and one thing that really triggered me and just made me just say F them, F everybody, F this Super Bowl was when I heard one of the post-game shows say, and the Niners, you got to be happy for their fans for everything they've been through. And I'm like, are we seriously happy for them for everything that they have been through? Everything they have been through?
Yes, everything Doug. Everything they.
Now they're just Kang, you said it today. When their highlights come on TV or when there's something on Twitter about it.
I scroll right past it. I get, yeah, you're right. I get triggered. I cannot see anything Niners related right now. I guess I thought I was getting over it, but I guess I'm still in a bad place.
Yeah.
God, I'm still hurt, man.
Still hurts. Stings.
Okay. Brad Holmes was scheduled to meet with the media Tuesday. They pushed it back to next week. So when we get into some of the topics that are going to come up, one of them is Goff's contract. Do you think he will be non-committal the way Goff was non-committal? Which you shouldn't read anything one way or another into. Goff just played it's not up to me. And when it's obviously is up to him. But
he actually, the longer soundbite on that, he does admit that, yeah, I mean, certainly there's part of it that I do have, a say in this, and it's my representation, but yeah. But it's up to the guys upstairs.
When Brad Holmes speaks about Goff, do you think that we'll get a true sense of whether or not a contract extension is happening? Because I actually think we will.
I do too. I think that Brad Holmes will say something to the effect of, since we acquired Jared Goff, he's been fantastic. He's been professional. He's taken his team to levels that we haven't seen in 65 years or whatever. And he's a huge part of where we're at, and we expect him to be a huge part of our future. That we're going to try we want him to be a Lion for the rest of his career, and we're going to try to get that done.
I think it's I don't know how important, but I do think he will try and send a little bit of a public message of their commitment to him. And that there's talks are going on behind the scenes anyway, but I suspect that most of the drama was taken out of this decision based upon their postseason, and Brad Holmes' demeanor when he talks about him, I think, will be reflected. Will we get the appropriate sense of urgency that they are going to improve the defense?
No, I don't think he's gonna be as strong on that. I think he'll make allusions to what we know we need to add a little bit here and a little bit there, but I don't know if I don't think he's going to specifically say we need to add another edge rusher or, we need to get better at cornerback. I think he'll just, we've got a lot of holes we're going to have to fill because of free agency, and we know we're going to lose players and we'll have to bring in some players.
you're right. I think he'll say we're looking for football players, guys. I think we're just looking for the right football player. And the scary thing is I don't think we're going to walk away with a sense that Brad Holmes is committed to improving the defense through the draft. And I don't particularly like that, even though I like everything Brad Holmes has done. I'm saying it. I mean, it's only February 1st, and we're just starting to get into draft talk. But on February 1st, be prepared for them to take an offensive player at 29 if that's the best player available. They don't play that. They just don't play that position stuff. And they never have. He always has spoken of getting good football players. And we just want football players, guys, is like one of his lines. So I don't expect him to sound committed to improving through the draft that way. Now, it might be a little bit different with free agency, right? I think with free agency, it might be a little bit different. And they have $61 million in cap space. What about the guards? How do you think he'll address the fact that Jonah Jackson, Graham Glasgow, and to a lesser extent, Halapoulivaati Vaitai are all free agents? Right now, they have no starting guard under contract for next year.
I think if he's asked about it, he will say something to the effect of, obviously we have to look at the guard position because we have 3 free agents right now. So we're going to take a closer look at that, and we do have interest in bringing maybe a guy or a couple of those guys back. I think he'll say something like that. I don't know if he'll call out Glasgow by name, but Glasgow said that there's mutual interest, that he wants to come back and the team wants him back. So maybe he'll mention Glasgow. The interesting thing is if he's asked specifically about Jonah Jackson, will he respond specifically to Jonah Jackson or not? That to me is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's going to command 15 plus maybe. And so
I don't see Vaitai coming back.
No, I don't either. I just bring him up because he is a free agent. At one point, he was slated to be a starter. And, but it seems highly unlikely. I mean, Jonah Jackson, they have to weigh his durability and availability as well. He keeps getting dinged up. It's like nothing serious, but
That's
he keeps
why you
missing.
Can't pay him.
Yeah,
Will somebody else pay him?
Somebody probably will. Well,
I mean, we said for 2 years that DeAndre Swift, he couldn't stay healthy with the Lions. They needed to move on from him. They traded him, and he was healthy all season. So good for him. It can happen.
Mm-hmm.
You can certainly stay healthy, and obviously you reap the benefits with a new contract. I think Swift is a free agent this year, so he could really set himself up.
One of the areas where the question is, does it matter to Jared Goff? And will he take a little bit less if it means keeping Jonah Jackson or Graham Glasgow, if it means keeping this offensive line as strong as it has been to help Jared Goff play the best football in his career?
Well, we know how good they were when they had the line together with Glasgow and Jackson at guard and everybody else healthy. But we also know that they said some really nice things. Dan Campbell would say some great things about him, and the players would say great things about him. That the left guard, when Coyote Owasika was forced into starting duty or forced into playing duty because Jackson wasn't healthy, they like him. And is that just the in-house solution to one of the guard positions? And then you bring back Glasgow. I think it probably is the likely situation for the Lions there is that they'll say goodbye to Jonah so that they can, use the money elsewhere, bring back Glasgow, and you got Owasika there to play, and we'll see.
Okay. And then the other question is about the staff. They've already made one hire. Do they have to make another? Washington has got their guy. We'll get to that today at 11:16 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, start your weekend off early with happy hour at Twin Peaks. Tired of waiting in construction and traffic on your way home? Sick of sitting in your car with heat blasting in these cold days? Turn into your favorite Twin Peaks to really crank up the heat and take advantage of awesome deals Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. Plenty of the scratch-made hand-breaded options to choose from, as well as your favorite 29-degree drafts, all between $3 and $5. Tell me a better way to beat the traffic that doesn't break the bank. Stop honking and banging on the steering wheel and hang out with your favorite Twin Peaks girls today. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com for a location near you. So the Detroit Lions will keep their coaching staff intact as of now. All the insiders are saying the Commanders,
unless somebody takes the BC head coaching job, but that just goes without saying.
the Commanders are hiring Dan Quinn. His second NFL coaching gig as he was with Atlanta. He is going to Washington.
Leaving the Cowboys, where he was defensive coordinator for the last few seasons.
Now, I know, you know how I feel on Vrabel. If
You're
I
chesty
were,
about Vrabel.
Yeah, well, how does this guy get the job over Vrabel? This guy, like I've never heard of Dan Quinn.
He did go to the Super Bowl his second year as a head coach.
I know.
They went 8-8, then they went 11-5, went to the Super Bowl and famously lost to the Patriots because of the worst second half in the history of the National Football League. And then the next
second
year,
half that we can answer was worse than what we went through.
yes, although we can understand.
Yep.
The next year they went 10-6, went to the playoffs, won a playoff game, and then lost to Philadelphia in the divisional game. He's 3-2 in the playoffs. Those were the only 2 years he made it in the 6 seasons that he was in Atlanta. Didn't make it to week 6 in his last year at Atlanta. They went 0-5 and they let him go after back-to-back 7-9 seasons. I don't know. There was all that smoke early on that Dan Quinn was going to get the job in Seattle. I mean, 2 weeks ago, it seemed like that was a fait accompli. He's going there, and he didn't. He's not in Seattle. And Seattle hires Mike McDonald. And then Dan Quinn's available, and he goes to Washington. I'm a little surprised, and I understand because I brought this up yesterday, and I understand what you say about, well, it depends on your offensive coordinator. But here's a team that has a second pick overall. They likely need a quarterback. And you hired a defensive coordinator to be your head coach. I would have thought that it would just seem to make more sense that you're going to hire a head coach that's going to work with the franchise quarterback, because coordinators change all the time. You can lose your coordinator after 1 year. You can lose your coordinator after 2 years. I would have thought it made more sense to tie the coach to the pick at 2, and maybe that's not the case.
And as always, how does it impact us? This impacts us greatly. The Detroit Lions are bringing back both coordinators, most likely, at this point. I mean, Ben Johnson has already kind of said that. We don't have anything from Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn didn't take his name out of the running. He just didn't get the job. So we can assume that he will be back. Maybe he continues to look for some reason. I don't know why he would. How great is this? The Ben Johnson one, given their offensive success, was obvious. Yesterday we brought it up as a topic, and some people like the idea of Aaron Glenn coming back. Somebody else called up and said, we're just making excuses for Aaron Glenn. I think the defensive struggles were mostly centered around the personnel, and it's time to give Aaron Glenn. I mean, Aaron Glenn, can he walk into Brad Holmes' office and say, hey, look, yeah, great to be back, but listen, give me some players, dude. Give me some players. And if they've got a lot, they've got pieces here and there. You know, yesterday we talked about an elite position group and then really reliable. The elite position group's the O-line, and every position group on offense is one that feels good that you can build around. Defensively, there's not one position group that feels like, now that's an above average great group. They might have a budding star in Aiden Hutchinson. He seems to be trending the right direction. If you look at the best edge rushers in the league, would he be considered elite? I mean, it can be debated. He looks like he has all the makings of that, but there are probably in a list, I don't know that Aiden would be considered top 2 or 3 edge rushers, and then you're probably moving outside that elite group. So what do they have to work with defensively? Some pieces here and there. But they got to bring in some above average stuff to give Aaron Glenn some people to work with. I admit my flaws with Aaron Glenn. I think the guy talks a great game. I think he sounds like a leader. And I do think that sound is indicative. I think the people that play for him believe in him. And I don't think that's a small thing.
It's not a small thing. I mean, that's the first major step and major hurdle you have to clear, because ultimately you're a salesman. And you got to, if you're the first thing you have to do is get your pitch out there that people buy into.
So Aaron Glenn is back. Lions fans, how do you feel about it? 248-539-9797. Is anybody disappointed? Did anybody want to see them make a change? And for those that haven't, that are happy that he's back, I guess I'd like to hear your reasons why. I've admitted what my reasons are. And that is, I think press conference Aaron Glenn reeks of credibility, and it's reflected in the way the team talks about him. Gator, your biggest reason you want him back, is it the same thing or is it something else?
Yeah, it's continuity.
Yeah.
And I think that's big. I think these players do play for him. I think he gets a ton out of a lot of these players that maybe you wouldn't expect to be NFL starters. I think the Lions have several players in their team that probably wouldn't start for other teams, and he gets a lot out of them. There's improvement that needs to happen, and ultimately, I think that he is a former defensive back. I think that's the area the team needs to improve the most. And when he kind of took ownership of that a couple of years ago, after they let Aubrey Pleasant go, they got better appreciably. Here's another year. They thought they made the right moves in the offseason. They got the guys in free agency, and it backfired because they got hurt. But they still managed to dial things up for a team that wasn't able to get to the quarterback a ton this past season with only 41 sacks. They did in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They had 8 sacks in 3 games in the playoffs. That's pretty impressive for that group.
2 of those sacks, I mean, you get credit for them, but one was a Stafford fall down, another was, I think, a Stafford trip, and you just touched him.
I don't care, because when you go through the grand scheme, people will say, well, look at Tennessee, which is where they got the defensive line coach. They had 45 sacks this last year in the regular season. Lions had 41. You're not going back and nitpicking each game. You're just looking at the total.
But I think it's important, and it's like the Amani Awarie interceptions. The one year he had 6 interceptions, and you went back and looked at him and say, well, on 4 of those 6, he didn't do anything. The ball got tipped or thrown directly to him. But I think it's an important fact. But
I can also look and say, Melifonwu should have had a sack and didn't. And does that kind of, balance it out? I don't know. I think the team improved. I think there was a pass rush. There was a pass rush towards the end of the season that wasn't there. Now, did that come as a direct result of, hey, we're going to start blitzing our safeties?
I think it was scheme related, yeah.
But we can say that, and then at the same time, Aiden Hutchinson had a bunch of sacks the last 5 weeks of the year.
I think there's something to be said, too, for being at the right place at the right time. I think you give players credit for that. Like Hutchinson, he was there to touch the quarterback when he's on the ground, but I think he had to get there. Someone's got to get there.
Yeah, I hear you, and it's not really to take away. Sometimes I think a deeper dive will show you that the play wasn't what it typically represents. And I'll say it until the cows come home. I don't know why the cows have anything to do with it, and I don't know why them being away from home have anything to do with it.
Why'd they leave in the first place?
Exactly. I'm not sure, but I will say it until the cows come home. A TFL is just as important as a sack.
And you don't even like meat.
I don't.
Yeah, why don't you say something with chickens?
I'll say it until the
come
chickens
come back
to roost.
There you go.
A TFL is just as important as a sack. It's the same damn thing.
Yeah, why did the chicken cross the road? To get a TFL.
That's
there you
right.
go. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're on 97. Want to take it. What's up, Matt?
Hey, boys. Happy Thursday. Happy gloomy Thursday.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, hold on a second. We just went through the bold-ass predictions from the beginning of the year.
This is Matt from St. Clair Shores, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Do you remember your bold? Did you hear the beginning of the show?
I did. Yeah, I've been listening to you guys every day for like 14 years straight, man.
Dude, your bold ass prediction.
I told you twice a year, man. Twice a year. That's all I got.
Well, you've been out. You got 3 times with this Lions team. You're on a hot streak.
Man.
You're on a heater.
Yeah. Well, let me watch this crash now.
Yeah.
Listen. So I think Aaron Glenn's huge. I guess the reason I was down on Philly this year is because there was a stat that last year was the first year that Jalen Hurts had the same offensive coordinator for 2 years in a row since his sophomore year of high school.
Right.
So I think having consistency in the coordinator and leadership is like the biggest underrated thing in football. Because now if you bring a guy in on the defensive side, whether it's a free agent or a vet, you're only teaching 2 guys, not 11 guys a new scheme.
Yeah.
So even though, AG had his struggles and we had struggles, I think we can grow now because we have the continuity. And my biggest thing, and I think this kind of came towards the end of the year, I don't think Jack Campbell and Alex Anzalone can be on the field together because I feel they play the same position And because they give Alex the green dot, I think it puts Jack out of position. And so, like, if you watch the Baltimore game, if you're watching a lot of those plays where Lamar's making things happen, it almost looks like Alex Anzalone and Jack Campbell are holding hands playing defense. I just feel like you need to just give Jack the green dot and move Alex. And I think that's going to come with the development of the defense. And as they get deeper and deeper into a scheme, I think that's the big thing.
Interesting. There's a lot to because when Dan Campbell said earlier this week, you can't fall in love with your guys. The tough part about this is when you win, you're more likely to fall in love with your guys. And I hadn't thought about the idea that Alex Anzalone, I can't imagine he'd be out.
I don't think he's the one he's talking about.
No, but there's going to be somebody that makes you go. And Matt brings up a decent point. At some point, that beloved player gets moved out for somebody younger. Seems like now wouldn't be the time.
No, I think they love Alex Anzalone, and he's gotten better each year he's been there, and he's the leader of that defense. I mean, and the guy, the toughness he shows week in, week out. The last how many weeks has he played? Towards the end of the season where he was banged up, getting ready to go for those playoff games when his shoulder is all out of whack. That guy's nails.
They absolutely love Anzalone. I'd be floored if he were let go or released or traded. I think, just remember this, they also wanted to bring back Jamal Williams as well. And I'm not saying they didn't want to bring him back, but he became a casualty. So when you hear these players leave and they're exiting interviews say, hey, they told me they want me back, all this stuff, that may be true, but that may not ultimately what happens, you know?
All right, Aaron Glenn doesn't get the Commander's job. Looks like the Lions are going to run it back with the same staff. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. If you like him, the stats don't back it up, but if you like him, tell us why. Because the defense has struggled. It's gotten better, but what do you like about Aaron Glenn? And if you don't, tell us we're crazy. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I found it and I was talking about it, but here it is. It was the NFLPA does a survey of players during the season, and they ask him to rate their own coordinators on a scale of 1 to 10. And so you get a sense, and they do this because they're trying to promote their coordinators as head coaching candidates. And the most beloved defensive coordinator in the NFL was Aaron Glenn. So here we are with a guy that, we were talking about how the team loves him and believes in him. There's your example. There's your data point to he had the highest rating amongst players who played for him, followed by Steve Wilkes in San Francisco, Dan Quinn with the Cowboys, who just landed the Washington job, so Aaron Glenn staying here. Brian Flores in Baltimore, Raheem Morris, who he just got a job, right? Right? Raheem Morris got the Falcons job.
Yes, Atlanta.
So Aaron Glenn, give him more to work with. Now, just because the players like you and just because you reek of leadership in your press conferences and say very credible things doesn't mean you're a great coach, okay? In fact, people would argue that the numbers tell you that he's not a great coach. People would argue that. That's not my argument. I don't think the numbers always tell the story, but I'm glad Aaron Glenn is coming back. Now, if they give him more and the results aren't there, things can change in a hurry. But it really feels like he should be given more. And if you look at the roster defensively, it doesn't hold a candle to the offensive roster. There's talent there, but not as much. Like the offense is filled with reliable position groups. Let's go to Grant. You're on 97.1 to take it. What's up, Grant?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So I don't have the knowledge to say whether or not Aaron's a great defensive coordinator, but my question is, unless the expectation was to win that last game by 50, we don't drop a couple passes in the chest, we win the game. Yeah. We're in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So there's an argument that we don't need more personnel. I'd love to get more better players, but there's an argument that we didn't need better players to win that game.
Yeah, I would say that there is. I think a better player might intercept the pass instead of having go off his face mask and land in the hands of their receiver. I think a better player doesn't drop two essentially plays that turn into turnovers. I mean, look, we have to say Josh Reynolds did some incredibly good things here in Detroit. He picked a bad day to have a bad half.
Right.
And it was costly. It was costly.
For sure. I mean, he didn't miss a pass in the last month, and he missed two in the last game.
Yep. I don't want to overreact because the crazy thing is he's a free agent, and I don't think we should overreact to it, but it's part of the resume. Mm-hmm. I don't think those plays alone mean he's not coming back.
No.
But it's part of the resume.
Yeah, did he, because he had almost a career year in his free agent year, is he going to get interest from other teams where he's going to price himself out of coming back to the Lions? I mean, it could be Jamal Williams 2.0.
Yeah, I did have one other take, and I equate it to the game of golf. When you're in a tournament and you're under a lot of pressure, you know when you got to hit a certain shot, right? If you pull this shot off, you're in great shape. And most of the time you don't pull that shot off, but the great players do. And he didn't. In the biggest moment, he choked. Those are in his chest,
the thing is, only he knows if he choked. Like only that player knows if the moment is too big to do the rudimentary task because of the moment itself. And I'm very look. You can do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not saying he choked because I don't know that the pressure got to him. I'm hesitant to put that tag on a player.
Yeah, but that's
what it looked like.
What are your definitions?
It feels like it.
What would you have said if Badgley missed the kick?
I'd say he missed the kick.
You wouldn't say he choked?
No, I mean, it depends how – did he miss a 12-yard field goal?
That kick, instead of them going for it on 4th and 2.
No, I wouldn't have thought he choked.
If they went and kicked a 46-yard field goal?
Mm-hmm. If he missed a 46-yard field goal, I wouldn't have said he choked, no. Because I wouldn't have been shocked.
Did Jake Moody
I don't know. I mean, again, only the player knows if the stage was too big.
Yeah, it's tough to say.
I don't like using a term.
It's very offensive,
Because,
I think, to the player.
I mean, each playoff game is obviously very important, and that there was more at stake in this one because you could advance to the Super Bowl, right? But Josh Reynolds made some amazing catches this year, down the stretch and in the playoffs. He did. There was a one perfectly thrown ball from Jared Goff, but Josh Reynolds has to go get it, and he did. These 2 drops were very unfortunate, but. Is that going to be a reason that they say not bringing him back? Absolutely not. No.
Yeah,
I don't
and look,
think that's
if you want to argue he choked, this isn't something I really want to argue about. I mean, it's maybe he did. 248-539-9797. Bill, you're next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how are you today?
Okay, Bill.
Hey, I'm a long-time listener. I think you guys are great.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, the question about Aaron Glenn. I think he's done a great job with what he's had to work with. He gets 120% out of his guys, just like Dan does with everybody, and just like he does. He's a smart guy. I think we need to give him some more pieces. Okay, and I can't go down the list of what pieces because he's only missing a few pieces. Okay. But he's on the same page with everybody, and that defense came up big for us a lot of times this year.
They had some pretty critical stops. I mean, they
especially in the red zones.
Yeah, they were a bend
when
but don't break
stop
defense.
LA and make them kick 3 field goals when they're in the red zone, you're doing a heck of a job.
Yeah, that was a BFD in that game, and so I hear you. I think you're right. They did when a lot of times they made some big stops. I mean, statistically, they bled, but they eventually bled out. 248-539-9797. Let's go to DT. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, DT.
What up, fellas? How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. So I just want real quick about Aaron Glenn. I was ecstatic when we brought him back. One thing, like Gator said, the camaraderie. And then, we had so many rookies contributing this year, on defense. It'd be kind of detrimental to them to switch out D coordinators and try to switch up schemes for something they learned that kind of didn't do too bad. Obviously, we can see during the year. And Glenn's goalpost was, if we can, everyone said last year, if we can just get our defense to the middle of the pack, be ranked 18th, 19th, we'll be better than we were historically bad the year before. We exceeded that by shutting down the run. And then now you just get some deep. Now you just focus. Now he showed he's building. We went from terrible to shutting down the run. Now I think he's going to focus on coverage, DBs, and corners and stuff like that to make our defense better.
Well, think how much better it would have looked if Gardner Johnson and Emmanuel Mosley were healthy for half the season. Okay, that's just those are big losses that they had, and James Houston was a big loss. And every team has injuries, but we're looking at the Lions right now, and those were some big time losses that they had. And they did get him. The team did improve statistically from 2022 to 2023. They were a better defense.
Right.
DT, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Glenn was excellent considering what he had to work with. I'm thrilled he's returning. And for people who are just joining us, Dan Quinn got the Washington job. It appears Aaron Glenn will be back as Lions defensive coordinator. Jody in the D says, glad AG is staying. I've long thought it was the lack of talent versus AG's scheme or his skill set as an ability to get the most out of his players. We will be better next season. Unnamed texter, give Johnson the talent that Glenn has, see how he does. From an unnamed texter, Glenn didn't have his top safety, one of his 2 edge rushers, his top corner, and was missing McNeil for a bit. He and the team adjusted and got better. Run it back. Eric from Wayne says, didn't the players say Aaron Glenn was most liked by the players in the league? By his players. His players liked him as coordinator more than anybody else's players liked them. Does that make sense? Did I articulate that correctly? He got high marks from the Lions. He had the highest grade of any coordinator, defensive coordinator in the league, as graded by the players that play for him. Frank in Clinton Township. I like Aaron Glenn because he got the most out of the town he has. 248-539-9797. Aaron Glenn back. Reaction pouring in. It's Carson Anderson. Gator. We have another edition of Who's on Top.
Oh, boy.
Scheduled today for 12:34. Hey, happy Super Bowl to those who celebrate from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Super Bowl Sunday, it's all about scoring the best seat on the couch, hanging out with family and friends, getting your favorite football snacks and drinks, and you can now augment the fun with bets. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. Not only can you bet on who will win Super Bowl 58, but FanDuel also has bets for which player scored a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and so much more. Check out all the prop bets. New customers join today, and you get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. That's $200 in bonus bets if that first bet of $5 or more wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
I can't believe we haven't even talked to mock draft yet.
You missing it?
A little bit. I mean, now I'm starting to get. Oh, that smells good.
Good. Yeah, well, looking forward to it.
We got the edge. I don't know if you knew this.
Mm-hmm.
This could come as a shock to you. The draft this year is in Detroit.
Now, has that been confirmed? Yes, I know it. And I can't wait. And it's going to be fun. I think we should do our show from the draft. Hell, I think we should announce some picks, man.
That would be fun.
Random. With the 73rd pick, the Houston Texans select Ubagar Zibujanovic, defensive end, Boston University. Yeah, I don't know, man. Do you think we get that chance?
What was that? Did you?
Ubagar Zibujanovic. Have you done any draft prep?
I have really not.
Okay.
And that's the problem with, where we're at here.
Yep. You've never heard of the Croatian Crusher?
I have not.
Okay. Well, again, it's early. I expect you will.
Attention.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ed. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I watched the game and it was disappointing. And the players did their job. Dan didn't do his job. And that's simple. It's no more complicated than that. There's a good video out there I would recommend that you go watch. It's called Issue with Dan's Campbell's Comments After Lions Lost an NFC title game. They just posted it today on YouTube. And you'll hear a player that speaks right to the heart of the issue.
A player? Just tell us what's in the video. What player?
The player. I don't know. I have to go back and watch the video to catch his name, but it's there. You just go to YouTube.
It's a Detroit Lion?
No, it's a national media guy.
Oh, well.
I'll run right to it.
But, yeah. Well, I guess the executive summary is, hey, we could have went up by 17 points if we'd have kicked that first field goal, and then we had two other opportunities to cook. I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Well, the bottom line is the players did their job. They moved the ball up and down the field.
Did they do their job?
Okay, don't go there where you say on fourth down he drops the ball.
Why? Why can't you do that?
Because
it doesn't fit your narrative?
Because you take the field goal and that's it. You threw away 9 points. That's it. I'm not interested in the what if.
What if he misses the field goal?
You are, because you can talk for hours about it.
No, but Ed, you can't shut down a possibility because it doesn't fit your narrative.
Oh no! What's happening is the narrative isn't going Dan's way.
No, I'm saying you have to be open to all possibilities. That's why it's okay to say that you disagree with the decision, but to not acknowledge that the other decision had merit is foolish.
I just want a yes or no answer to this, and that's it.
Oh, great. Okay.
Did you or did you not have 9 points available in the second half?
Available?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah. Did you or did you not have 21 points available?
Okay, you won't answer my question. You go ahead.
Okay, you answer mine. Yes, they had 9 points available. Did they also not have 21 points available?
Do damage control for Dan Campbell. Go ahead.
I'm not.
He lost the
what
game.
does he need damage control for? He just won the NFL Coach of the Year.
He's like, yeah, I wonder why.
I think it might have something to do with a 12-5 record, winning the division, winning 2 playoff games,
to the
NFC Championship game, all in year 3. Might have something to do with it. But if you want to be obstinate and just say that it's your way or the highway, then I suppose that's it.
If you won't, go watch the video. The video.
No, I don't need to see any video from somebody nationally. We've been talking about it ad nauseum.
You're credible enough. I heard from you. What was in the video?
I tell you what, just carry Dan's Kool-Aid.
Does he have some Kool-Aid?
All right.
Yeah, well, we should be in the Super Bowl. Wake up.
Why
do you think they were in a position to be in the Super Bowl?
Why would they be in the Super Bowl, Ed?
Because they would have kicked the field goal. No.
Why is the team even in the discussion? Does it have anything to do with the head coach?
The entire team did their job. The only person that didn't do their job was Campbell because he.
But here's the thing, Ed. You're guaranteeing in your situation that the kicker's going to do his job.
You're saying, I mean, Ed, I don't want to crush one player here, but did Josh Reynolds do his job?
Everyone did their job.
Did Josh Reynolds do his job?
Did Josh Reynolds do his job?
We. On fourth down, no, but we shouldn't have went for
What
it
about
on
third
fourth
down?
We should have kicked the
What
field
about
goal.
third down?
How about third and 9? Did he do his job on 3rd and 9?
Did we kick the field goal, yes or no?
No, they didn't kick the
No,
field goal
we-
because they went for it on 4th down
yeah,
on a
You
play
won't
that worked.
answer, you won't answer
That's
our
why you
question,
lost.
Ed.
Who makes the decision to kick the field goal?
The head coach
The
does.
head coach does, and he
All
and
right.
did you
And who
watch
makes
him
the
all
decision
year?
to go for it on 4th
He's
down
a
all season
player's
long?
coach.
Did
He's
you?
a player's coach. He's not a coach's coach.
And in
Get it-
20
get your
times that they went for it on 4th and 3 in
Tomlin
the
would've
opponent
kicked the
territory,
field
they
goal.
converted 17
Tomlin
of them.
would've kicked the
That's
field goal.
85% make. And that's
All
actually a higher
31
percentage than
coaches-
Badgley on grass from that
31
distance.
coaches would have kicked field goals 3 times. That'd have been 9 points.
Well,
If they
all
make the
31
3 field
all
goals,
31 coaches.
how do you guarantee that you're going to make those field goals?
Okay.
No,
You
I
don't-
answer
you
that
don't
question,
have
Ed.
season like-
It's not. You don't have Justin. You don't have Justin Tucker there. How do you say that they're going to make all 3
The
field
only
goals?
guarantees you have in life is death and taxes.
Right, and so if I'm gonna take the gamble to kick the field goal, why not take the gamble to go 4th and 2?
All right. Then just play your entire season next year on fourth down, and see where it ends.
Well, I hope we
Actually,
get right back to the NFC Championship
and-
game because that's what they did this
You
year.
do know the data. You do know the data on him on 4th and 3 in the opponent territory, right?
Okay. Why is it when you go right to the heart of the issue
That we come
which
back
is
with facts?
You took points off the board. Dan, you took points off
There's
the
no
board.
guarantee they
were
make
on
the
the
field
board.
goal.
Did
Okay.
Kendall
It's not a
do his
30-yard
job?
field goal. You're
That's
talking
why-
46 and 48.
Okay. All right. Stop with your
facts.
What? With logic and reason?
No, it's
You
illogical.
you decide you're going to try to kick a 46-yard field goal, or you're going to try to make it a 4th and 2.
The 49ers are in the Super Bowl because their coach is a coach's coach. Not
They
a
missed a
player's coach.
48-yard field goal in the game.
You know what?
What?
Andy Reid got Coach of the Year anyway. He's always in the
All right.
Super Bowl.
Thanks, Ed.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You guys just drink the Kool-Aid and do his damage control for the next.
Ed, let me ask you a
month.
question.
Yeah, right. Question.
All right, never mind. Forget it. Okay, this is why I don't want to do this all summer. This is good. We could do this all summer.
He literally wouldn't listen to anything
No.
that didn't fit
No.
his narrative, though.
Of
Like
course
it,
not.
it was
The
like
idea
literally.
works.
He literally said all of the players
Yes.
did their jobs.
Except
No, he wouldn't acknowledge that. He would not acknowledge.
on the plays, that went against what he wanted to do.
He wouldn't even acknowledge there was a possibility that Badgley would miss those field goals.
No, those are
Wouldn't even
automatic.
acknowledge
Automatic from
Because that
46 and
didn't fit
48 outdoors.
what he
That's
was trying to
automatic.
say. Just say, could he have missed them?
Yeah, just give me that.
Yeah,
Just give me that.
no, he wouldn't.
Does what was his number on grass from that distance? 8 of 16 in his career?
In his career, it was
I
like
think it was 8 of 16.
9 of 15 or so. I forget what
But
the hell it was.
it wasn't a great
No,
great
it's not a
percentage.
great
Now,
number.
to be fair, we know that Campbell does this. He's done it all year. And I said it a couple months ago, given the success, the way the team has responded, and where he's taken this team, I think we need to learn to live with it. And people who buy into analytics believe if you're going to have the analytics work for you, you have to do it all the time. You can't pick and choose because then it doesn't work in your favor. And so he played the odds. The odds were he'd been very good in those situations, 4th and 3 or less, when he was in field goal range, and he was 17 out of 20. And he threw it to a receiver. They threw it to a receiver that had dropped 2 passes and 60 targets going into that moment, which is a 3% drop rate. So 97% non-drop rate, and it he rolled snake eyes. And if you want to make a case about the 3rd down run at the end, that's probably a better case, in my opinion.
I think I've come to peace. I came to peace a lot sooner than anybody between you, the three of us here did. Right
With
what happened with the end of that game. I went through it really quickly. Went through the emotions
Okay,
quickly.
you came to peace with the
loss.
losing,
With the loss.
not the decision.
Yeah,
making.
the decision. I mean, if you can't recognize that there is logic behind what he did, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you're
not looking at it hard enough. You're being obstinate and saying there's only one way.
Yeah, because
And
you said
that's
it best,
just
Gator.
stupid.
You said, hey, listen, you can disagree with the decision. That's fine. But for you not to even acknowledge, like,
that there's another side to it.
yes, like he wasn't acknowledging the possibility of missing the field goal. By the way, the analytics and win percentage, Doug, it was the same. If he had kicked it without knowing the outcome or going for it without knowing the outcome,
it didn't change.
It didn't change the win probability. It changed it by like less than 1%. So it was actually a coin flip. And it's actually, to me, it's crazier that Josh Reynolds dropped the pass and if Badgley would have, missed the field goal.
It's true.
If I think of the most damaging plays and decisions in the game, it's not going for it in that situation. I think if you want to make a bad decision call, it's the approving the run on third down is one that really put him in jail.
With St. Brown?
No, with David Montgomery at the end. I didn't love the run with St. Brown, but here's the thing. I've also come to understand that if you're expecting to love every play call an offensive coordinator makes, you're expecting the impossible. Another edition of Who's on Top today at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket. So a couple things here before we carry on. Ed, thank you for the phone call. Thank you for listening to 97 Won the Ticket. I've come to grips with this is who Dan Campbell is. And I think Dan Campbell being who he is has gotten this team to where they are, which is unprecedented heights. This is the best Lions team in my lifetime, the most successful season. I don't think any other Detroit team had more postseason wins ever. Like back when they were winning NFL championships, he was either one game or two games.
Mm-hmm.
So look, this has been an incredible season, and I credit the guy that makes the calls, who just got named again by another. This was Sporting News, voted by the peers, NFL Coach of the Year. And if you lose, it sucks. It doesn't really matter how. I mean, it does matter how you lose, but it just sucks. Okay, there's various degrees and various ways that things suck. But when I look at it, Dan Campbell went down being Dan Campbell. This is what he is. I would rather lose the game being who you are than lose the game not being who you are.
Well, and for the
San
record,
Francisco made a ton of plays. I just want to finish with one other thing. I am not sure of my argument. I am not sure, 100% sure of a lot of this stuff. But it cracks me up when a caller calls and is 100% sure. 100% sure.
Right.
And I don't think you can be 100% sure. I think we all work in degrees of probabilities, but Ed was 100% sure.
And this is like, for the record, I would have kicked the field goal on 4th and 2. I've said that all week long. I would have done it. However, I'm looking at the other side of it.
You would have tried a field goal.
I would have. Thank you. I would have tried. Well, I said kicked. I didn't say would have made it. Would have attempted the field goal. Okay, because I wanted to get the 3 points back that San Francisco just got, and I think that there was, it's 46. It's makeable for sure. But I understand going for it on 4th and 2 because it's something they've done all season long. If Dan Campbell's gambles on 4th and short plays, if his success rate was like 60%.
Mm-hmm. The league average for those situations was like 52%.
Yeah, if it were that, I'd say that's a little too risky for me. But when his record and success rate is well above 80%,
yep,
you have to recognize that that's a viable option under those circumstances to go for it. And then they run the play, it's open, it's there to be had, and they don't connect on it. And it's not like, oh, he had a guy wide open, he threw over. No, it wasn't the greatest pass, but it was a catchable pass, and the guy didn't catch it. It was a mistake by both parts, and from more on the receiver. But you got to understand that there's logic and reasoning behind going for it in that situation, where the odds were heavily in the favor of the Lions. Because just from the Lions standpoint, it was an above 80% chance that they convert that based on what they've done all season long. Add into the account, in the equation, that San Francisco had not defended plays like that at a high level, that their failure rate was above 80%. And now you're really upping the ante that this is a play that really has a great chance of being successful and continuing the drive. And then if we were to, if the Lions were to fail to get much further down the field, at least then if you've got like a 4th and 5, that you're looking at a much more makeable field goal attempt because it would be closer than 46 yards.
It's clear this decision is debatable. My problem, and I think all three of our problems with the last caller, is it was not debatable. He wouldn't even acknowledge that the kick might be missed. He just count them up.
Yep.
Then, how come we don't get to count up that every 4th down counts then, right?
They turned down 9 points.
No.
They didn't turn down. They turned down opportunities to kick field goals.
Yes.
Which could have resulted in that.
And you and I, Gator, both actually preferred that he would have kicked it in that instance, but I totally understand why he went for it.
Well, yeah.
It was more of a coin flip, and then it's a very tough decision. He chose to go that way, and by the way, the play, yes,
it was
part of the reason why they got where they were. And one guy didn't do his job, if you ask me. I think Goff threw the ball where he had to personally, because that's where Ambry Thomas was over the one side. Josh Reynolds dropped the ball,
right,
clear as day.
If you're going to look at where you can say 100% you turned down points or you missed out on points, that's the Dallas game on the Derek Barnes play. Derek Barnes not making that play on Dak Prescott cost him the 2 points for the safety And then Dallas ended up with a touchdown on the play. That's 7 points. It's 9 points together added up. That's where you say that one play cost them 9 points, and then you could say, and could have cost them 12 or 16 points, depending on what the Lions would have done after the onside kick, after the kick from the safety. But this situation, you cannot count the chickens.
248-539-9797.
Again, chickens.
Yeah, there we go. Let's get back to your phone call. CJ, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I promise I will be far less controversial than
You
that.
can be controversial. I don't mind that. Just don't be stupid or obstinate.
Maybe, or confrontational. So, all right. So the last few days, I found myself wishing AG was going to get a head coaching job. And if not, maybe Dan would have the courage to part ways with him. Neither one of those is probably likely to happen, so this is what we got. But we need some serious help at the back end of our D.
Yep.
How many times did we see this year a premier receiver run wide open and number one's 2-3 yards behind? Love C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but that stupid play he made on Rodrigo's interception, he put himself up in front of the team. That can't happen.
Thankfully, they scored after that because that would have taken.
Did.
Yeah, that could have taken.
Yeah, they did. So it ended up, it became a non-factor, but that was not a good look. And we all know we need some help for Hutch on the line. I think the guys like AG and respond to him, and I think it's a talent issue. And I'll hang up and listen to what you guys
appreciate the phone
say.
call, and we've kind of agreed with that all along. Let's go to Matt. You're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, I was calling about the AG topic as well, and I think that you guys were talking all morning about guys' talent and guys that we can get, but this is a direct relation to Brad Holmes and acquiring both his coaches and bringing them back. I mean, if you said that a couple months ago, no one would believe you. So I think that this is really what's going to mold our team for the future. You got a guy like Dan Campbell who's going to be able to mold a coaching staff, for years to come. Even if these guys move on to head coaching jobs, in the future, there's going to be guys underneath them that are learning at a top level. I think that's a huge win for the organization and the longevity of us being successful.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's Gator's spoken to the continuity here a little bit. I've spoken to his leadership and his likability in his own locker room. I think I'm willing to roll the dice that this guy can coordinate an elite defense. I just think they just need more talent to be anywhere close to that.
Yeah, because they're not close to being elite. I mean, they were improved one year to the next, but it was still, second half of the league defense. Now, one of the best defenses against the run, but in terms of points given up and yards given up, those were in the bottom half of the league.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Paul. You're on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
Listen, I call about Aaron Glenn, but, that caller you had before the break, okay, that is a classic guy that has not liked Dan Campbell for years and waits for the one or two opportunities that he has to jump on him for stuff. It's probably been eating him up inside, the success that they've been having due to him. And, when you see that he was the number one ranked coach via analytics this year in the NFL and actually twice as good as the next best competitor.
So people know what that is. The analytics people put out a expected points per decision you make. How they come up with, I don't know. It's a difficult formula to understand, but his ranking was so far and away above that he doubled everybody else. His decisions led to wins more than anybody else. So
yeah. Now I know facts weren't very big for that guy, but he may want to consider the fact that he's wrong. So now that said, Aaron Glenn, I definitely feel that talent. Now, what I can't figure out is where the talent issue is. But, it's like part of me was like, okay, if we get a comp pick and he leaves and gets a job, then it's not the worst thing in the world. But now that he's back, I'm all about the continuity on the team. But, everyone acts as if they have not put any resources into the defense. So then my question becomes, okay, they've had 12 picks in the first 3 rounds of the draft, 6 on offense, 6 on defense so far, okay? And whose fault is it that they haven't gotten as much out of Pascal or Onwuzurike as opposed to guys like Gibbs or Laporta, stuff like that? Because they've, like I said, 6 picks in the first 3 rounds on each side of the ball. And we've had better success with the offensive guys.
I guess I would argue that much of their offensive players, they have gotten more out of non-draft picks offensively than they've gotten out of non-draft picks defensively. Non-draft picks are Ragnow, Goff, David Montgomery. Do they have any? Who are their best non-draft picks defensively? Anzalone.
Well, yeah, Anzalone's for sure one. You look at the, you thought you were going to get it in the defensive backfield with a couple of the signings in the offseason. It just didn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think,
the other thing
I was going to say this too, Paul. That I think when you look at the way that they drafted, I think that the offensive players that show up there, whether it's Gibbs and Laporta and Jamison Williams, these are skill position guys that, the impact is tangible. You can really see it. When you're drafting a defensive tackle, it's not as tangible because they're not guys that they're typically going to have anywhere near, 60, 70 tackles on the season and get a bunch of quarterback sacks. Onwuzurike, I think, has been a little bit disappointing. But Jack Campbell, his rookie season, I mean, he did make an impact. It wasn't as big as some of the other guys, but the other guys, I think, were asked to do more, and it shows up more in the score sheet.
Guys on defense that they've gotten stuff out of, obviously Hutch, McNeil, and this year finally towards the end, Melifonwu. Those are all, and Brian Branch. Those are 4 guys that have turned out for them on defense. Pascal, you still hope that he does. Onwuzurike looks like he's not going to. Broderick Martin is in the first year of his thing, right?
Yeah.
Melifonwu was considered a bust going back, 8 weeks ago? Now he all of a sudden is a guy that you're counting on for the future. So I would caution people to let these guys develop over time and see if Brad Holmes knows what he's doing, and see if in a year or so Broderick Martin is a contributing member.
Paul, we're way up against it. Got to let you go, but thank you for the phone call. Another edition of Who's on Top coming up later. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Let's get back to your open line calls. Mark, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
So I got a question, and you guys haven't touched base on this very much, but I remember at the trade deadline, we had a chance to pick up a couple of defensive players, and we didn't even budge, but San Francisco picked up a couple of defensive players. Do you think that hurt us going in the playoffs?
You know, it's interesting. I went back afterwards, and we did bring it up, actually. I think it was Tuesday, because, look, when Montez Sweat signed and the two players that everybody talked about, right, were Montez Sweat and Chase Young. Montez Sweat went to Chicago, signed a 4-year, $98 million extension, which was probably any team would have known that's, a ballpark of a price tag of what it would have cost you. There's a good chance that would have cost him an Amon-Ra or a Penei Sewell or somebody long-term that they want to keep around. You know what I mean? Because that would have come with a huge cap number. And Chase Young, Chase Young, do you know who Chase Young was when he got to San Francisco? He was essentially Josh Paschal. Paschal came back, and his numbers are arguably better than Chase Young's over the last 10 weeks of the season. It's really weird. Like, I thought Chase Young was going to be something, but then when you sit down and look at it, Paschal had more tackles. He had more tackles for loss. Young had more sacks, but the weird thing was he had a sack and a half in his first 2 games and then 1 in the next 8. And so, QB hits was about the same. I thought it would have been more punitive as well, but it turned out he basically didn't impact as much as we would have thought.
Okay, my final question is that do you think I don't understand if we're worried about field goal kickers, why we didn't go after somebody before the playoffs like better than Bagley? Matt Prater, remember when he was here, he was kicking 55-yard field goals and right down the middle. You know what I'm saying? And why we didn't go after somebody better to bolster that percentage?
I think if there was somebody better out there, they probably would have grabbed him. I really do. I mean, you hear about it afterwards a lot of times, the Tuesday tryout, the Tuesday workout. And there were probably guys that were brought in that kicked. And if there was somebody better than Bagley off the streets, I think they would have grabbed him.
Yeah, I think without question.
248-539-9797. Brett, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brett?
How you doing?
Okay.
All right.
I was at the game.
Oh, wow.
And I'd have to say that the crowd was super quiet the first half. We had everything going.
Yep.
And as it all changed. They got so loud, and that team played so much better than we did. They changed their game plan. They were going after the quarterback. We weren't running the ball. They made plays. I don't think Dan would have made those calls if he had a defense. He needs a defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he made those calls because that's who he is. I think he made those calls because he has had great success doing that. I mean, that's his instinct, and I think it's worked for him.
For sure.
Yep.
I just think he's going to kick some field goals if he had a better defense because we couldn't stop him. We just kept scoring. We scored the first half, and we had everything going for us, and it was crazy how it changed. It was really weird.
Yeah, and then a lot of people think that the field goal going up 17 and being up 3 scores, it's way better than being up 2 scores. But you know what is also way better? Being up 3 touchdowns. And the chances of making a field goal are way better if you advance the ball another first down or 2, which is all could have been a positive impact of them making it. 3 touchdowns puts a team in a position where they can't kick field goals anymore. They have to go for it every 4th down in field goal range because a field goal doesn't really do you a lot of good. You have minimal possessions. You need touchdowns every single one.
I get, to avoid this whole thing, rehashing what happened on Sunday night.
I think it's too late.
It might be too late. But I think moving forward isn't the question, do you want Dan Campbell to continue coaching the way that he coached in 2023? To go for it in those situations when you have it 4th and 3, 4th and 2, because of his success? Do you believe in the success rate he had in the regular season, or are you relying more on, well, they didn't get it done in those situations in the second half of the game?
I have grown to the point where I'm going to accept this is what we're going to get with Dan Campbell. However, if you do have a Matt Prater, it might change your approach. If you do have an elite defense or a above average defense, it might change your approach. It might.
Yeah, we'll see how how much confidence he has next year in Badgley, or if they bring somebody else in, right? I think you made a point there, Doug, too, that people forget as well, is you get closer for a better field goal where you feel more confident about the kick, because a 46-yarder is just not guaranteed, as much as that one caller wanted to keep insinuating that it was a guaranteed 3 points. It's just not. You saw Moody, who they used a third-round pick on at his home stadium, miss a 48-yard field goal in that game. Field goals aren't guaranteed. So I think if he gets that, Josh Reynolds picks up the fourth down, and then the drive stalls, but they're closer, I think he does kick it at that point. I mean, now I don't know for sure because Dan Campbell, but if it's 4th and 5, maybe it's too far from. Maybe it's 4th and 1, they go for it again. But I think having confidence in your kicker is a big factor, Doug.
248-539-9797. We go to Michael next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Michael?
Hey, guys. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the call. That last guy a few calls ago was a bit too emotional, but I just want to lay out an area that I don't think's been discussed. Any analytics that I've looked at make it look like going for it and attempting a field goal. We're fairly close, okay? It's not like you were trying a 12-yard field goal, and it's not like it was 4th and an inch. So let's eliminate that from the equation, because there's a risk of failure in both. That risk is fairly close.
Yep.
Let's look at the success. In one case, if you're successful, you're up by 3 scores with 6 minutes left in the third, or if you're successful, game's tied. If you're successful going for it, you just get a fresh set of downs. You're still not up 3 scores. Game's still not tied. Then you have all the other probabilities. Probability of a fumble, probability of a pick six, probability to get into another fourth and go for it and
those aren't highly probable.
Yeah, those aren't high probabilities, though.
They are probabilities.
Yeah.
So in this scenario, I just think taking the 3 points.
Okay. What about scoring on the immediate next play?
Things.
What about scoring on the next play?
That into account.
What about scoring on the next play?
That is up.
It's a probability.
What's going to happen? That is a probability. The probability of scoring on the next play might be 10%, might be 20%.
It's probably better than a pick six.
Yeah, I was going to say it's better than
a quarterback that
the,
didn't throw an interception the entire postseason.
Let's just deal with the outcomes of that play. Would you prefer to be up by 3 scores with 6 minutes to go in the third?
How can you guarantee you're going to make the? You're telling me you're guaranteeing you're making the field goal.
No, I'm not. You can't guarantee you make.
Well, you just did. You said, okay, would you rather be up 3 scores? But that's.
Hang on. You're not letting me finish.
Go ahead.
I do respect that. If you attempt it, let's focus on the success. Either you're going to get the first down or you're going to get the field goal. Let's assume that both of them are successful. What's more important to you with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, being up 3 scores or a fresh set of downs?
Fresh set of downs.
Yeah, I want the touchdown. I want to be up 3 touchdowns.
Watching the Super Bowl.
What's that?
That's why you guys are sitting at home watching the Super Bowl.
No, it's not at all.
Does it have anything to do with the drop passes? Does it have anything to do with the interception off the face mask?
Dropped passes, fumbles, weird plays, they're part of the game. You know what's not part of the game? A coach misreading the situation.
No.
If you kick the field goal, you take the momentum back.
Did you hear that his decision making was ranked the highest in terms of points per decision that he made in the league?
I don't care about that.
Okay, then never mind.
You only care about what you care about.
No, it's the narrative thing again.
Yeah, I know it is.
So
I know
look,
it is.
Would I rather them have made a field goal than turned it over on downs? Yes.
100%.
Would I rather have them scored a touchdown because they would have gone into the red zone? Did they get stopped in the red zone once in that game? I don't believe. Yeah, they did at the half. But then they would have just kicked a short field goal.
Right.
A much more makeable field goal.
Right, a field goal with higher probability.
Yeah, the probability, like you're assuming, like, why even do anything if there's a probability it could be a pick six?
All those probabilities were negative if you go for it. Did you notice that? There was no positives from him, like a touchdown, like you said. No, he only thought about pick six, which is what less likely.
About another
more
first
time off the clock and the field goal.
Right. Would you rather have the 3 minutes left. And I mean, yeah, give me more time off the clock and I'll still get those. And you're going to tell me I still get those 3 points?
Off grass from that distance, a 55% probability makes the field goal, or closer when it's an 80% probability makes the field goal. I've made those numbers up, but there's no doubt it'd be a higher probability if they kicked it closer.
Oh, boy.
Do you guys want to embargo this now?
I told you guys before this. You want to do this? Then do it.
Mike, you're next. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We are way late for a break, and we're going to have to push back to who's on top. We got packed phone lines. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Gator, did you see the news today?
What do we got?
Hamilton's leaving Mercedes to join Ferrari.
I did see that.
Yep.
I can't wait to see how much money it's for. Honestly, because
Yeah, it's
Formula
going to
One
be-
money is sick, and it's a sport that I clearly don't follow, but you sort of follow. You follow the TV show more than you follow the actual racing
True
itself.
that.
But I do know that Formula One racers make a sick amount of money, and we just don't really understand it so much in the States, pay attention to it because we don't really care about Formula One racing. But when you hear it, you're like, I'm sorry, what's that? He makes $65 million or whatever it is. It's amazing. And when I saw the story, I just kind of chuckled. I'm like, he's leaving Mercedes to go to Ferrari. You know, like these are the options you have.
You know what's so great? We're in the office, and I bring it up to Kang, and Kang immediately goes, have you ever traded in a Mercedes for a Ferrari? 248.
Right.
And I'm like, this is somebody who is so programmed to be a radio show producer that's the first place his mind goes.
Well, the first place my mind went when I saw that this morning is I started thinking about brand loyalty.
Right.
And, is there a certain car brand that you would absolutely not want because you just have a bias against it for whatever reason?
That's why I don't drive a Ferrari.
Is that it?
Yeah, I have a brand loyalty to anything that I can afford.
I think the bigger problem is that, that's part of it. The other part is can you get a car seat in there?
Well, you think I'm letting kids in that car? Get out of here.
In an F1 car?
Yeah. Come on.
Buckle them in the back of your F1 car. 248-539-9797. Well, the news today is that Aaron Glenn is back. But one caller blew up our phone lines by insisting that the only reason the Lions are home is because Dan Campbell chose to go for it. Now, I will tell you that had he chosen to kick a field goal and had Michael Badgley made the field goal, that was a better outcome than going for it and not getting it. I will argue when I think the coach does something completely illogical, I think it's a valid debate. I just don't think this was illogical. I also, when you get to this situation, you have to be true to yourself as opposed to changing. I don't think you change at the last minute because if you lose not being you, that's worse than losing being you. My thoughts. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Robert. You're next on 97 a ticket. What's up, Robert?
Love the show, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
In terms of like gauging Aaron Glenn, it would be interesting, hypothetically, of course, if they had Mosley for a full season, if they had C.J. Gardner-Johnson for a full season. And also, it's always hindsight 2020, but like they hit home runs on Gibson Laporta unequivocally by any measure. But if you look at the draft, and everyone loves to do this, well, imagine if they had taken Kalijah Kancey, who went one spot after Jack Campbell. And the reason I bring that up is he had 10 tackles for loss, 12 QB hits, 4 sacks as a D tackle. And if you put him on the line, granted he's not an edge opposite Hutch, but he's a disruptive force as a rookie. It just, and then like I said, hindsight's 2020, but I would love to see.
You can drive yourself crazy doing that, Robert. After one of the most successful drafts in Lions history, you can drive yourself insane.
I mean, the only thing I'll say with fairness to that comment is that was a name that a lot of Lions fans wanted them to draft at the time, and it's the long game when you draft the player. You're not. I don't think people expected to have this amazing immediate impact that a lot of these rookies gave them, and Jack Campbell included with what he was able to do. But it's the long game.
Yeah, of course. Do you think, though, going forward, like to the other caller's point, like there's been some underwhelming defensive picks, like Ozarike. It's like, all right, come on, man, like let's get it going. And I understand, like he had the back injuries, and even Broderick Martin. It's not like Broderick Martin was a 5th round draft pick. Like for him,
do you trust Brad Holmes drafting? Because honestly, second guessing Brad Holmes drafting, I feel like you're on thin ice. I think you're expecting way too high a % of a hit rate.
I think on offense, No, you cannot. Not at all. But I think on defense, when I look at his full body of work on defense, he hit a home run with Branch, obviously. I think Campbell's been good. I don't think he's been exceptional. I think Ozurique's been I think Martin's been to be determined.
All right. Thank you.
I mean, how's Lee McNeil? Is he good? Is
Lee
Aiden
McNeil,
Hutchinson good?
Fonte Malafon with Derek Barnes all coming in their own.
Sometimes
Kirby
it takes
Joseph.
guys more than a year. And if you're going to write off Jack Campbell after his rookie season, I think that's foolish.
Would you rather have Kalijah Cansey this year and Jack Campbell? You can make the case, sure. But at the end of the day, I cannot believe that someone's compelled to pick up the phone and call the radio station to bitch about Brad Holmes drafting. Maybe he is. I mean, if the point is he might be better offensively than defensively, that's fine.
I think the point is when you go back and look at why they lost or why the season was why it was, and you try to find the holes or looking forward, what do they need to find? And here you are in the offseason. They need to get a defensive end or a defensive tackle, a pass rusher or a defensive tackle. Wait, let me go back in the draft and see who they could have had and to play the woulda, coulda, shoulda game. And then you see Kalijah Cansey, the season he had. Oh, my God, well, they could have had this guy and wouldn't have to worry. We could have been fine with Malcolm Rodriguez as the other linebacker and not have to worry about Jack Campbell. I mean,
I think you're working
making
really,
mountains out of not even anthills.
You're working really hard to find a reason to rip on Brad Holmes.
Oh, that's working hard.
These are like consecutively 3 exceptionally good drafts. 248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. Some of these callers are driving me nuts. I just want to point out a couple things. And the play that lost this game for us in San Francisco was the play in Dallas that we got robbed on. If we had them in our home field, we wouldn't be talking this way today, probably. But, you know, the last time I felt like a deer in headlights, the first time I should say, was the Tommy Hearns Sugar Ray fight. You know, that's kind of how it goes with Detroit. But Dan Campbell is learning on the fly. He come in 3 years ago. He's done nothing but improve. He's going to do nothing but get better. They're going to fill the few holes that we need to fill, hopefully with free agents, make some draft picks, get an end rusher. And we got next year, man. And you know what? I walked out of that stadium Sunday in Detroit, and I just couldn't believe it, man. I was like a deer in headlights. And you look at some of the Lions players after that game, and they were the same way. The bottom line is their coach said something in halftime that our coach didn't say. That's all it is. And you know what? Next year, Dan Campbell is going to say them things. And if we're lucky enough to get back, if our players are lucky enough to be as good as they were this year, there's no doubt in my mind we're going back. But all these X's and O's have to fall into place. And you know what?
I didn't go into the season thinking they had the best roster in football. And by the end, they were in the Final Four. And I think they squeezed a lot out of what they have. And I do like their chances to have another good offseason with the draft, with some cap space, with some natural development of some younger players. Yeah, they could be back. I have no idea if Dan Campbell said the wrong thing in the locker room or that Kyle Shanahan said something way better than what Dan Campbell said. I think San Francisco's really good, and they started to play like it.
Yeah, apparently it was a conversation that Nick Bosa had at halftime that kind of inspired folks, including Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
But whatever. I think Dan Campbell is maybe the best motivator I've ever seen.
Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Hey, last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2, and this time you can play along. All you have to do is choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now at FanDuel, because if you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Everyone can get in on the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to the FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's absolutely free. Then tune in before the game to see if Gronk's kick is good or no good. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. New to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel's an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool will be split equally amongst eligible participants who make the correct pick. Prize issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. By the way, for those of you that observed Try January, congratulations. You made it to February.
All right. What does this mean for you?
I'm going a little deeper because
What's a little deeper?
when Michigan
like
won a natty,
the
I
next
had
few
I had
hours?
a couple beers. No, I'm not drinking today.
But tomorrow.
It's
it's fine. Your rules.
It's my game, my rules.
Yeah,
So,
it's technically it's February.
It's your rules, but also don't pat yourself on the back either.
Right,
I said for those of you that made it to Dry January, congratulations, you made it. I didn't say anything about myself.
Okay.
I know what happened January 8th. I know what I did after Michigan won a national championship, and I'm not trying to hide it.
That's fine. So you're going to get back at it tomorrow?
I might.
That's good.
Yeah.
You got something lined up? You got something you're dying to
Yes, beer.
to throw in the gullet?
Yep, beer. 248-539-9797.
Beer. It's what's for dinner.
We got those six packs still sitting in the cubicle. Maybe we'll just. You want to start right now?
Start drinking right now?
Yeah, because some of these calls, I'm
I mean,
ready.
okay.
Kind of ready. Let's get back to the phones. We go to Joe next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. I don't think it's incongruent to really like Dan Campbell as a coach, support him, but also really be mad at him at the same time. And I say that because the kid already buried 4 kicks. Although they were shorties, none of them were pole scrapers. And he already had 4 times that he put them right down the middle. The hypothetical I would like to hear is if you asked the 10 best coaches, championship-winning coaches over the last 20 years that won either a Super Bowl or a national championship, what would they have done in that situation with that kicker? I bet at least 8 of them would have said, you kicked the field goal the first time to go back up 17. I have to believe that, and they've won championships. No one's ever going to be 100% right or 100% wrong on this. Like I say, I support Campbell, but I'm pissed at him because he didn't kick it. And I believe most winning coaches would have kicked it that time as well.
Let's go to Floyd next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Floyd.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
All right, Floyd.
Yeah, I'm calling in regards to that decision to go for it on 4th and 2 also. One thing I think we can all agree upon, although people can take sides on both sides of the issue, and yay or nay, but all the momentum of the game shifted at that time period. Can we all agree on that?
I think that started the ball rolling, and I think the second half when it starts with San Francisco driving down for a field goal, that starts the momentum in their way, and then clearly the 4th and 2 play contributes to that. Clearly the bounce off the face mask adds to that. Makes it a little more nauseating, and then the fumble from Jahmyr Gibbs, that's even more nauseating. I mean, there's a bunch of plays there.
Yeah, all the momentum shifted after that decision.
Well, I think it shifts in the second half when San Francisco gets the ball. It starts there.
Well, up until that point now, San Francisco got the ball, but they spent 7 minutes going down the field and only got a field goal.
They got points. Now points don't matter.
Now you got a chance to go down the field, and if you only kick a field goal, you still maintain total emotional control of the game.
Do you remember when we talked to Goff a few weeks ago, and he said at a podium, and Dan Campbell said it. He said this team's superpower is their ability to not let momentum build against them, that they bounce back.
Yeah, but that's just talk.
Well, but didn't they do it? Didn't they do it all year long?
But they didn't do it after the second half.
No, they didn't. But they
right?
but they counted on them being themselves, and they weren't. There was a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, let's talk about deviation from the norm. I can't believe we're doing this.
Don't do it. Don't.
The deviation from the norm.
He's doing
Josh Reynolds had 2 drops in 60 targets. Okay? He dropped the ball 3% of the time. Jahmyr Gibbs fumbled on an exchange. He touched the ball, 312 times or 280 times, whatever it was. I did the math, and he had 2 fumbles. It was 0.08% of the time. These are massive deviations from the norm. Dan Campbell going for it on 4th and 3 in field goal range. He did it 20 of 24 times and converted 17 of the 20 times. That's 85%. Him not going for it and them not making it is outside of the way he operated all season long. The deviation from the norm is greater that the players didn't make the plays than Dan Campbell went for it. Like, if you talk about the way they spent their entire season, Josh Reynolds spent the season being a reliable target, and he dropped 2 turnover passes. Jahmyr Gibbs fumbled on 0.08% of his carries. Fumbled. Fatou Melifonwu was a one-man wrecking crew in the blitz. Let Purdy get away. These are massive deviations from the norm. Kindle Vildor, okay? I have no idea what the probability of an interception there was, but it was way higher than the probability of a completion for 51 yards. Dan Campbell did what Dan Campbell always did with great success all season long. And these other things that happened during the game were massive deviations from the norm. This is why I'm okay with the call
Hey, man, you're going there.
Well, this is why I think we should. I want to embargo the topic all summer because I guarantee that what I just said doesn't impact the people that think he made a mistake at all. Nobody who thinks that Dan Campbell blew it is going to go, "Oh, Karsh brought up a good point." They're not. This is. I think the camps have been set, the flags have been planted, but hey, we can do this. We can probably do this all summer until the next season starts. And the crazy thing is, I do wonder how many of these people literally parachuted in on Lions football, didn't watch every single play of every single game, and didn't see him do this with tremendous success all season long. And
I think they'll have selective memories and just block that out because they don't like the idea of going for it so often on fourth down. And what they fail to realize is that the success rate was as high as it was. And it played a huge role into why they were 12-5, winning the division, why they won the first 2 playoff games, and why they were in position to win the NFC Championship game. And then crazy things happen, and they failed on plays that they normally easily convert.
Now, would I have preferred he made that they attempted a field goal and they make it to what happened? Of course. But this is why I don't think what he did was illogical, okay? It didn't work, but in my opinion, that's why I don't think it was illogical. And again, I think this is falling on complete deaf ears. Nobody is going to change their mind on this. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jacob next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, fellas, I agree with you. Now, ESPN, I think it's called the McCaffrey Show. They had Tom Brady on, and you know what his answer would be. He said, you always take the 3 points. But anyway, my question is, are the Lions going to go after any offensive tackles or guards like from Michigan? And one more question. Would you be ticked off with the new Michigan coach, Jim Harbaugh, taking away a lot of your coaches and stuff because he knows he's hurting the program? Why would you do something like that?
Because he's trying to build his
winner there.
Yeah.
It's hard to not look at it and say he's undermining Sharon to a degree, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's a profession. And he's got endless budget and Michigan doesn't, and that's hard to bid against. But whenever these rumors came up, there were rumors of who would go with him. And so I don't think you could have expected him to go unscathed. But I mean, you can, if you're mad at him, fine. I will say, as far as tackles, I don't think they're going to go after any tackles. I think they're probably pretty reasonably happy with Sorsdahl. But I also think that, they might want a backup guy. It depends what happens at free agency with the guards. Gator, you want Zinter in a middle round.
Yeah, because I think he can be had in the middle rounds, and I think you just treat it like you're treating Hendon Hooker. It's a year to learn, and
J-Mo.
Have him ready. Same thing.
Yeah, they're
have him ready to go in year 2,
steals.
and maybe he's ready to go in year 1. I don't know, but I think it's getting stock at a low price, and it's going to have a high yield. I like the idea of Zinter.
97.1 the Ticket.
With 17 of 22 starters and now both coordinators slated to return, the Lions really are running it back in 2024. Defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn will be back with Detroit, this after the Commanders filled the NFL's last head coach opening with the hire of Dan Quinn on Thursday. Next year will be Glenn's fourth in charge of the Lions defense. The unit ranked 19th in total D, 27th against the pass, second best on the ground, and 23rd in points allowed this past season. All market improvements from 2022. Glenn also made the bold move to completely overhaul Detroit's defensive approach mid-season, going from middle of the pack in terms of blitz rate in the first half of 23 to one of the top 5 blitzing defense in the league down the stretch. It worked, helping the Lions generate 13 turnovers in their final 9 regular season games and 3 more in the postseason. The Lions are also hiring Terrell Williams as their new D-line coach and run game coordinator. Williams had coached the Titans D-line for the past 6 seasons. He ostensibly replaces John Scott Jr., who coached Detroit's defensive line for just 1 year. From 99 to 2001, Williams was in charge of the D-line at North Carolina A&T, where he coached a young defensive tackle named Brad Holmes. And Michigan State Athletics has posted a budget deficit for the third time in 4 years. MSU operated in the red by $11.2 million in the 22-23 fiscal year, despite taking in the second most annual donation dollars in school history, just over $45 million. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Hafley is leaving Boston College to be the defensive coordinator with Green Bay. ESPN was reporting that this decision was because, quote, college coaching has become fundraising, NIL, and recruiting your own team and transfers. There's no time to coach football anymore. Now, I don't know if that's a direct quote from Hafley or a source close to Hafley. But feels to me like college football needs to tighten some things up, or this is going to be a regular occurrence.
Well, it sounds like they're starting to. I mean, the NCAA is starting to get active again in handing out punishments. Obviously, there's the Michigan situation. You've got a situation with Tennessee, and now Tennessee is, suing the NCAA. They got the attorney general involved, and they got congressmen involved, and it's all going to force into action some sort of guideline and rules and that need to be set up, because when they allowed this thing to happen a couple of years ago, there were like no barriers.
Yeah, I mean, Hafley's reason for leaving is something which is directly what Tennessee is being investigated for, and that's NIL violations. I've heard coaches talk about this, and I wonder what's going to happen long term with college coaching. Now, I've said it, and it's probably been about a 2-3 year run here where college football Sunday through Friday is doing everything it possibly can to lose me. Saturday's coming. I freaking love it. So I don't know. You keep doing stories like this and that are kind of depressing, and I hate conference expansion and, all of that. But at the end of the day, Saturdays roll around, and hell, I'm already looking forward to the next one. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Alex. You're next. Hi, Alex.
Hey, how's it going? I don't know what's going on with these Lions fans. They're smoking something. Last time I checked, we got a new piece of fabric that's hanging in Ford Field. Also, Dan Campbell's the reason why we got to where we are. So the fact that you want to switch over the entire scheme and kick a field goal that's not guaranteed, but also neither is Reynolds dropping a ball. You wouldn't never expected that to happen. You wouldn't also expect Gibbs to fumble the ball. That's just low probability. So I want to agree with you and say that people are crazy right now. So I don't blame you at all if you want to crack open your little six-pack that you guys have in the cubicle, because these people are nuts. Like, we'll run it back next year. We got AG back. We got and Ben Johnson. All they got to do is tighten up the defense just a little bit. Just a little bit. Brad Holmes is killing it on the draft pick. These Lions fans are absolutely nuts. And I don't know what is going on or what they're smoking, what they're breathing in the air, but something is crazy right now.
Thank you for the phone call, Alex. And I think a little bit on defense goes a long way. And my guess is the biggest improvement, the thing that will lead to the improvement, Hutch gets a little better. Pascal gets a little better. Malafamo gets a little better. Kirby Joseph gets a little better. Jack Campbell gets a little better. Brian Branch gets a little better. I think those things add up and have a pretty big impact next year.
You continue to leave out my favorite player. Just say it. Say his name.
I'm completely blanking.
James Houston can get better.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike.
That was a very dismissive response by you.
How do I say this? I spent the last few weeks with you telling me he was going to make a big impact this week.
Hoping he would if he played. He clearly wasn't ready to play, and then he finally played.
Yeah, I hope he's in that group. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug.
What about Zach Ertz, Doug?
Another player.
Really thought he was going to play. Seemed like it. Goff said, he looks great in practice. Everybody seemed to think he was going to, and then he doesn't play.
248-539-9797.
Why has nobody brought that up as the reason they lost?
Dude,
you know what's crazy?
ironically,
Hold on.
yeah.
We did bring it up this
Hold on.
morning. No, we were sitting there in the cubicle, and Kang said,
I think if Ertz is the one who catches that ball that first girl caught, I think he scores.
I'm not sure Malcolm Rodriguez doesn't score.
Honestly, I'm
not sure that Dan Skipper doesn't score.
Right? His foot goes out of the 4-yard line.
I think that was an example of first career target in the fourth quarter of the NFC title game, and the guy's like, let me bring it in, let me bring it in, let me bring it in, let me bring it in. Don't drop it, don't drop it, don't drop it. Caught it.
Had no idea where he was, who was around
Burned
him.
on the sideline. How do you not score?
He could have barreled over that DB too. Like,
yes.
That's why I told Doug, I go, ironically, I know Gator's been talking about Ertz. But I'm like, if Ertz played, I think he would have scored there.
I think you're right.
Well, if you look at
100%.
That was what, their fifth tight end?
Yeah, basically. That's how crazy it got for the Lions.
It did get crazy. Mike, you're next on 97 Want a Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. Love you guys, man. You get me through my work day.
Awesome.
Thanks, Mike.
So, look, it's time to kill the narrative of this Dan Campbell is the reason why we lost. We got to kill the narrative right now. The only reason why people are saying that because, they're watching NFL Network, Fox, and all these mainstream, and they're saying that it's Dan Campbell's fault. Now, here's the reason why we lost. And, Doug, yes or no on these answers. Did Dan Campbell drop that 4th and 2?
No.
Okay. Did Dan Campbell have a football hit it off his helmet instead of swatting it down?
No.
Did Dan Campbell fumble the ball in the 49ers territory?
No.
And finally, did Dan Campbell drop a crucial 3rd down that would have kept the drive going?
No.
For the Lions?
No.
Okay. Those are facts. And that's called execution, everybody. That's execution. And the players, they admitted it, that, hey, we did not execute. It's not all on Dan Campbell. And that's why I was pissed off about, the guy, Ed, that called. Like, it's not all. The players didn't
Ed
all
said the players
have a
did
great
their
game.
job. Ed said the players did their jobs.
Exactly. It was execution. Now, the only two things, and this is fair, the only two things that I had a gripe about was the 4th down, they tied up at 27, kicking the field goal, and the 3rd down call, the 3rd and goal call.
Yeah.
Those were the only gripes. And those are coaching decisions. But so just to wrap it up, man, basically we got to stop listening to all these mainstream. They don't know the Lions like we do. I stopped watching them, man. I listen to you guys every day.
Thank you for the
and
phone
the thing
call.
Is, yep.
Real quick.
The thing is, I'm real quick. The thing is, let's go ahead, retool, reload. AG stayed for a reason. Johnson stayed for a reason because we're going to the Super Bowl next year. Bottom line.
Thank you for the phone call. I hope you're right. Dan is next on 97 Want a Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hello, how you doing?
Okay.
God, I got through. Carson, hang in there, and when you do enjoy your cocktail, beer, whatever it may be.
Did you call me Carson?
You did.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
okay.
Hello?
Yeah,
yes,
go
we're
ahead.
good.
Yeah,
no, anyway, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Another reason I called was all these Campbell haters. Like the last caller just said, he is execution. The players kind of messed up. The team's back.
9 minutes left in the game. I thought that Campbell would be true to himself if he kicked the field goal in this way, because at the start before the game started, I think any Lion fan would have been happy to say, what about the scenario of having the ball in your hands with the ability to win the game? We trust our offense. That's the strength of our team. I think if we played it differently, we would have done that, because it didn't matter if we scored a touchdown or a field goal. We didn't trust, because of the momentum at that time, for our defense to stop San Francisco. That means we were going to either be tied or behind with the ball in our hands. So I was yelling at the TV, kick the field goal. You're going to get the ball back with a chance to win it. So that would have been true to Campbell's history even. So I had a different take on it. But other than that, I love Dan Campbell. I don't even question the call. I just thought he could have been true to himself by thinking through that would have given them a chance to win the game in the end with the ball in their hands. So anyway, that's my take on it. But again, I love your show, you guys. Thanks for making it an enjoyable conversation.
97 won the ticket.
You want to do the who's on top? Get away from this?
How are we going to do it with packed phone lines? Because we need to have empty phone lines to do who's on top.
That's true.
Do you want to play Gaelic music instead of this?
Not a big fan of the Gaelic music.
No?
No.
Guess what I'm not a big fan of? Gaelic music it is. No, look, hey. Again, I don't think we're going to break any new ground, but and I need to grow up and just be a pro. 248-539-9797. Why start now? Brandon, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Okay.
So to bring a little optimism to the city, I think the reason a lot of people are still sad about the game, I know the hangover is real, but it's a year till football season. But the 2024 looks very bright. Like the Red Wings are in place to make a playoff spot.
Yeah.
The Tigers are supposed to have one of the best years ever. And the Lions are going to do great next year. I know it sucks because football is the biggest sport in the country, but I mean, we have so much to look forward to. We might have to wait a little bit, but people should be happy because we've grown so much. We won a championship. We went to the conference championship.
Yeah, look, the future is very bright, and there's no guarantees that a team is going to get back. There's no guarantees that you're going to win playoff games if you get back. There's no guarantees that you will get to halftime of an NFC title game up 17. I mean, it was incredibly promising, and they might have blown the best chance they'll ever have. But at the end of the day, they are set up to be a team that comes back. And what you brought up about the other teams, yeah, I can't wait to lean into a Red Wing playoff run. And, Cater, you asked on your show sheet today, what's it going to be like watching the Tigers without Miggy? And it's going to be very easy for me because Miggy was the entertainment in lieu of having a competitive team. We have a couple things that I think are fascinating happening this year. One is a team that's expected to push 500. And when you're pushing 500, you are in a wild card hunt. Right? You're right in. Two teams with 84 wins made wild card bids last year. Two is, not in the American League, but it did happen. Two is, they seem like they've got young players knocking on the door who are about to get their opportunity. One, obviously, in Cole Keith. Jackson Jobe has a big league camp invite for spring training. So that's way more entertaining to me than watching a aging Miggy be the only thing, that fans are buying tickets to go clap for. So you're right, Brandon. There's a lot to look forward to.
And I know you guys have had a bunch of shows where playoffs is we've had you've had a bunch of shows where you talk about, playoffs isn't even a factor. We just want to watch something on TV. But it's nice to be able to look forward to something. And it's nice to have teams that are actually showing us promise. And so when everybody's talking negative today, which I know, like I said, the Lions did what they did, but we have a whole year worth of optimism to look forward to.
Brandon, thank you. It should be a fascinating offseason with the Lions. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Alfie. You're a 97-1 a ticket. Hello, Alfie.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hi, Alfie.
Hey, I know everybody upset. Not everybody, but I know this one take is strongly upset and all that, but if anything, everybody should be outraged about the end. When you called that timeout, that was your last lifesaver. What are you doing calling a timeout? If you have any shot of coming back, you don't use that timeout. I mean, if you're a true Lion, you've been watching the Lions, he's for Motor City Dan, he's going to gamble. But that end, to mess up that game time, you had one timeout, bro. Your last saver. Why would you do that?
Because it would have taken 20, 25 seconds to run the field goal team on.
That's what I'm saying. You don't even run the running play. You don't even make that call.
Okay, that's different. That's different. That's not what you said. You said, why use the timeout? If you don't want to call the running play, yes. That's that. You better be damn sure. And he said he was sure, thought they'd walk in, and they didn't, and he got burned.
Big time. And how many times he messed up in end of game time situations?
This year?
You think that's why they lost?
No, I'm saying if anyone should be outraged, they should be outraged at that.
I guess it doesn't bother me at all.
Why are you yelling?
I don't know why he's because apparently he's really bothered.
Everybody's still upset and they're coming at me and fucking betting at me, so I'm betting.
Well, wow, he really is triggered. That played. I don't know. I guess I was get to the end of the game there, and you're running out of time, and I'm more upset with the things that happened to put them in that desperation mode than I am about being in desperation mode and making a mistake because you were hoping to punch it in with the run.
Yeah, I mean, and he said that was a mistake, and I mean, the bottom line is you if you're gonna run there, it's got to be a walk-in, and it wasn't.
Yeah, I've said that from the beginning. You know that, Doug. That the other stuff I think is very debatable. That to me is you should not risk that. It was too risky, and he lost. He literally said he gambled and lost, so he admits to it. It was they thought they'd walk in, they didn't.
248-539-9797. So the big news today, though, is that Aaron Glenn is back. For people just joining us, we did get sidetracked with revisiting Sunday night and what happened. But Aaron Glenn did not get the Commander's job, so the Detroit Lions set up to bring back the entire coaching staff. Now, not everybody loves Aaron Glenn as much as they love Ben Johnson, but I think given that the team loves Aaron Glenn, and that it feels like he doesn't have nearly as much to work with in terms of personnel. And boy, they came up with some big stops when they needed to this year. So that is the big story today, is getting Aaron Glenn back. 248-539-9797. Also, it was just announced that the University of Michigan will start alcohol sales at basketball and hockey games on February 2nd.
February 2nd, huh?
Yep. This is at Chrysler and at Yost. Actually, the first event. Will that be basketball or hockey?
Oh, what will it be?
It'll
Volleyball?
be. Nope. Volleyball season's in the fall, Gator. You know that. You're just messing with me.
Right. Sorry. I didn't mean to mess with you.
Keep guessing, though. This might be fun.
Nope, it's not going to be fun.
Alcohol will be available for purchase at Chrysler Center starting February 2nd with the wrestling meet against Iowa.
There we go.
Yep. Beer and wrestling.
Listen, it doesn't get better than that. And to watch Michigan basketball this year, you might need some alcohol.
The first basketball game is February 3rd against Rutgers. First hockey game, February 9th against Michigan State.
Oh, boy. Now that's a game I'd like to see.
Yep. These are bullet points on the release. What you need to know. Alcohol will be available for wrestling. First basketball game will be Rutgers. First hockey game will be Michigan State. Then the next bullet point. Following a successful rollout at Michigan Stadium this fall, the new weapons detection system begins implementation at Chrysler and Yost starting January 4th.
All right. Okay.
I know they have the weapons detection system at Yost already, I believe. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Oh, man, you guys, I just really appreciate you guys beyond measure. I really need you to know that because you guys have truly made me an educated fan and not an emotional fanatic.
Okay.
As far as the defensive coordinator, and I'm talking to the fans who don't understand. I mean, the real fans understand that the defensive coordinator didn't have a lot to work with, and what he worked with, he was able to do something with. That is coaching. My goodness, I mean, that is coaching. You don't have a lot to work with, and you make things happen. That is coaching. And as far as Coach Campbell, wherever he wants to call, he was true to himself, and I expected him to make his calls. We did not execute. That 4th and 2 was there. The play was there. The ball was there. We didn't catch it. And if we had caught that ball, the momentum would have still been in our favor, and we really, we really would have blown San Francisco off the field. We were on our way to blowing them out. We stopped executing. We were blowing them out.
You know, it's frustrating. But there's been, this happens more frequently than you realize. You think back to the lead the Chargers blew against Jacksonville 2 years ago? Wasn't that 28-3?
I forget.
We know that Houston blew the lead to Buffalo years ago. That was 35-3. We know that Atlanta blew a Super Bowl. They were up 28-3. Lions were up 17, and it sucks. We've watched other fan bases blow playoff leads, and apparently it was our turn. What we haven't had a chance to do is watch our team play in the Super Bowl.
Well, hopefully that happens soon.
Yep. Swing around the lead next, 97-1. Hey, start your weekend off early with a happy hour at Twin Peaks. Tired of waiting in construction and traffic on your way home? Sick of sitting in your car with the heat blasting on these cold days? Turn into your favorite Twin Peaks to really crank up the heat and take advantage of their awesome deals Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. Plenty of scratch-made favorites like the hand-breaded options to choose from, as well as some of your favorite 29-degree drafts. And it's all between roughly $3 and $5. And they've got the bourbon list that you don't see anywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and blends. Even high-end tequilas like Cincoro Añejo or Don Julio 1942. And you should all know by now, they pour their draft beer at 29 degrees. Now, pair all that with wall-to-wall TVs and the most beautiful Twin Peaks girls in the state. Why would you go anywhere else? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Tell me a better way to beat the traffic that doesn't break the bank. Stop honking and banging on the steering wheel. Hang out with your favorite Twin Peaks girls today. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com to find a location near you. Kang, I got a question for you. You do the Kang Collects podcast. You follow Kang on Twitter at
Is that another Kang?
Sports. This is the Kang that collects.
Okay.
It's that Kang Collects podcast, right?
That's right. You can find it on Odyssey, Apple, Google Play, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
I saw on Twitter that a family in Canada discovered a case of 16 unopened boxes of the 1979 O-Pee-Chee hockey cards.
Oh, my.
So for those that don't know, 1979 is Wayne Gretzky's
That's the Gretzky rookie.
year.
And O-Pee-Chee is the more expensive of the two.
It is. O-Pee-Chee was only in Canada. Topps was in the U.S. The O-Pee-Chee one's more rare. And a perfect condition Wayne Gretzky rookie card could go for $1 million. And there's multiple Wayne Gretzky rookie cards in each box.
And it's also one of the most faked cards of all time, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it?
Well, for the O-Pee-Chee, you can actually tell, one way you can tell is the rigid sides, the edges. People think they're supposed to be perfect, but the O-Pee-Chee, the printing plant they cut them from, they weren't perfect. So that's one way. But either way, this is a sealed case, though. So this is, as long as the box is legit, these cards are legit.
So what is it called? A break when you open them alive and stream it?
Yeah.
Will this be like one of the most popular breaks of all time?
No, well, it's up for auction, and whoever wins the auction can do whatever they want with the
right,
case.
But I'm saying when they decide to do it, I assume they are going to open it and see how many wins.
I wouldn't assume that. Okay. I would not assume that.
Man. Is there a Cicerelli rookie in that year, too?
Yes, that's the chase card.
If I'm not mistaken.
Have you talked about this on the podcast?
That's the topic this week, Doug, actually.
There you go.
It'll be releasing, I believe, tomorrow. So
sweet.
Yes.
Cool.
Gator, man, you lit his eyes up. You jarred something loose with him on that.
You go back to an era where I actually collected. I'm like, wait a minute. Back then, 79? Oh, that's a Gretzky rookie.
It's funny because when I was a kid, we'd go visit my grandparents in New Brunswick, and I'd be like, "Oh, baseball cards," and I'd get baseball cards, and I'm like, "What's this O-Pee-Chee?" Yeah. Because it was the Canadian.
Yeah, I did too. It was a big
held
mistake.
the rights.
The year I got the baseball cards, when I went to Canada, we stayed in Canada for a few days. It was with my cousins, and we drove through there, stayed in the RV park for a few days, and I just kept going up to the corner store and buying packs of baseball cards.
Yeah.
And I ended up, with hundreds of these O-Pee-Chee Topps baseball cards, and it was from a year where there were no rookies. There was nothing worth having from that year, which is disappointing. Hockey is what I should have done.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Scott. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. How you guys doing today?
All right.
What's up?
Well, guys, I've been listening to a lot of the callers, and I think you guys deserve hazard pay about the game from Sunday. If you listen to the talking heads and, all these former coaches and everyone, that Dan Campbell should have gone for the field goal, kicked the points and everything, I think they're all running cover for some of the other coaches. The only coach I can recall in the modern Super Bowl era that got his team this good, this quick, from a lousy roster was Jimmy Johnson. Dan had us 30 minutes away from being in the Super Bowl, and 3 years ago, nobody would have wanted this job. If you accept the fact that this was a great job of coaching, a great job of motivating, and we had a little bit of luck. We didn't have a lot of injuries. But now you set the bar for every other coach in the league that you've got 3 years to get this done or to at least be competitive. And these guys are buddies. They talk to each other. They interview each other. They don't want to set the bar that high. Why give Dan credit when you might take something away from one of these other coaches? I mean, the game, we blew execution, all three aspects, special teams, offense, defense. And that's it. And it sucks. And we got no guarantee we'll go back. But to blame everything on Dan is just flipping ridiculous. And I want a live Lion next season in the playoffs. 1981, we had it. That was awesome.
You want, what was it you said at the end there? You want what in the playoffs?
I want a live Lion on the sideline like we had in San Francisco in 1981 when they showed that.
Dude, they showed that. That was wild. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, when they showed that, I was like, I don't recall that. I mean, I was a kid, but I do not recall that. And yet it's so funny that it was a couple of years ago, Dan Campbell suggested we get a live Lion in here.
That was crazy. Like in retrospect, that's crazy.
And I'm like, they actually did that.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas.
Mike Valenti's here.
Was that gentleman's name Scott?
Yes.
Yeah.
Scott, if you're listening, can you please call my show at some point? That's my favorite caller you've ever had.
Is that right?
Ever. I just loved it. He spoke in complete sentences. He actually said something interesting.
Yeah.
And he's right. The whole blame Dan Campbell thing is just lazy. Like, it takes a village to throw yourself off a cliff like that.
There were a lot of people that participated in the throwing off the cliff.
I don't know if Scott likes me or hates me, but I like you, Scott.
That's
and
awesome.
I want Detroit to know that. How you guys doing?
We're good. How are you?
Much better than Monday, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. What'd you have there, man?
Not the vid. I was negative for that. It was just a wicked sinus all in my head. I mean, Gator, literally, no nostril usage, nothing.
Oh, that's
I mean, Monday was a clown car, but it's like, as radio hosts, we wait for how long to do a show like that. Like, I couldn't miss it.
Right.
But total disaster. So I apologize to everyone that had to listen to that.
Well, I'm glad you're doing better.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
And it sounds like you're fired up and ready to go.
I am. We got a lot of good stuff, dude. Like, we're going to try to mix it. It's so funny. It's like, as hosts, we know the deal. Football season, and when your team's good, that's all you do, right?
Yep.
But the rest of the sports world doesn't stop. There's so many other things going on. So while we will make the Lions a piece of today in what I'm terming the S-Bob era, I will explain what that means at 3.
Okay.
We are a week from looming disaster. Do you know what that is? A week from today, gentlemen?
Week from looming disaster. What is a week from
It's
today?
the trade deadline in the NBA.
There he is.
Okay.
There's my special little guy.
You know me,
the
I'm a big basketball guy, so.
Hey, your middle name is Hoops.
Yeah.
Listen.
I thought it was Naismith.
Right. It's like
a
Dick
hyphen.
Hoops Weiss. Yeah. It's Gator Hoops Anderson. No, it's how can we even believe it's real? Like, what was more unbelievable? The Lions being in the NFC title game, fellas, or that Troy Weaver is still allowed, like Toonsis the driving cat, to drive this franchise to the trade deadline?
Well, I would still go with Lions.
See, I would say, Mike, Troy Weaver is to the Lions is what Juwan was to Michigan's national championship. You fly under the radar. Nobody pays attention to you.
That's fair. But we're going to get to the one, I mean, like, ball-tingling fear that a week from today, if it happens, you could see Chase Young chair drop 2.0.
I got to tell you this: if my balls tingle, it's not out of fear.
No, like, okay, think about this. You ever go to YouTube and you ever see the dudes who change the light bulbs on the massive towers, like 800 meters in the air, and then with the GoPro they look down? That type of ball tingle, not like wedding night ball tingle. I mean,
meters.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, because they're all in like Sweden doing it, and you're skabur, and they look down, and you're like, oh my god.
I'm sorry. What was that again?
The Swedish chefs from Sesame Street.
Being Swedish, I can appreciate that.
That was actually Troy Weaver's monologue inside his head.
Hilarious. Well, you sound fired up. Rico, you're ready to go. You guys
have a good show today.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Aaron Glenn will be back as Lions defensive coordinator next season. This after the Commanders filled the NFL's last head coaching vacancy Thursday by hiring Dallas defensive coordinator Dan Quinn. That means the Lions are set to return both of their top assistants next season, as well as, at least for now, 17 of 22 starters. Good shot of running it back. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Lions have hired Terrence Williams as their new D-line coach. He's coached the Titans D-line for the past 6 seasons. Also, interestingly, he coached a young man named Brad Holmes at North Carolina A&T some 20 years ago. Gambling in Vegas anytime soon? Hope you're prepared to come out behind. Sin City won a record $1.43 billion from gamblers in December, a new one-month record. The Strip alone took over $905 million. Vegas won $15.5 billion from players in 2023. That's up 5% year over year.
Did you think that they're in this thing to lose?
Of course, those buildings are tall and shiny for a reason.
All right, they sucker you into the bet.
And alcohol sales officially set to commence at Michigan's Chrysler Center and Yost Ice Arena on Friday. Necessary just in time with this basketball season for the Wolverines. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
February, the most special time of year.
Oh, yeah, followed by, hey, Kenny, we're going to cut a new one for this year. It's the start of Black History Month, and you know what Kenny told me? I don't have to. David's not here. So what are you, Kenny?
I am the black man today.
Yeah, we're going to, you know what, why don't we just dive right in? How is everybody? It's good to be back. It's good to have nostril usage.
Oh, my special little guy's back. Yeah.
Oh, that a baby. Rico, I have a gift for you later. We are going to do, not a shameless promotion, although that's an added benefit. We're going to do a 5-star zone ambush blitz at 3:30.
Oh.
For all the people, rightfully so, by the way, who have just been enjoying football, eschewing all things hardwood in basketball and college. I have a Michigan State 5-star zone ambush blitz at 3:30.
Okay, first
all
of all,
things.
The Dayquil is kicked in because if you had a shoeing on the bingo card, you can go ahead and cross that out 2 minutes into the show.
Oh, that's right. We are locked in from a vocabulary standpoint. But here's what we're going to do. While we are going to get to the Lions, because I think there is a nice piece of news today, Rico always refers to Zabaro, right? Mocking me for my heritage. Today we're talking Zababo. We're in the SBOB era.
Yeah, I was just like, what is SBOB?
Don't worry. I got you covered. We're going to do it at 3. But what I wanted to start with in something that only this radio show would do, because we're out of our minds, I want to be proactive, not reactive. Proactive, not reactive. We are a week away from a potential Chase Young chair drop 2.0. Do you know why?
I do.
Okay.
There we go.
That's right. Because Toonsis the driving cat, a.k.a. Troy Weaver, is still at the wheel of the Detroit Pistons. And we are a week away. Right now, this moment, a week from today, the NBA trade deadline. So I wanted to do 2 segments on this. Me, Rico, and, well, I can't pretend Kenny will participate, so how about me, Rico, and you, the people? And I have a couple of notes with one is what I term a ball-tingling fear. I'm talking about, like, if you've been on a roller coaster and you hit the apex and you start to go down and you feel like your nuts just shot through your head. That type of ball-clenching fear. But I wanted to ask these questions, Rico, and I'm being serious about this. I said to you off the air, I go, it's almost it's more unbelievable to me that Troy Weaver is allowed to guide this team into a trade deadline than the Lions being in the NFC title game. I mean, think about it. We thought the Lions were good, right? Mm-hmm. We thought the Lions would win the division and win a playoff game. What they did was take an additional step, but it's not unbelievable. Troy Weaver still having a job and then being empowered, seemingly, depending on who you trust, being empowered to make win-now moves is totally unbelievable. So it's this idea, Rico, and I want to actually ask people these questions, and I want to hear from you on it, Rico. Look, what can we even expect from this man? But moreover, who are the sacred cows on this team? Because one thing has been true, and you haven't done it, I haven't done it. There's been a weird, almost reclassification of a core four. Have you heard about this?
Yeah.
As if the Pistons have these immovable pieces. So it's Cade, Ivy, Duren, and Asur Thompson. That we are led to believe by certain factions of the media and fan base that these are the, quote, untouchables. Yeah. Well, no. Because the way I view your roster is the way Kenny views his Saturday night. He wants to be touched. Big time. Touch them all, baby. Like, literally, take whatever you want. These people are terrible. So I wanted to ask people, like, are you just in shock disbelief, Rico, that this is even real? Are you afraid? And who is a sacred cow? Because as we approach this, everything we've heard is they don't want to deal Bogdanovich, that they want to acquire talent. They've got roughly $67 million in cap space. And then after I hear from you and we talk, I'm going to give you my fear. There's one thing he could do. It would be Chase Young 2.0. Talk to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, it still just amazes me that he's allowed. Here's the thing. No matter what Troy Weaver does, I just don't know that I've trusted him because he's disintegrated the trust factor that it's almost Avila-esque where how are all of your moves bad? Like you would think that occasionally, I guess the Duren trade, okay, bringing him here, but most of the things that you do are to help out the teams that you trade with. It's like, oh, wait, Detroit's calling, pick up the phone because we're about to fleece them. We're about to take advantage of them, and we're going to ship off our bad player or bad contracts to them and let them deal with it. So I don't trust his judgment. I don't trust what we're doing. And yeah, the core four, to me, the only sacred cow on this team is nobody because you're at the bottom. What are you about to add to this core that's going to make them good? Because they may go the entire season and win a single-digit games, amount of wins, single digits. That's how bad this team is. When they beat the Thunder, it shocked everybody. I don't see how we're allowing this man to just continue his business as usual and just continue to just meander his way through all of this. But if they don't care, it's to the point now, why should I care? You see it with the fans. The fans don't care. But yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to make any trades and do anything. And I feel like whatever you do right now, if you make a trade, it's going to be like the Quintricia era when you allowed them to draft right before you fired them. And it set the franchise back. They never should have been allowed to do anything. And I feel that way about Troy, that maybe this is telling me I'm the idiot and Troy is fine. He's safe. And Gores likes the path that the Pistons are on. I don't know what that path is. It's the very slow burn. But my goodness, why are you going to do that? First, who's going to want to come here? Because I got to think Detroit is the threatened. that, okay, you want to keep doing this, I'll ship you to Detroit. Nobody wants to come here. I don't care how much. I mean, you had to overpay for Monty to coach this team. He originally told you no and came up with a ridiculous number, and you met it. And he was like, well, I guess I got to go now. But Cade Cunningham may be the only piece that can draw you back a king's ransom. He's it. Really? I mean, Jaden Ivey, you're not going to get a ton of stuff for him. So I guess that's why he's part of your core. I think Duren on another team could be that guy coming off the bench, that young guy that you could build upon, and hopefully in a few years he could do something. Ausar Thompson's not starting on good teams, Mike. He's probably the 8th or 9th man.
So let me offer you my fear, and I want to throw the number out to the people. I'm admitting to you I'm afraid. 248-539-9797. Here's my biggest fear. I think it's the circle of life. I think we're right back to where Tom Gores empowered a front office that was on the way out to go get Blake Griffin. I'm telling you my biggest fear. That Troy has opted for all this cap space, knowing full well the free agency crop this summer is ass, knowing they're not going to sign anybody. And they're going to have to take someone in trade. And the only way you can get a player that makes a lot of money in trade when you don't have picks, let us remember something. You've just given away 2 more second-round picks. You are giving away your first-round pick in one of the next 3 years to the Knicks. As Rico said about that Duren thing, yeah, there's a price for getting him. That price is you have to give the Knicks a first-rounder. The only way you can do it is you have to take on someone else's problem. And I'm telling you, yeah, you know where I'm going.
Wait, let me get the chair ready. Okay.
I am telling you, my biggest fear, and this player's hurt right now. Okay, I don't think he's going to play before the deadline. He's only played in 25 games this year. He's having the worst year of his career since 2017-18. His own teammates hate him. I'm telling you right now, if you hook DeMar DeRozan up to a truth machine with Robert De Niro operating it, he would opt to kill this player, and the franchise may actually give him away. It's Zach LaVine. His contract, his contract is odious. It's awful. And he's a volume, me-first guy, as evidenced by the night he came here and dropped 50 and the Bulls still lost. Game 2 of the season for the Pistons. Rico, if Tom Gores and Troy Weaver bring Zach LaVine to town, and they offer that to you as the use of cap space and the piece that's going to get them better, et cetera, I'm telling you, proactive, not reactive, that's a Chase Young chair drop.
See, that's not where I thought you were going, but that's just as bad. Mike, I thought they were going to just try to go all in and try to boost the ticket sales and bring somebody back to the city who has local ties.
You're talking Day-Day.
Yes, I'm talking Day-Day.
Luckily, the Warriors have come out and said, we're not doing anything like that. But I hear you, and I've made that joke before, so guilty as charged.
Yeah.
But we wanted to just do 2 segments to open the show because realistically, everything else has been Lions, and rightfully so. But today, we're going to mix in some of those other things going on and still do some Lions.
No,
but we're a week away from having a guy like Matt Millen or a guy like Al Avila run a trade deadline. And the thing they should do, Rico, is the thing they won't do.
Right.
You have to trade Bogdanovich, and they won't.
No, they always hold on to players until they lose all their value. And the other reason why I'm numb to the fact that Troy is going to go into this trade deadline, and I don't know how active you put this team together, Troy. This is all you didn't inherit. These are all the pieces that you thought would be a winning franchise in Detroit, and you may not hit double-digit wins this year. That in and of itself should bar you from making any decisions. That in and of itself should probably have you fired. But I don't trust anything that you do. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. Like I said, when Avila, I'm sure when he would call other general managers, they would say, oh, you know what? Clear the line. Detroit's calling. We got to make this deal.
Avila calling? Cialis.
Yeah.
Immediate erection.
Right. And Troy,
Vila's on line 3. Boing.
Troy, we got to get rid of some money. You know what? Call the Pistons. We could fleece them for something, and
Rico,
they'll take
here's
this
the other
contract.
thing. Here's the other thing, guys. Remember Tom Gore's promise changes. Oh, we're 3 weeks ahead of you guys. Changes are coming. What changes? Here are the 2 changes that have happened. They hired a nobody assistant coach, and they paid to get Marvin Bagley out of here. Those are the changes.
Mm-hmm.
So if they go
along
into
with the
this
second-round pick, yeah.
And if they go into this deadline and don't do anything, what do you say then? I'm telling you my fear. I don't want it to happen. I don't wish that upon my people here in this town.
No, but Mike, think about this.
Zach LaVine.
We joked about it, but now I'm not even joking that, what if the Lions end up with more victories this season than the Pistons? That's going to happen.
It's possible. And again, Rico, I told you from the beginning. I remember when you and Cookies were doing the whole, hey, what about 2-80? I'm like, guys, it's the NBA. Someone's going to roll in here drunk, high, and stupid and lose a game. You saw it the other night with OKC. Mm-hmm. It's going to happen. Welcome to the league. But I'm with Rico on this. No, I don't think they're winning more than 12 ball games. And this deadline, the idea that Weaver's going to hang on to a 35-year-old wing, that's unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
But if they take on the contract of Zach LaVine, and God help me if they take Ivy and send him to Chicago as a part of it, guys, lunatic. So we're going to do 2 segments. That's it. You got a call, you got a question, you got to take. Let's do it. And then we're going to move on. We got a lot of stuff to cover today, including some Lions, so don't panic. 248-539-9797. I got that 5-star zone ambush blitz a little later on. We'll get to it in the 3 o'clock hour. 97.1. Hungry Howie's, nothing better than some pepperoni pizza. The question is, which pepperoni reigns supreme? Well, listen, they took care of that. Debate's over. They just said, screw it. We're putting both of them on the pizza. The crispy classic cupped or the savory original. Screw it. Take both. Pepperoni duo. Delicious. 100% real Mott's. Fresh dough made daily. And your choice of the flavored crust. Under $10. Can't beat it. $9.99. Limited time only. More pepperoni, more flavor. And it's for under $10. Limited time only, though, so get yours today. Get that large pepperoni duo for just $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's. All right, Lions top of the hour. A 5-star zone ambush blitz in the 3 o'clock. I've just said, hey, man, we're a week from right now. NBA trade deadline, and Troy Weaver's still driving his bus. I had to do 2 segments on it. And my biggest fear, if they use that cap space to take on Zach LaVine, you may as well quit. So, Kenny, ticket text if there are any, and then we'll go to the callers. And we'll keep it moving. We got a lot of stuff to get to today. Kenny, what do we got?
Yeah, there's a few here. The one that keeps coming in the most often, though, is trade Cunningham, trade Cunningham, trade Cunningham.
Look, I'm with Rico on this in that everything should be on the board because I don't know what the plan is. I'm the ultimate Cade guy, but you have utterly failed to put people around him in a supportive role. If you forced me to pick 2 guys that I just can't move, it's Cade and Duren. But the 2, the 3, and the 4 that play around those 2 have to be shooters. And you don't have that. And again, you can give me whatever stat line you want. Jaden Ivey's a 30% three-point shooter. Asur Thompson will shoot 10%. It's not going to work. I just make the point, if Troy's running this thing, none of what happens right now matters.
Well, here's the thing about the reason why I say trade Cade before Cade just gets fed up with this city and demands to go. And I want to leave. And then therefore his price will fall because he doesn't want to be there. So no matter what you guys say, he's going to opt out anyway. So he could sign his extension and still say, make this happen. I don't want to be here next season.
Hello. Kenny, go ahead.
How is Weaver even allowed to do anything? Another one that...
Kenny, the tone that you read these is amazing. It's partial irreverence and disgust. It's truly awesome.
That seems like what the ticket texters are saying, though. I feel a lot of that vibe coming in through the text when I'm slicing these out here.
Like, imagine if the captain of the Titanic kept getting hired, assuming he didn't die in his office and sink to the bottom of the Atlantic. Like, imagine if he was captaining that new icon of the seas boat that they keep talking about. You'd be like, this is impossible. This man crashes every cruise ship. How is he here? It's not possible.
Fair.
To the people. Let's go to Luke. 97-1. Luke, you're batting leadoff.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Luke.
Good, Luke. What's going on?
Not much. Glad we're talking Pistons. Man, it's been a rough year. I follow this team more than most. And, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to defend Tom Gores and Troy Weaver, but, I mean, we got to blame Monty Williams at some point, too, right? I mean, the way he's coaching these young guys, it's detrimental to their development. I mean, we got Killian Hayes seeing 26 minutes, 28 minutes a game, and he's playing over Ivy. Of course, Ivy's not living up to his potential. I mean, Rico, you said it a couple minutes ago. You're talking about Ivy saying you don't think he would get a return. And I see where you're coming from, but you're saying that because Monty Williams doesn't know how to use these guys. So, I don't
So let me ask you a question, Luke. If a week from today, Beanie hops up on one of them 10-minute updates and goes, hey, Zach LaVine's coming to town. Give me your response to that.
Yeah, Zach LaVine's not great, but his market's not there. The Bulls have tried to trade him. They can't get anything for him. People know his contract's ridiculous. So if we do trade for LaVine, you wouldn't have to give up an Ivy or a Cade or a Duren. Nobody else is going to give up anything near that. You could trade Bogey and Stu and get LaVine like that. I don't even think you have to give up picks.
So you'd be accepting of it?
I mean, how else are they going to use their cap space, Mike? You want to go sign another Joe Harris? No.
No, Luke, first of all, I erupted when they brought Joe Harris here because I wanted Cam Johnson.
I know you did.
I mean, they basically... Luke, it's like you and your buddy go to the bar and you help your buddy sleep with the girl you were sleeping with. It makes no sense. You were supposed to go after Cam Johnson, and you told the Nets, nah, here you go.
We'll help you.
What?
Yeah, we'll help you.
Go to Chris.
Go ahead and slide you that condom.
Right. I mean, here's a condom. What? Chris, how you doing?
What's going on?
What's up, Chris?
I'll just call in, guys, talking about these Pistons. A few thoughts. One, first, the untouchables. Got to be Jalen Duren, 20 years old. He can get you 20 and 20. If we're going to go untouchable, got to be him. Cade Cunningham, to me, I feel he could be untouchable, but we might need to use him if we're going to attract anybody. And as far as everybody else, they can go.
Chris, week from today, you hear the news. They've acquired Zach LaVine. What's your reaction?
I don't want to hear those. I don't want to hear those words.
Don't you put that evil on me.
But see, here's the thing, Chris. Even if you made these deals, I don't know what direction you're trying to go to because
and that's the next thing. There is no win now situation here. So
yeah, I mean,
trying to trade for a washed up superstar or any superstar, period, I don't see that being viable.
No, it's if you said, okay, Mike, what are the Detroit Pistons? What's their style? I don't know.
I thought you were asking me, what are they?
Yeah, what are they? I don't know. I have no clue. I don't even know what they're trying to build to. It's just they're a basketball team in the NBA. They wear red, white, and blue sometimes. Yeah.
I was just going to choose a more simple answer. It's called poop. Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Hello, sir.
I kind of 100% am in alignment with what that first caller said. Like, there is some world out there where I think Cade and Ivy and Duren could all work together. I guess you can throw a star in there too, but it's never going to happen if Monty Williams is the coach. He keeps playing these 5 people coming off the bench, all playing at the same time. Last night there's 3 guards in the lineup, and none of which are Cade and Ivy. It's so frustrating because I don't know how these guys are supposed to even hit their potential as long as Monty Williams is doing these bogus lineups. It's frustrating.
You know, I could tell me if I'm crazy, but Ben, I don't think it's impossible at the end of the year that Monty Williams and Juwan Howard are the same person. Stepping away to deal with personal... No, seriously, stepping away to deal with personal situations. I mean, think about it. Monty made 2 years of salary in 1 year. He never wanted to be here. He has his family situation in Phoenix. And Juwan's easy escape, since they won't fire him, is, I'm stepping away to deal with my health and things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
win-win for Michigan and Pistons fans.
I mean, Ben, I'm with you. I mean, I lauded the hire. I think Monty is a good coach. I think it became evident once that was the only move they made this offseason. And then it became very evident to me, I don't think Troy Weaver endorsed it or wanted it. And then we realized, we're in real trouble. Mm-hmm. So if you're Monty, I mean, think about it. You got paid $13 million, basically $1 million a win. You walk away.
Sad, but yeah, you're right. This was a failed experiment, and you probably should have just stuck with your original no. I'm not coaching in the NBA this year.
He said no 3 times. They kept upping the ante.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is one where money, because I'm not saying – it just feels like – that's not the same Monty that coached the Suns. I'll just put it like that. No. His heart is not in this thing. He is going through the motions. And, yeah, it's perplexing. It's like, why do you keep playing Killian Hayes? Like, did you not watch any tape on this man? He's just not good. He's never been good.
If I hired you to be the chef of a restaurant and then I showed you that the ingredients were an empty tin of tobacco and a shoe, you'd be like, what the hell am I doing here? I can't cook anything. Look at this crap. Here, I'm Joe Exotic. I'm serving spoiled meats. Come on down to Zooters. Like, the hell you want Monty to do? This is my roster. I got 15 guys. I shoot 10% from 3.
Right, but at least... like the caller said, I like it when you play Jaden Ivey a little more than Killian Hayes, who you know is going to give you nothing. But you keep putting them out there on the court, and it's like, okay, all right, Monty.
Listen, I told you. I'm happy we got to mix some other stuff in. We'll get to the Lions at 3. We got a football today to take care of, a little college basketball later, college football later. And if you want to keep rapping and calling in, hey, I'm down. Call in about the Pistons. Week from today, that trade deadline. Your owner promised us changes sitting by his little Christmas tree or whatever the hell, the lights in the background, whatever he was doing on that Zoom call. All right, a week from today, you got Toons as the driving cat leading you to a trade deadline. Go ahead, because I'm kind of with Rico on this deal. I don't know that there is a sacred cow.
I don't know.
How can you have?
Yeah, I don't know what the game plan is. Just hockey, you had the Iser plan. I mean, for the Lions, it was grit. Like, it looks like the Tigers are going to go young.
Tigers are going to be just fine.
Right.
Tigers are going to be fine. I think they're going to be good this year.
Right.
This division also sucks.
But the Pistons are your basketball team.
Rico, just say it.
You
might
as well put Washington Generals on the front of the jersey. Because
or
that's
a
what
porta
you are.
potty.
Or a porta potty.
Why not? Just put the Pistons basketball logo bouncing off the top of a porta potty and call it the City Edition jerseys.
Yeah, I mean, you're the get-right game in the NBA. Something's wrong with your team, wait till you play the Pistons. We could fix it then.
That's right. All right, 97-1. All right, let's get a little football on the menu. We'll get back to your calls in a moment. Lots of ground to cover today. God, it's good to have both nostrils working. Let's cook. Kenny, music.
So yesterday we did the Lions, should I stay or should I go? Now we open it up to the entire NFL. I'll give you guys some names of players. The CBS list that I found has their projected team that they're going to go to, reasons why. Want to get your thoughts, agree, disagree, or other spots you might think. Sound good?
Let's go.
Sure.
All right, number 1, Baker Mayfield. He had a somewhat of a career revival or, saving his career in Tampa. Organizational continuity is the reason that he's going to stay in Tampa. Thoughts?
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think taking Tampa in the playoffs and winning a playoff game, and it looks like his teammates and the team just generally like him. He may not be the greatest, but if you draft a quarterback, you got to start all over again. And with Baker Mayfield, you could try to pick up where you left off and hope that you can pick up some free agents or draft picks, but you already have a quarterback that people like.
Get an offensive line in there, and he'll get even better. Remember, they didn't have a running game. They handed it a million times to Rashad White. They just couldn't do nothing with it. And here's the other thing. Goff is more valuable to you than anyone else. Baker's more valuable to them than anyone. Sometimes your value is right at home.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think it's the right move.
Which is funny because, you know what, Kenny? I'm not going to steal your thunder. I'm going to be quiet and let you go to the next one.
All right, next one. Former Lion DeAndre Swift had actually a pretty nice season at the beginning, was used a little bit less later on. Projected team, the Chargers.
I don't love it. I don't. I think the Philadelphia way of doing things with multiple backs, that offense, a good offensive line. DeAndre, stay home. Stay right there. I wouldn't want any part of going to the Chargers for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, I think that this is one where kind of like Baker Mayfield, his value is about as high as it's going to get right where he's at in Philly. He was a part of that rotation in the mix. Yeah, he should stay in Philly, not try to go to the Chargers.
Next one here, Tony Pollard. His efficiency dropped. He's only still just 26 years old. The Cowboys are trying to go cheap, so projected team would be the Bucs.
Hate it. Hate the fit. There's no need for it. Rashad White has the role. He's already shown to be a bell cow. Pollard, for me, you're going to a worse offensive line. You're going to another pass-centric team. Rico, that makes no sense to me.
It makes zero sense to me, Mike. You know, the place where maybe if I were him, I would try to go to is because I think that he's going to go back to playing the role of the backup. I'd either try to go to the Titans or try to go to the Steelers. Two teams that are going to try to run the ball a lot, and I think that could help him in a backup role.
Next one, Devin Singletary. He kind of led the team into the playoffs in the backfield there. Is this a stay-at-home situation? Because projected team back at the Texans.
Yeah, it's a great spot.
Yep,
took Dameon Pierce's gig, understands the offense. I think it's continuity matters, and if you can get Singletary to take respectable money, 100%, man, stay there.
Yeah, it reminds me when Pollard, the guy we just talked about, was better than Zeke Elliott, and he kind of took his job, and it was like, this is the best spot for you. Yeah, if you're Singletary, stay there, young core, you could be a part of that for a while.
A.J. Dillon, an interesting one. They're projecting him to return to his hometown in Baltimore. Is that a real thing?
Yeah, because honestly, Aaron Jones obviously makes the money. You know, Dillon was a luxury pick. He was the compliment back. The rookie deal's over. And for me, that's Jordan Love's offense. That's a passing offense. You go to Baltimore, you know they know how to use running backs. You can become the true battering ram back. Gus Edwards, thanks for the years, but he's very limited in what he does. I wouldn't hate that. A.J. Dillon was built to be a Raven.
Yeah. No, Mike, I agree. Mike said it all, Kenny.
This all kind of hinges on Stephon Diggs, but Gabe Davis, maybe he goes and reunites with Ken Dorsey in Cleveland.
Rico, go.
I don't hate it, but yeah, I guess it does depend on what happens. But yeah, I would say
I love it.
I could see it in Cleveland. Yeah.
I love it because Buffalo, Shakur has already taken the air in the room. Kincaid is already going to be a superstar at tight end, right? They're already using Dawson Knox and him. And as long as Kenny said it, Rico, as long as Diggs is there, might be time for big game Gabe to get the hell out of town. I actually wouldn't hate that fit. Who's coming to the Lions here, Kenny? Come on. Give me some sizzle.
I'm getting there. Don't worry about it. We got plenty of
Quit the
blitz left.
foreplay. Let's get down to it.
Well, that brings us to the next name. Fletcher Cox coming off his 12th year. Jesus, 12 years. It feels like he's been in Philly since I was in grade school. A reunion with his old friend Jim Schwartz, perhaps also in Cleveland.
Love it. Bit roll. Give me 15 to 20 snaps a week. Elite D-line. You put him next to Myles Garrett on the interior. Love it. Great place for him to go.
You look at him as a one-year rental. He has the leadership. He's been there before. Yeah, on a limited role, you're not asking him to go out there for every snap. Okay.
And Stephon Gilmore, Dallas may prefer allocating top dollars to other spots. Meanwhile, has cash to spend teams like the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, Zabab. Super Bowl or bust. Zabab. Hell yeah. That's a veteran, short-term deal, and I draft his replacement in the second round. Yes. Yes.
No, I like that. Gilmore.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, your secondary wasn't quite what you thought it was going to be. And whether it was injuries or just some guys I'm just not going to bring back. I'm looking at you, CJ. Yeah, I like that.
Damn it, he did it again. The next name, C.J. Gardner. All of yesterday he did this. C.J. Gardner Johnson was the next name on the list here. Projected team, the Colts. I don't care where he lands. Just get him the hell out of here.
It could be the Michigan Panthers. Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
No. It's not that his talent, Mike. It's just when I saw – I can't get past the stupid penalty he got in the championship game because it was personal. Like you put your needs above the team. It was a dirty hit, but man, you're playing for a spot in the Super Bowl, and you're going over some little beef that you got with a receiver.
Coach said, "Don't cost us 15." What did he do? He cost you 15.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the waving to the crowd. I don't need all the junk talk. I like CJ as a player. I was happy we got him. I think you're starting to understand why the Saints didn't keep him, why the Eagles didn't keep him, and if he leaves the Lions, yeah, that's a trend. You're a hired gun. We're going to bring you here for a little bit, but we ain't going to marry you. It's not going to happen. Yeah, and I'm fine with it because the Lions have developed talent at the position.
Yeah.
And the last one here, Mike Evans, AFC South's up-and-coming contenders are going to spend projected team, the Texans.
Wow.
You know what? I don't think I would as the Texans because I think you have two good receivers right now. They're young. Develop those guys and maybe draft a receiver, but I don't think that the Texans would be a good fit for him, Kenny.
I'm with Rico on this. I've got Nico Collins, who's my lead dog. I've got Tank Dell, who's my 2, and I have Dalton Schultz, who's my 3. I'm fine if you say, hey, I want to draft a guy. I don't need a over 30-year-old possession guy. I don't like that fit at all. I'm with Rico on that completely.
You know where I would go with? Maybe the Chiefs. Because you've obviously went bankrupt when it came to receivers.
I could take off. This guy's on his game. That's 100%. I don't have a bell here in the home studio, but bing.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell yeah, dude.
And on a high note, that is in football today.
All right. We're going to get more of your calls coming up momentarily. We're going to get to some Lions stuff because it's a question for you guys, and you got to be ready for something from your favorite radio show. I will explain, but right now, let's go on the board. All right, Rico, I got something that's going to hit you right between the eyes, I think. I got a pick tonight in the Big Ten. And it's not a system. But before I get to that, can you tell me, did Jim Costa walk in our house and defecate in our living room while I was gone?
No, he didn't make any picks.
Okay. I want to make sure.
No.
Because he told me he made a pick, and it was a bad one. I want to make sure.
Oh, that may have been a cash the ticket pick, but
so he only sullied the podcast. Got it. All right. So the last pick I'm responsible for.
We save this just for you. We don't do it when you're not here.
Gotcha. I gave out the Pelicans Monday night plus 9.5. Winner in Boston. So let me follow it up. Rico, I don't like this pick. I love this pick. Nebraska at home getting 1.5 from your Big Ten leading Badgers. Look, I don't have a lot of respect for Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they've got a weird Achilles heel, my man. They rank 271st in giving up open threes. Boy, that's not a good thing when you're facing Freddie Hoiberg's Cornhuskers.
Yeah.
And they got them all. They got, what's the kid? Is it Fujiyama, whatever his name is, the lefty?
Tominaga.
Whatever. Guy who hits threes.
Yeah.
They shoot them. They make them. This is a spot for Nebraska who has flown under the radar. They're good, man. They are. I love the Cornhuskers tonight. Take the 1.5 because you take your points. They're like vitamins, and by the time you get home and play it, they might be favored in this game. I love Nebraska tonight. I wanted to know if you'd bless it.
You know what? I do. Because the funny thing is I had to come up with a new bet because I was looking at the Lakers Celtics and no LeBron, no Anthony Davis. It seemed like it's just a layup for the Celtics and the minus 14.
Nope. The other night, they should have smashed the Pacers. Halliburton on the minutes restriction. Celtics were up by 20. They blew it, almost blew the game, and didn't cover 8.5. The Celtics still have a weak point. They don't put people away. And that's, hey, I'm just telling you. So, be very careful laying points in the NBA.
No. So we're going to move on. And it was the Nebraska game, Mike. Nebraska and the points, the 1.5, plus Tominaga.
Yeah.
To hit over 12.5 points. That he'll hit 3 threes. So at least four threes. So he'll cover that. And AJ Storr from Wisconsin over 15.5 points at plus 470.
I'm glad you like this. I love this pick. Little short home dog in the Big Ten.
Nobody goes into Pinnacle and walks away. Now,
shout out Cookie Belcher.
I was ready to just go straight Nebraska money line, but
nope.
Little Mikey said, take the points.
Think about this situationally for people going, well, why would I take 1.5? What if Nebraska's up too late? Long rebound off a shot, a desperation 3 at the buzzer. Difference between you winning and losing your bet. Yeah. Take the points. The juice is not worth the squeeze with the money line. Cornhuskers. Let's go over to Kenny. Kenny, talk to me. We got 2 or 20 games tonight in the NHL because it's the only way your league works.
Little less than 2. Little less than 1. There are 0 games.
Oh, God, it's the All-Star break, isn't
because it's the All-Star break, which nobody cares. We can bet on some Swedish Hockey League games if you like. I got Rogala at plus odds this weekend, plus 106 against a team that I can't pronounce. It's a team
I don't know what that means.
It's the team my son Moritz Seider came from. Rogala. You want to bet it? We can do it.
No.
Plus 106.
I thought that was something on a charcuterie board.
No. Let
me ask you a question. What can you bet All-Star Weekend?
I know you can. I know you can bet on, I think, individual competitions. Let me pull it up here. Yeah. All-Star game outright MVP you can bet on. Can you
bet on the total amount of goals over 20.5? Because it seems like there's no defense.
You can do like the fastest shooter, the fastest skater.
The skills competition.
Yeah, you can do those. Which, I mean, these odds are like even just for the skills competition, it's plus 750 for fastest shooter. Most accurate shooter, plus 600 is the best odds you can find.
I'll take Ally Afraidy.
What's that, Mike?
Ally Afraidy in the slapshot contest.
No. I'll take Al McGinnis on the slapshot contest.
What about Mike Gartner, fastest skater?
What about Pelfrey? Bring him back.
Right. Ziggy Palfy.
Yes.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Great lettuce. All right, question for you. Anything in the futures market for the Stanley Cup now that we're at the All-Star break? Or do you not dare based on how puck luck works in the playoffs, etc.?
I generally don't dare because the teams that are supposed to be good, like look at Boston last year, they're wagon, right? Everybody has them going all the way. They get bounced in the first round and look like clowns. Best regular season of all time, and they get bounced in the first round. If you want a value pick, because this is low-key a team that I think could make a cup run. They've been in the playoffs for consecutive years. The New York Rangers. How about the New York Rangers coming out at plus 1,100? That's a value play that I don't despise. Carolina too at plus 1,000. Not if you want somebody from the East, that's who I'd pick. I love it. I would stay away from the Oilers because they're good and then they're bad and then they're really good, win like 12 in a row, and I just don't know what they are.
Kenny, just for a second. Come on. Couple slices of pepperoni, wings plus 9,000.
Jesus. For a couple slices of pepperoni? How about one pepperoni?
Woo. Singular slice of pep. No, the Rangers one I love, and it's what I was thinking of. They're loaded.
They're loaded, and they have playoff experience. That's what I look for in teams like that. That's why I say Carolina, too.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Mike.
Yeah, buddy.
Remember when you said that you had never seen anything like what happened in the Arizona State game, the 9-point play?
Yes.
Something very similar happened late last night in the overtime game of Northwestern and Purdue, which I was wondering if it had anything to do with the line, but it didn't. But
no.
With a second to go, double technical fouls. We don't know where the second technical came from. But, yeah, Purdue
Chris
shot first.
Collins lost his mind.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something. It's both fun and depressing to see Northwestern have a better basketball program than Michigan State.
How did we get here?
Because they're just better than we are, and they have
talking
players.
About the game. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Rico, they should have beat him in Mackey last night. They should have beat him. They had him.
They did. Boo Booey missed the running shot with no time to go.
What about my cousin Vito Mancuso? I love that kid.
Did he foul out?
Dude, I just love him. He's 6'5". He's posting people up. Little lefty meat hooks. All gym class heroes on that Northwestern team.
It is. And Boo Booey, who's been there for 7 years.
He's a grandpa.
Probably.
All right, this is probably where we should stop the segment. Okay, listen. Nebraska tonight, people. We are all Cornhuskers tonight. Plus the 1.5. That's the takeaway. It's on the board. All right, Super Bowl. It's time. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Super Bowl Sunday. You know the drill. The parties, the get-togethers, but also it is this singular betting tidal wave. All the prop bets and the sides and the crazy parlays people put together. That's why FanDuel, it's the best sportsbook to be the official betting partner of the NFL because they have more betting markets than anyone. You want to bet the coin toss? You want to bet the color of Gatorade? What kind of underwear is Andy Reid wearing? We have it all. It's FanDuel. New customers join today. You get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
17 of 22 starters are set to return to the Lions in 2024, and now both coordinators. Aaron Glenn will be back next season after losing out on the Commanders' top job, Washington hiring Dan Quinn on Thursday. The Lions ranked 19th in total D, 27th against the pass, second best on the ground, and 23rd in points allowed this past season, all improved marks from 2022. Head coach Dan Campbell and GM Brad Holmes have been named Coach of the Year and Executive of the Year, respectively, by The Sporting News. And with pitchers and catchers set to report in just a matter of days now, A.J. Hinch says he knows there's some buzz around the Tigers, but Detroit can't acknowledge that until they win some games in the opening month. Tigers haven't had an above 500 April since 2016. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Odyssey.com rewind. If you just wanted some foreshadowing, week from today, right now, NBA trade deadline. I know it's insane. We got Tunes as the driving cat running the Pistons, but I have a fear. I shared it. You can go back and listen to it. Right now, let's get into the Lions. And I am coining this Zabob. This is the Zabob era. And I don't know if you're comfortable with what your favorite radio show is going to be doing. And what is Zabob, you may ask? It's simple. It's Super Bowl or bust. SBOB. You got unbelievable luck and fortune where not only is Ben Johnson back, which is unthinkable to me. I was in disbelief he turned down the Commanders. And none of us know behind the scenes why. But it seemed like a real fit, a real opportunity, new ownership, good skill players, chance to pick your own QB, but whatever. Maybe he just doesn't want all the responsibilities of a head coach. It's a tough gig. So he's coming back. Huge benefit. But then we get news today. Aaron Glenn is back. The carousel has stopped. Musical chairs has ended. There's no seat for Aaron Glenn. So a young team that overachieved with two hot coordinators, including what I deem to be the hottest OC in football, and both come back. You return 17 starters. Guys, Super Bowl or bust comes with a price. So this is what I want to ask you. I can tell you how Rico and I are going to handle this. I need to know if you're comfortable with it. Because it's one thing to say we're in a Super Bowl window. It's another thing to do what Alex Anzalone said, which is it's Super Bowl or bust. You are in the SBOB era. And that means you must be all in. So it's going to be a fun offseason, or frustrating, both F words. Because that Chase Young chair drop is the standard they're going to be held to. Meaning, if there are big moves to be made, I don't hope that they make them. I expect that they make them. If there are trades, free agents, if there's aggressive moves in the draft, I don't hope they make them. I expect that they make them. You as fans watching games after the offseason, you're in a Super Bowl window. Everything you do is graded harder. It's going to be graded on a new scale. You're not hoping to win, you're expecting to win. Wins that look sloppy and off are no longer acceptable. Wins are not wins. You're in the SBOB era. Everything is raised. It's elevated. Mm-hmm. The pressure, the expectation. So I wanted to talk to you guys now that the dust has settled from the NFC title game and the disappointment, the heartbreak. Are you really ready for this? Because I'm honest with you. I had no expectation you'd retain both coordinators. But all that does for me, Rico, is it gives me even more juice and more expectation. and more of a demand upon this organization that I am not going to accept, well, maybe next year we'll make that trade or do this signing or boop-a-boop-a-boo. No. It's now. Right here, right now, all in. Chips in the middle of the table. You've got these coordinators for one more year. You've got this young core for one more year. Things are about to change, people. You're about to pay Amon-Ra in the next 12 months. Probably about $26 million a year. Your quarterback, 50 plus, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's all in. Are you ready for that? Because you should be uncomfortable. You should be a little nervous. But I want to know if you're okay with your favorite radio show handling it that way. Because I don't fold any punches. I am going to hold Brad Holmes and this organization to a standard. They need to have the biggest, boldest, brightest offseason in football, period.
Okay. I mean, I like how you put that because now I see, because during your NyQuil and DayQuil haze,
hey now,
we talked about this with cookies, and I was just like, look, I know everybody, we're going to get to the Super Bowl, and it's like, hey, let's just try to focus on getting back to the championship game. But if I get this correct, you're saying you got to be aggressive. No more of this. We got to find the right cultural fit, and we got to find people who work well with us here in Allen Park. You're saying we got to be aggressive. We got to go out and get that guy, even if it's a one-year rental player, even if you got to go out and get a Jadeveon Clowney type of person who's only going to come in here for 1 year, wreak havoc, right, and then you're going to cut him loose. Is that what I'm getting, right?
That 100%. Like here, I'll shout out somebody, you'll know. I don't care if you go sign Robert Newkirk, an MSU player who once threw someone in a dumpster. Don't care. He's a really good defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Yep. Happy to do it.
I'm with you. Okay. Yes. We can go ahead and lose the word culture. We can lose the word right fit. Words, right fit. Go out and do everything you can because, looking at their schedule last night, you probably, it's a lot of good news, bad news. When you look at this, it's the fact that you're going to play 14 games in a dome, so that's good for Jared Goff. But you're also going to go up against 12 mobile QBs, or at least 12 games with a mobile QB, which is not good for the Lions defense. That's the Achilles heel. I've been saying that for a long time. So, yes, you're going to have to fix this, especially the defense. You're going to have to go out and get some people who can set the edge and keep that quarterback in the pocket. So, yeah, you have to be aggressive in the draft. I don't know if you either try to move up with your draft capital or go the Bill Belichick way and just try to trade back and get as many people and go with volume and hoping that you can find some hits in there.
I'll do you one better. I'm not using my first-round pick. I'm trading it for the best player available. I'm making my A.J. Brown acquisition. I'm making my Devontae Adams acquisition.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going out and getting T. Higgins.
Well, not that player specifically,
right,
but yes, I'm saying if there's a corner who's, hey, if the rumors start heating up that Patrick Surtain might be available this offseason, I want Brad Holmes pantsless at the front of the line. First-round pick in play. I want this team.
But you have to make a first-round pick.
Middle of the table.
Mike, you got to make a first-round pick this year. The draft's in Detroit.
DGAF. 248-539-9797. Everything's on the table. I want to know if people really, now that the dust is settled, Rico, are you comfortable living in a world you've never existed in? And are you going to be okay hearing what comes out of these speakers when not all of it's going to be nice if they don't have an elite offseason?
See, I don't think people are ready for that, Mike, because it kind of goes with what we talked about with the Pistons, that Lions fans have their favorite, so they want to be super aggressive, but I don't want to let go of this guy and this guy and this guy, and let's keep these all together. And that's not how it works because you have a limited amount of money that you can use. So in order to go get better, you're going to have to let go of some marginal to dead weight. Your favorite player, you can upgrade that person. But it's like, but I got his jersey. Well, you'll buy a new jersey. But, I mean, when they showed, like, I think 17 total players played on the Chiefs and Niners from the last time they played in the Super Bowl. That's called roster turnover. It happens everywhere. But we become we love our players here in Detroit that they become sacred. You can't get rid of them. And I don't know if people are ready for that aggressive style, because it means that Holmes is going to have to make some tough decisions, and he's going to have to get rid of some fan favorites.
248-539-9797. Let's have a conversation about it, because it's different. The closest thing we've had would have been when the Tigers were all in. And they were held to a different standard. It was about going out and making the bold move. It was about the big signing. This is about doing what the Lions really have never been forced to do. So that's the conversation I'd like to have with you. 248-539-9797. Let's get your calls. We got a little 5-star zone ambush blitz later in the day. Let's get to business. Little Lions talk about what's to come. I don't want to sulk with what happened on Sunday. Let's talk about what happens next and what standard are you holding them to? Because I'm saying it's S-Bob. Or, since Rico likes Zabaro, this is Zababo. The Super Bowl or bust era.
Greatest pizza ever.
Or, you know what? I'm not going to slander a company here on the air. I'll just move forward and tell you the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What's not up for debate? The greatest mattress made. It is the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or there's Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right. Now, I'm only joking about the Zabab deal, but it's Super Bowl or bust. Your players have said it. The fact that both coordinators are back, if you're just tuning in today, I mean, Ben Johnson, you heard about while I was out sick. Aaron Glenn officially back today. And to me, now you have to get comfortable as a fan with the uncomfortable, which is this Lions front office is going to have to emulate the teams we've sat back and watched. And all jokes aside, and I'm not trying to put Rico in an awkward spot, but the Niners are one of those teams. Oh, they're already good. Doesn't matter, Christian McCaffrey. They're already good, Chase Young. They're already good. Randy Gregory, the dude should be in jail. Yeah, well, he's in our D-line rotation. Like, that's the deal. And I want you to understand, I'm not going to become some villain because I hold them to a standard. The standard is respect. You're a Super Bowl team now. So let's act like it. And I want to know if you're comfortable. And if you're telling me you're a little scared, you're afraid of it, you've been comfortable with the patience and the culture building, etc., hey, that's fine. I'm leaving all that behind. I brought that out to the curb. It's time to roll.
No, it's funny that you say that, Mike, because I do think that we've been so cultured, doing it the right way, that when you do that, you don't go after a Randy Gregory. He's a bad dude. But you know what? I don't care. You can help me win. Well, Chase, well, he's lazy. He's this. He takes plays off. I don't care. Can he help me win? Yeah, bring him on. You know, right. Jadeveon Clowney, well, he's a bust. He never lived up to it. I don't care. He can come off the end for me for 20 plays a game. Let's bring him here for. You're not marrying these people. You're not bringing them here for next 5 years. You're looking at rental players that you're bringing in for 1, maybe 2 years at the most. The same thing I think that you did with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That type of thing where, yeah, you may not invite them to the family barbecue, but they can help you win games. I think we've been preaching culture so much, it's going to be difficult, Mike, because it's the Lions' way of doing things. And in order to win, you just got to have a potpourri of players. Some good ones, some bad ones.
All right, Kenny, ticket text. We'll go to the callers. What do you got, Kenny?
The first one that showed up at period said, Sabab makes my balls tingle. That's from Scott and Carlton.
That a baby, Scotty.
Yes, all in on Sabab. And then another one, hard disagree with the losing culture and fit requirements. The culture's the reason we got to where we have.
Good story. Cool. Look around the league. Tell me if anyone agrees with you. The answer is no. When you get near that mountaintop, the things you have to do to get there are usually pretty ugly. Mm-hmm. It's your call.
It's like, you never seen a really nice billionaire. Chances are they've done a lot of bad things to get to become a billionaire.
Right. Like, you think the Chiefs were all pumped up to employ Frank Clark? Helped them get a Super Bowl?
Yep.
You think the Niners are pumped up bringing Randy Gregory into the family? Nope. I don't want to hear it. Let's keep it going. What do you got?
Does Sabab mean being more aggressive at the deadline? We could have used some Sabab this year.
Yes. Here's what it is. You get in the car, you get on the highway. It's the pedal down, and you don't stop until the destination. It's not being aggressive between this mile marker and this one. It's about the whole time, pedal to the floor.
Sabab also means that you're not afraid of picking up the phone and saying, what's the asking price for this person? Is this person an upgrade to a guy that we have that's pretty good, but this person's great, and he could really take us over the top? Sabab, that's Sabab, Mike. Yeah, when the Niners picked up the phone, Christian McCaffrey, you didn't need him. Yeah, but we used him anyway.
When are we moving up to take Jared Verse? 248. All right, let's get to the people. Hey man, I'm in prime form. Let's go.
You're gonna have to give up a couple of number 1 picks to get that guy.
Don't care, Bobby. He kicks it off. What's up, Bobby?
Hold on, that was me. Kenny, can you fix that?
Oh, I can't.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. What is taking place?
Go to the next one.
I hit the wrong button.
How dare you? We'll go to Bill, 97.1. What's up, Billy?
Hey, how are you today?
Billy, what's going on, pal?
I just want to make a comment about the Pistons. Sure. You said your fear. I have 2 fears.
Sure.
One is that they won't trade anybody, and the second fear is that they will.
It's fear at both ends of the spectrum. I get it.
Yep.
I do. Because you know you got a bum making these deals. And even if you don't like the person, but you could understand the plan, you might give yourself some latitude. We don't know or like either. I'm with you. It's why I started the show for 2 segments with it.
Good. That's a good topic.
Anything else?
That's got it.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate it, Bill. Succinct, right to the point. Let's go to Ivy, 97.1. What's up, Ivy?
Hey, good afternoon to you guys.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. So what I was thinking about was, they had a good year this year, but this is where it starts, really. It's really disappointing. I'm bummed out, but what can you do about it? But this is the point from here on out where Brad Holmes and Brad Holmes, for the sake of this conversation, I don't want to say proves, because he's proven he's a good GM, but makes the proper move to get a sustainable success. So my thing is, what I wanted to get you guys' opinion on is, I've been loving this guy since Mississippi State. What do you think about the idea of trading for Jeffrey Simmons? They got his guy here, the new coach. They got his guy. He's only 26.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Ivy, I'm glad you brought this up. I'm glad you brought this up because he's a bad dude.
He's a stud.
No, stud player, but he's also the same dude who beat a woman senseless in a parking lot.
I didn't know about.
Bad guy. Oh, yeah, bad dude. But here's the deal. You can turn your life around, but I'm making a point to you.
Right.
Oh, that's a game wrecker. That's a Chris Jones. That is an Aaron Donald. Oh, that's exactly the type of stuff we're talking about. Hell yeah, Ivy,
like
pick up the phone and start dialing.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, doing something like that, getting a defensive tackle and free agency, trying to get a veteran corner, because I don't think Cam Sutton was ever meant to be in the role he was in.
No.
But, you have to, at this point, this is where it starts at, and improving the team so that you can sustain that success.
Here's one for you. What's Jeffrey Simmons look like next to Aleem McNeil? I'll tell you what it looks like. A dirty diaper for offensive coordinators.
Right. And one last thing, and I'll hang up and listen. I said this before on your show and on the morning show. I've said this quite a few times. Aiden Hutchinson is a good player. I wish his pocket awareness was better, but he's a really good player. You need to, as Brad Holmes, do whatever you can this offseason to, one, alleviate pressure from him, getting him a bookend like defensive end, and two, getting somebody next to him that you can take the pressure off of the double teams to where he's not your only guy. He does so much already. Just like that Green Bay game, the Packers game. All you have to do is you can double, because there's nobody else really besides Aleem maybe that can do things for you. So your number one job this season is doing that.
Yep. And again, I there's no disagreement. I'm going to say it all off season. Last year, the mantra was you're winning the division, you're winning a playoff game. This year, it is edge rusher at all costs. You can bitch about the secondary all you want. Show me a good pass rush, I'll show you a good secondary.
Mike, I've been preaching that for the last few days, that you can bring in all the corners you want. You can go and revive Deion Sanders' career. If you have to cover a receiver for over 5 seconds, the receiver's going to get open. But if you can shut that down and you make that quarterback, if you're forcing the quarterback to throw the ball within 3 seconds, now your corners are going to look all pro because you're bringing heat. You're making the quarterback uncomfortable. But when they can say, look at Jared Goff as a prime example. When he has all day, he could find any receiver, and he looks like he's a Hall of Famer. Put pressure on him, totally different person. That's what you need to do every game, is bring pressure on the opposing quarterbacks. And it comes with bringing in another edge rusher. And Mike, maybe you, like I said, maybe that's where your first pick goes, is you try to see who's that guy that wants out of whatever team and I'll give you a first round pick for him, and you bring him here. Because
No,
if
and
not,
what I
you gotta probably you play a waiting game because there is somebody down there. We're not doing draft shows, but if not, now you're hoping to get a guy like a Chop Robinson from Penn State and adding him to the line, which I think would help. I think he would be a lot like Karlaftis is with the Chiefs, where his value slid. I don't know why, but you see he's a pretty good player.
Yeah, and again, I trust Brad Holmes is that if he targets a guy up high, they're going to be good. So if they move up and they have a top 10 grade on a guy that they believe is a unicorn, and they do what they need to do to move up and go get him, that's fine. All avenues are open. I want them in the trade market, the free agency market, and the draft. Yes. Let's go to Pete, 97.1. Petey, what's going on,
Actually,
buddy?
Mike, how about we get Pete next?
Okay, you're number one, 97.1.
All right. Guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. You want to do radio? Let's do it the right way, okay? Let's not just sit around in your basement, but how about you go and get the formal training? Or you want to do TV, or you're a graphic design artist, specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. You're going to learn from faculty who actually work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? Hands-on experience. You're going to learn from day one in the classroom, in the labs. You're going to learn everything that it takes to make it in this business. You're not going to just be learning book knowledge. You're going to get your hands dirty. That's what Specs at LTU is all about. Even throughout this Odyssey building, there are tons of Specs graduates here. You could be the next person. Classes are always happening. You don't have to wait until the fall. They're having new classes about every 12 weeks or so. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU on the campus of Lawrence Tech. While you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU today.
All right, let's go right back to the people. It is the entrance to the S-Bob era, Zababo, because Rico loves Zabaro. It's Super Bowl or bust. The dust is settled. Both of your coordinators are inexplicably back. The only thing more inexplicable is how Bill Belichick and Mike Vrabel both got shut out of NFL coaching jobs. But Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, back. It is an unbelievable blessing that teams of your caliber simply don't get. So I have asked, are you comfortable with the way we're going to be handling this? And it's just the way we believe is right. That when you're in your Super Bowl window, it is pedal down. Mm-hmm. I don't want to hear about next year. I don't want to hear about patience. I don't want to hear about culture. Trades, aggression, free agency, all of it. I want it all.
Yeah.
Well, what's up, buddy?
No,
Did
and I was
something
going to
wrong?
and I was going to say, because you're in this era now where you got closer to the Super Bowl, can we please not do the draft and stash and draft somebody who's hurt and going to redshirt this year, only to bring them in for the following year? Can those days be officially done? Great.
Hey.
It worked with J-Mo. You didn't have him that year, but you know what? You were god-awful and you didn't need him. The Hendon Hooker thing,
ridiculous.
Congratulations. That could have been a difference maker. Can we end that? Can you just draft players who can help you play this year?
Yeah, maybe instead of taking Hendon Hooker, you went and got Yaya Diaby. There's 8.5 sacks you would have liked.
Heard he was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm with Rico on this. Well, and first of all, I have a right to make fun of it. I never liked the Hendon Hooker thing.
No.
He will never play here.
Well, it's draft and stash, and you're looking forward to the future and the future. Guys, your future right now, because
baby.
It can all come crashing down. Just when you thought, oh, we're going to go back a bunch of times, look at Buffalo, struggling. Look at the Eagles, struggling. Cowboys every year. This is our year until it's not. So you're there. Take advantage of it. Don't draft injured players, period.
To the people.
All right,
we
let's go back to Pete.
Let's see if Rico hangs up on us. Hello, Petey.
Hey, Michael, Rico, even Kenny. How you guys doing today?
Hey, man.
Great, Pete. What's up?
Awesome. Listen, I totally agree with what you're saying. The window is open now. You got both your coordinators back. I definitely agree you got to go for it. And there's been a rumor I've been seeing. I wanted to run it by you guys. Imagine on draft day in downtown Detroit, and Goodell comes up to the podium and says, the New Orleans Saints at the 14th pick make a trade with the Detroit Lions, and the Lions take this guy out of Alabama, cornerback named McKinstry. And on day two, it's going to cost the Lions a second and a third round pick. Is that Brad Holmes showing up to the front of the line with his pants down? Yep. Is this guy worth it? And I would love to hear what you guys got to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, all right, first and foremost, Brad Holmes has earned the trust.
Right.
I mean, his first-round selections have been on point. I mean, I will never sit here and tell you I'm in love with taking a running back at 12, but he moved down, he got assets, and he turned, that first pick into two players. It's genius. Mm-hmm. If he believes Kool-Aid McKinstry has a top 5 grade, and this is our guy, and oh, by the way, he's an amazing return man as well. What am I going to say?
Yeah.
But that's the type of aggression I love. Now, I'd prefer it if you said they moved up and, went out and got Latu, or they got, Verse. I don't want to nerd out, or if they got Jared Verse. But yeah, man, I mean, Rico, I'm down with it, 100%.
I like him. I don't love him, but yeah, this is a Brad Holmes. I'm going to trust you think that he could do that. I think that Kool-Aid could be a good number 2 corner in the league. I don't know if he's the lockdown number 1. If you're thinking he's going to be that Sauce Gardner type, no, but I think he could be a good number 2 corner in the league.
Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, how you guys doing? I called to talk about the Pistons, but you took my point, like 2 untouchables, Cunningham and Durham. So we can move on to that. I want to run with this topic.
Sure.
I am very comfortable with, Super Bowl or bust, because they had a team that could get to the Super Bowl. A drop pass, a dropped interception, and a fumble within a minute and a half put an end to that. But they can slug with anybody in the NFC, so they're there. So I'll give you 3 moves, and you can tell me if I'm ridiculous.
Okay.
First move is I'm from Toledo, and there's a cornerback named Mitchell at
He's a
Toledo
stud.
who might be available at the end of the first round. That might be a look at. And I'm going to give you one, and this one might laugh at me or tell me I'm onto something. I seen that Khalil Mack maybe on the move. Is he that kind of guy you would risk some capital for maybe 1 to 2 good years? Because we know he's just about done. But is he that difference maker?
Yeah, 100%.
You would?
Yeah, he had a really nice year for them.
How about a kicker that we don't have to worry about a 48-yarder and say it's always going to be we're going to go for 4th and 2? Someone who we feel really good in San Francisco or Chicago or somewhere that's not a dome that can make a 48-yarder so we can, quote-unquote, take those points when it's prudent. Yeah, I think if we do those 3 things, it's Super Bowl or
As long
bust.
as it is a veteran, my answer is yes. What I'm not going to do, and I'm not throwing shade at Rico, I'm not taking high draft capital and drafting a guy. I'm not doing it.
No, you have to take a veteran with Dan Campbell because Dan Campbell, it's almost like he and the city of Detroit turned field goals into a 4-letter word where it meant failure. It meant that you were just not good enough because you didn't score a touchdown. It's either go for it and not get it or touchdown. I don't think that Dan Campbell would – if he didn't trust the guys that he had, he's never going to trust a rookie. He needs to have an established vet that he knows, okay, I'm reluctant in doing this, but go ahead and give me the 3 points so that they don't think that field goals are failures.
The kid from Toledo, is it Kenyon Mitchell or Quinyon? I forget what it is. I saw him 2-3 times this year. He's always around a football.
Yeah.
It might be like Kenyon, but spelled with a Q, but I know the kid he's talking about. He's going to be a first-round pick. He's big, too. He's north of 6 feet.
He is, Mike. And now he is a legitimate corner. Like this guy could walk in there, and because he played at Toledo, no one really knew who he was.
Yeah,
so,
I don't care about that.
Right, he could be. Now, I think he's a number 1 corner. Kool-Aid, people knew him because of his name Kool-Aid, but yeah.
Okay,
Quinyon.
Aggression. Quinn, I thought it was either Kenyon or Quinyon, so I did
Quinyon
okay.
Mitchell. Yeah, he
and
is.
We haven't even started draft prep. I'm all over it.
Yeah. Now, if you moved up and said you were taking him, this is where people would be like, what? But Kool-Aid was on the board. Trust me when I say this one probably closer to Sauce than Kool-Aid.
But see, for me, like this is where a lot of, I hate how we always prioritize the draft when it's really about free agency and trade season. Mm-hmm. If you had an offseason where you acquired, a gentleman who called up earlier, let's say the Titans are in a rebuild. If you acquired Jeffrey Simmons, well, then draft night you move up and take Jared Verse. Think about what you've put in that D-line room. You can have Kenny Cott at corner. I don't care. Mm-hmm. I am going to win the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. You know who's going to look good all of a sudden? Cam Sutton. Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
I won't get toasted.
I think you'd unlock the Aiden Hutchinson that we want to see with actual sacks. See, I get frustrated with the pressure argument because not all pressures are created equal. Oh, he created a pressure. Right, except he didn't maintain his rush lane, and then the quarterback's out the back door for a 20-yard gain. Mm-hmm. Well, how effective was the pressure?
Right, he got the pressure, but he got pushed to the outside, and the quarterback went right where he was standing. Yep.
This is about getting Aiden to be a 15, 16, 17 sack a year guy.
It's about,
he needs help.
Yeah, it's about getting Aiden to be that Aiden that you saw for like the final 3 games of the season and going into the playoffs, where all of a sudden it seemed like the light bulbs went on.
That's right. 248-539-9797. Guys on the line, we're going to get to you. Rico, are you prepared for the 5-star zone ambush blitz?
Let's do it.
Next, 97.1. All right, Super Bowl. Listen, the whole Gronkowski thing, you can miss me with it. But FanDuel, they like him. God bless. He missed the FanDuel kick of destiny last year, and he's back. Okay. The difference is you get to pick whether he makes it or misses it and get a chance to cash in. They got a $10 million prize pool and bonus bet. You get it right, they share it with you. You don't, you get Stugotz. FanDuel, $10 million kick of destiny. You know the drill. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, we'll get to the five-star zone ambush blitz momentarily, but we're going to check in with our man in the desert, Derek Stevens, Circa, talk about some of the fallout from last weekend, but also, look, the odds are there. Let's see where everybody's at with the Super Bowl. Derek, how are you?
I'm still getting over last weekend, like I think a lot of us all are, but doing all right.
So, I mean, first things first, the Super Bowl odds are out literally 2 minutes after the games go final. It opened up, at least on our end, it was Niners laying 2.5 to the Chiefs. I see 1.5. Where is Circa at with the line right now, and where's the early money at?
Yeah, we opened exactly 2.5, as you said. It quickly went to 2, went to 1.5, and it got as low as 1. As soon as it hit 1, that was on the 28th. That was a few days ago. That's where it bottomed out, and it came right back to 1.5 and 2. Right now, we're close to going back to a 2.5. So early on was all Kansas City. In the last 72 hours, it's been San Francisco money.
It's funny.
So how many?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
one
ahead,
more, Rico. 1 second, brother. I apologize, Derek. So how many shifts do you see when they put the extra week between the title games and the Super Bowl? You got this weird 2-week run up for a singular game. How many sways and waves of money do you typically see?
Well, obviously this is going to be subject to injury reports and things like that. So far, for this Super Bowl, I don't think we're going to see much of that. We also don't have to have a Super Bowl where anybody's going to talk about weather. So I would say a little bit less. The way I would see it is early on was Kansas City money. Then you got this swath of San Francisco money. But I tend to believe as we get close to kickoff time, you're going to get another wave of Kansas City money coming in here. I don't believe this is ever going to see a 3, and I got a feeling that in the last 72 hours, you're just going to get so much pressure from the number of tickets and from the dollars on Kansas City. There's a lot of reasons. I'm sure you guys have talked about it. This strength of schedule issue. The Chiefs with over a 10-game differential versus the 49ers on strength of schedule and how that's impacted the last 15 Super Bowls. I just think there's going to be a lot of reasons people are going to be coming with Kansas City money late.
Yeah, because, Derek, that was my question to you, and we're talking with Derek Stevens. At what point do you think that it would all of a sudden turn to Kansas City money that people are betting, because that is Patrick Mahomes, the defending Super Bowl champions? I was shocked that they weren't the favorites, and what do you think it would take for them to become the favorites?
Yeah, I think, media day in Vegas is going to be Monday. It's the players' night Monday night, and I think once these stories start getting written up, you're going to see it all over next Tuesday. That's a point in time where I think you're going to start seeing this Kansas City money swaying in at really at that point.
Hey, Derek, quick question, because I know you're the event guy. I mean, you do everything bigger and crazier. I mean, that was the genesis of Stadium Swim. So we're out there for March Madness. We know that's a first-class deal. It's the best setup to me in the city. What the hell do you do for the Super Bowl, and how does it compare to March?
Well, I would say the March Madness, because it's so many days long, there's a ton of people, all that. But for Super Bowl, it's a little bit different. We've got a total of 9 parties we're throwing. Smallest one is 250 people. Largest one's about 10,000. Trying to coordinate the logistics of food and beverage during this event is something. So we've got 5 customer only events, and then we've got 4 retail events. So it's just you got to be able to hit it. When it peaks out. Stadium Swim's a little bit crazy. That's been sold out now for a while. Ballroom's a private event. So yeah, you just got to throw a whole lot of parties. You got to do it in a really short window.
Now, listen, I mean, we all look forward to it. It is the culmination of 6 months of, you anticipate, you enjoy, and then it's here and then gone. But yeah, it's crazy what it's turned into. It's really become this global international thing, and Vegas, obviously this year the game is there, but Vegas has become the epicenter for it. I mean, people plan trips for the Super Bowl no matter where the game is, because Lord knows you ain't getting to the game.
Right.
Vegas has become that.
Yeah, I think you're right on that, Mike. I mean, you think about how great a 2023 season this was for all of us as fans, for you and media, and how the interest level has hit all-time records, ratings on television all-time records. People are buying streaming services just to make sure they don't miss a Thursday night or a Christmas game. Well, I think we're going to look back on 2023 10 years from now and say, boy, this was a watershed season. This is a season where you could see all the groundwork was laid for turning the NFL into this international, really an international and global brand. Where we see it with the scheduling coming out for next season. With these games are going to be in Germany and then Spain and everywhere else. So this is the year where the NFL really takes off in worldwide popularity, and I think they're going to be utilized in Vegas for a lot of reasons to kind of show it off.
Derek, I know you guys are doing the Circus Squares, but are you guys also doing any of the crazy prop bets that people can bet on?
Oh yeah, we've got 52 same game parlays that we've announced yesterday. They'll be priced tomorrow. The one thing about Circus Sports is we offer two-way markets. So if you like something to happen, well, you can also you also have the opportunity to make a wager against it. So we'll be up in our 4 states where Circus Sports is located, and we got 52 of these very interesting parlays. Some longer odds than others. Probably too many to mention here, but I think that's actually going to be another big topic for this year's Super Bowl. The amount of prop betting is going to set an all-time record. It's going to blow it away. I mean, throughout the country, it'd be awesome.
Well, Derek, listen, next week we'll be able to talk more game-specific stuff, and then look, it's a countdown to March Madness, and we're going to see you real soon. So we will talk to you in a week and get ready for the big game. Appreciate it, my man.
All right, great to talk to you guys. Thank you.
I see you, Derek.
All right, Derek Stevens, Circa Las Vegas, D Las Vegas. We'll get more of the people. I got to do this blitz with Rico. We got a lot left to do today, 97.1.
The big news of the day, Aaron Glenn will return to the Lions in 2024, this after Washington passed on him in favor of Dan Quinn. That means Detroit somehow retaining both of its coordinators, both of whom are among the most in vogue assistants in the NFL. Pistons big Isaiah Stewart is out 10 to 14 days with an ankle sprain. And Fox Sports has a problem. Tom Brady officially joining its broadcast team this fall, commencing the 10-year, $375 million contract he signed with the network 2 years ago. The issue is Greg Olsen, whom Fox put with lead play-by-play man Kevin Burkhardt as a placeholder until Brady was ready to step into the booth, and who has now become one of the best color commentators in the sport. A three-man booth reportedly not an option, and Fox ain't paying Brady an unprecedented $37.5 million per year to be on their B team. Olsen has made it clear he's not interested in a demotion. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. So it's no secret that since about August 1st, all of us have been bunkered up football mode. Now, after the fallout of the Lions game, people start coming out of the cave and looking up and going, wow, there's a whole other world out there. And something most people don't pay attention to is college hoops. So one man does the intrepid reporting of Mr. R.L. Beard on the 5-Star Zone. Well, I am going to be asking questions of Mr. Beard and Evan Jenkins, two of the people who love college hoops most, to refresh you, for better or for worse, about our two in-state programs, Kenny Music, Onions, Double Order. All right, here we go. Kiss. 5-Star Zone Ambush Blitz. Here we go. Gentlemen, we're going to start with Rico. Evan, you respond to follow. We clear?
Let's go.
Let's party. Rico, a year from today, is Juwan Howard still the head coach at Michigan?
No, I do not think he is the head coach of Michigan a year from today. He is cashed out, Mike. If you see his sideline demeanor, he looks like a man. They asked him a question about Tom Izzo winning 700 games, and he was like, I'd like to win 700 games, if that's possible. And it was that last little, wow, that was awkward. Like, he knows it's going to happen.
I do think he's going to be the coach next year because they're going to have the excuse. They're going to say, well, he had the heart problems early in the year. He didn't get to coach a full season. So now that we have him back at 100%, he's good to go.
What does the heart problem have to do with leaving Jaden Akins wide open for 7 3-pointers?
I'm not saying it's the best response, but I think that is the response we will get from
Mike,
the university.
You know what? This is your party. Let's go.
More on that later. Let's go Evan first, Rico second. Mr. Jenkins.
Yes.
Is Tom Izzo partially washed, fully washed, or not washed at all? Evidence with your answer or kindly F off.
That's a good question. I'm going to say he's partially washed. And the reason why I don't think he can go after players like he used to get the response out of them, let alone do I believe players want that kind of coaching anymore. So I think it's partially washed, where he'll still put a respectable product out on the floor, but not necessarily get you 25 wins a year.
Rico Beard.
He's partially washed, but he's his own worst enemy right now. He doesn't want to evolve. He doesn't want to adapt, and he's going to try to show you that I'm still smarter than you, and I can do it my way, and it will work, damn it. And it's like, you don't have to do this anymore. I know, but it's still going to work because that's how I feel it should be. So once he gets out of his own way, Mike, that can change, but right now, he's partially washed.
Both Michigan and Michigan State stink. Now, it's different levels of stink. Gentlemen, the two of you have to sort this out together.
Ooh.
This is the lowest point between the programs since ... To me, it's bordering on the end of Judd Heathcote and the Brian Ellerby era. Gentlemen, what say ye?
For Michigan, I would say...
No, both together.
That's such a question because my lifetime, Izzo's been there since, 97 or whatever, and has been successful.
This is the lowest for Michigan State, Evan, I would say, since 2020, where they had to win 3 games over top 5 opponents just to get into the play-in game.
Michigan was good that year, so it's like it's hard to find them
So
correlate
when's the
and be
last
bad
time
together.
they both stunk?
96? I mean, State wasn't that great with, like, Respert wasn't good until he was, like, a senior, right?
Yeah, but they lost to Weber State in 95. 96 would be the post-Respert John Garavaglia era.
Yeah, 96, I think they were in the NIT.
God.
Correct. They lost to Florida State, I think.
Yeah.
So, of course, Mike knows the team that they lost to.
So, I would say, 96 may be that year.
All right, gentlemen. Between the two of you, between our 2 in-state programs for the people just leaving their cave of football, how many NBA players between these 2 programs?
What do you mean by an NBA player? Like, how many games do they have to play in the league to be considered?
No.
Drafted.
A player that someone would pay financial return for them to play basketball in the continental United States.
Well, there's Jace Howard.
Okay.
Man, if I had my drop board.
So, okay.
Here you go, Mike, just for you.
2 max. I'm going to say there's 2 max.
Who?
Maybe 3. The kid that transferred in from Tennessee from Michigan, I think he could play in the NBA on a good team.
Actually, Evan, you get because he wasted his transfer year. He should have stayed at Tennessee.
Yeah.
He came to Michigan thinking that Michigan was going to catapult him to the league, and he's just eating regret sandwiches every day.
And then for Michigan State, maybe Cohen Carr develops a shot. But
stop.
He's athletic, but you know what he is in the NBA? Everybody in the G League.
So we're saying 1?
Maybe.
I would say because of the way he can shoot the ball when he gets streaky, maybe Walker.
Maybe, but he's too small. I think if Cassius didn't work, Tyson's not going to work.
He's faster than Cassius.
I know, but Cassius was a better overall player. But I do think
you guys are painting a picture that people missed nothing. That's the beauty of this.
Jackson Kohler, he's going top 10. There you go, Mike.
Oh, how about some more of those pocket passes 2 feet from the basket?
All right.
Bum. Go up with it. Okay, then.
Next.
Listen, I want to start with Rico Beard. Rico, you were at the game the other night. Is Juwan Howard A, a living, breathing human, B, a hologram like Prince or Michael Jackson, or C, a COVID-era cardboard cutout? I have never seen a less engaged coach in my life. Discuss.
Honestly, Mike, I was like 20 feet away from the Michigan bench, and can I combine B and C that he's a hologram of a cardboard cutout that he was in 2020? Because he just wasn't. You didn't see emotion. You didn't see passion. You didn't see him firing up. Once Michigan State went on that run, he called a timeout, didn't really yell at his players, and then after that, he accepted the fact, all we do are lose games in the second half. I'm okay with that. You guys go out there and have fun.
Yeah, it was weird. He just stood there with his arms crossed. Like you said, emotionless is what I saw on TV, but it's just, how did it go so bad so fast for the University of Michigan? You had 3 dudes, just 2 years ago that went in the NBA draft, and now, like, the cupboard is so bare that this Llewellyn, the kid that transferred in last year that blew his knee out, he's one of your top players, and you look around college basketball, and you're like, I don't know if he necessarily belongs.
I mean, the fact that he won't tell us what's going on with Doug McDaniel just tells me, he's kind of lost cabin pressure, and he's just going with the flow, Mike. It's like, how I feel today is what's going to happen.
Well, and they had a big kid coming in from overseas, I think in Argentina, and now he can't get cleared by the NCAA, so he's staying in Spain next year. Yeah. So
all right.
It just keeps getting worse.
Gentlemen, let's Evan, your leadoff here.
Ooh.
How much heat should Tom Izzo be under for what looks like the 4th lost season in a row for Michigan State basketball? Don't hit me with legend status, talk sports. How much heat should the great Tom Izzo be under?
Right now, I think if we were looking at like a burner, it's on mid. But if they have a stretch right now where they could rattle off, 5-6 wins in a row if they keep it up. And I think that pressure goes off. But if they flirt with that playing game again this year, I think his butt's as hot as it's ever been.
Mr. Beard.
Yeah. I agree with Evan. You because you started off top 4.
Yeah.
And if you're in the bottom 4 or bottom 8 and you're in that play-in game, that's one of those head scratchers. Now, he's got enough equity that nobody's going to walk in there and tell him that.
That's why I said should. That's why I said should, not reality. That's all.
Yeah, if you're back, if you do what was it, Carolina did last year and went from, number 1 overall to NIT, then that's the head scratcher, and that's where, you start to wonder, have you lost control?
If he accepts an NIT bid and they don't make the tournament, just walk away. Go into the sunset.
See,
I got 700, that's it.
I don't
It's
even
over.
think that would be an option. I think
Okay.
his pride would just say, no, I'm not doing this.
It's very irritating.
Especially now because of vacancies at Kansas. He's now the longest tenured coach to make the tournament.
It's
means
coming
something
to a point that I can sit there, look at my TV, and know the play that they're running. The other team knows it because he's been running these sets for 20 years now.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, RL Beard leadoff. Michigan sits in dead last in the Big Ten with a 2-8 conference record, 7-14 overall, and have lost 9 of their last 10 games. The 8 games remaining are as follows: Rutgers, Wisconsin, at Nebraska, at Illinois, MSU, at Northwestern, Purdue, at Rutgers, at OSU, Nebraska. Gentlemen, how many of those games does Michigan win?
It's kind of like the NBA, Mike, where you're not going to lose them all. So I'm going to say 2. Rutgers is a game that they can win because Rutgers plays great defense, does not score, but it's going to be at home. You're going to have Doug McDaniel on the court, so that can help you. The other game is MSU because it's a rivalry game, and maybe Juwan can tap in and get those guys angry and fired up. The only problem is not a lot of kids from the state of Michigan on either team, so I don't know how much this game means to them.
Yeah, I had
Evan.
2 as well. One was to Nebraska. The other was to Ohio State.
You don't walk into Nebraska, man.
No, they got him here.
Oh.
And so Ohio State they've already beat this year, so I think that's a possibility. But it's 2 different dynamics. When Doug McDaniel steps on the floor, everybody else is just a ghost out there, and they don't exist. When he's not out there, they play like more of a team, but then they don't have their best scorer. It's a conundrum, and I kind of laugh at it.
All right, last one in a minute or less. Michigan State ranks 258th in rebounding.
Not bad.
Unthinkable.
Could be 259.
Under Tom Izzo. They also give up north of 70 to anybody with a pulse. Is it fair to say this program's identity is dead?
What, defense and toughness?
Well, the whole
what about
shoulder,
the war drill?
Yeah, the shoulder pads and all of that. Yeah, because Mike, you don't have any big men that are really good, so that's the problem.
Weird.
No, they're space
I wonder
fillers.
who recruited these big men.
And that's the biggest problem.
Hey, look, do you want the answer, or did you just want an excuse to give a shot?
I love you.
Exactly. No, but because when you go out there, you don't have that guy who, all right, if Matty can't score, at least Matty
can't
will
score.
No,
We know
but,
this.
But at
Terrible.
least he'll go out there and get you 15 rebounds.
Yeah,
What
over a
about
span of
Cheddar
3
Bob?
games at this point? He's killing me.
Will Cheddar?
It could be worse, yes.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you both for officially telling people the right answer. Thank God football happened. You've missed nothing in this state. That is your 5-Star Zone Ambush Blitz 97.1.
Xfinity connects me to more of the great game that I love, but now that football season is over, it gives me more of a chance to catch up with my favorite shows. And with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you can get the speed you need at a great price too, thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box. You're going to love the 4K streaming box, trust me. All with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. That means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, very simple. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, Mr. Kenneth Cott, just a couple of ticket texts, if you would. We'll put this topic to bed. A little fun with the post-college and pro football world we're living in. It ain't good on the college side, nor the pro on the hardwood. The Red Wings are our salvation until the Motor City Kitties are back at Comerica. But what do you got on the ticket text?
Izzo not fully washed, but getting close. Agree with what Evan had to say.
I'm gonna say this, and we'll do a show later down the road. You can like someone, but be honest about them. And here's where I'm at with it.
Mike, you can't do that because Michigan State fans only want to hear you're pretty.
Well, I don't care. Here's the deal. Tom's got two choices. He can either get rid of this staff and get difference makers, hit the portal and buy the best player available, hit recruiting and buy the best player available. It's no secret MSU basketball is one of the most well-heeled NIL programs in America. Do better. Or go enjoy your life, man. Don't become Jim Boeheim. Don't become Sad Pizza.
No.
Bottom line.
Mike, he wants that second title. But,
well, then do what it takes to get it, damn it.
Well,
don't show me Matty Sissoko.
You didn't let me finish.
I couldn't help it. It was an outburst.
You know what? Why don't you just go ahead and take him to church, Mike? Finish it out. Finish out the show to 6.
I'm sorry. I can't take anymore.
I can tell your frustration, just like a lot of Spartan fans are frustrated.
You know what it is? It's crazy because, like, I watch a ton of college hoops. And when I watch the Big Ten, it's ass. The whole league is garbage. Like, I wouldn't even take any pride winning the Big Ten. Watch the Big 12. Mm-hmm. The Big 12 is the dude who's not your daddy, but he comes to your house and nails your mommy. The Big 12 is the boss.
The Big 12, the Big 12 is what would happen if the Big 10 and the ACC had a kid, because
or
they're
if Tom
tough.
was still running an elite program. Dude, it's true.
Mike, if you can just let me set something up.
All right, my bad.
You
Kenny,
know what? No.
Rico,
Mike, no. You know what? No. You go right ahead.
One of us has $12 in jewelry.
You go right ahead, Mike.
No, I'm done. I promise. Go ahead, set it up.
What I am saying is, the Big 12, yes, they have the toughness, but they also they can run up and down the court like the ACC. For the Big 10, I don't think it's a coincidence that you haven't won the title since Mateen Cleaves. We are borderline close to Cleaves' son being on MSU's team. And the question really is, will the Big 10 as a conference win a title before Cleaves' son get there? They still believe in the whole toughness and let's beat each other up, and that style of basketball typically does not play well when you get to the tournament. Now, Iowa just kind of bucked the trend, but Iowa always has that game in the tournament where they just can't make a shot, and they're only lose by 30 and they're done. But yeah, I'm with you. For Tom, it kind of goes back to what we said about the Lions. If you really want this last title, you got to do what it takes to get the last title. And I thought for a second he was there. When they brought in Tyson Walker, I was like, okay, you know what? This guy is good. He was good at Northeastern. He's going to really help this team out. But then he kind of stopped, and he didn't take that next step and bring in that transfer big man. Tom gambled on the big man that he had and the development that they were going to have, and it didn't work out. And that's what you're seeing right now. And that's why you're frustrated, along with a lot of other Spartan fans, because you don't get rebounding. Watching Michigan State, who can't rebound, it's like, wait, what do you mean you can't rebound? That's what you built this whole thing on, was defense and rebounding. And you're like, what are you like? What number did you say there? 200 and what? Like, the fact that it's a 2 in front of it is embarrassing. Not 20, but 200.
I believe it's 258th.
Yeah.
Not that I'm trying to needle. No, but the other side of it, too, for the Michigan fans. John Beilein was a great coach. John Beilein had built a really good program, a program that twice in a 10-year span played for a natty. Juwan Howard, to me, has effectively not only burnt the house down, he's bombed its ashes. This program is right back to Kevin Gaines in a wrestling match on the Lodge. Yeah. It's Ellerby.
Kevin Gaines in a wrestling match. That's a good pull, Mike. A lot of people have no idea. Yeah,
I know. But you know what I'm saying.
Because
this is a Michigan program that, Rico, look at this thing.
Yeah. Juwan went and got players that he could try to become one and done and get to the league. And I think that was important for Juwan Howard. And he got a lot of players to the league. But the problem is, when you have NBA lottery picks and Hunter Dickinson, who's one of the best players in the league, and you don't make the tournament, there was a disconnect there. How do you have all of this talent and you don't win the Big Ten? You don't go to the tournament. You don't go to a long run. I think for him, it was more, I'm from the NBA. I can spot NBA talent. I'm going to put my kid and other people in the best spot to make the NBA. And that was the end game for Juwan. It wasn't winning a national title. It was pumping in as many players as he could to the NBA, which is why Campbell came there. He transferred in from Tennessee because he was like, well, if you could do all that with those guys, can you do that with me? I think he still is an NBA player, but he's wasted this year at Michigan. He's really good, but he's just on a really bad team.
Sorry, Kenny, go ahead.
Michigan really showing they're not a basketball school anymore. Another one. Can we do more of those, Mike? That was fun.
Yeah, yes, because look, now that we're after football, we can open up the conversation to a few other things. Look, tomorrow, I will do a legitimate 5-Star Zone Blitz. I will catch you up on everything you missed in college basketball. Nationwide. Best teams, best players, fun notes. This was more, let's start out with local. It's been a complete clown show.
Yeah.
I mean, that game the other night, I actually wanted both teams to lose.
I know. As I told you, Mike, just let the NyQuil kick in and go to sleep. Because last night, I mean, the game Wednesday night it didn't have the same feel as Michigan State games in the past. It was, the state fans got into it later, but it wasn't the fire. It wasn't the. I mean, you didn't even have like the giveaways where there's like a towel, like everybody waves around, or it's everybody wear white, or everybody do something. It was like, yeah, Michigan's coming in at 9:00, and let's just play them. I told Kenny, and I said it on the 5 stars. Oh, Mike, to me, it felt more energy when Greg Kampe and Oakland showed up than that game.
Oh, I'll leave that to Kenny. Go ahead, Kenny.
It stinks seeing Izzo like this, but a part of me still believes he's got another Final Four left in him.
All right, but here's my point. Just so I don't want people to get bent out of shape. Guys, how many years in a row do you get for a team to be totally uninteresting, next to totally untalented, and accomplish next to nothing? Like, I'm sorry, but you don't get this endless runway. I can name the court after you and build a statue next to Morgan Freeman outside the Breslin Center, and that's all well and good. Respect.
It's Bill Walton.
And
not Bill Walton.
It's just, but guys, this is 4 straight years of nonsense. This is a nonsense product. And if I have to hear people apologize, this is not Rico, I'm saying, you're the head coach. You greenlight whoever gets a scholarship to come here. Look at that collection of players on Michigan State and tell me what the hell I'm looking at. I mean, what were we, throwing darts? It's ridiculous. Yeah. Totally ridiculous. And honestly, after 4 years of nothingness, you lose your status as a blue blood.
Yeah.
You don't get to stay there. You don't get to just be that. It is what it is, man.
No, I think they're not that, Mike, and I meant Bill Russell, not Bill Walton. But yes, they're their name only in that blue blood status. They haven't done anything to really take it to the next level. I mean, you're still riding the Final Four with Cassius Winston. You know, we're getting close to 4 years. That was 4 years ago. So
5.
Wow. Okay.
Sorry.
No, but yeah. So you're there because you play in the in the Champions Classic every year. You're being told that you're a good team,
and even when they go to it, they're a piñata. It's just they don't win those games.
They have a losing record, but they have won games.
Oh, we're gonna schedule tough again, Rico. Yeah, great, body bagged.
Yeah.
Okay, glad we got that off our chest.
You got any more? You sure?
No, I'm all set.
10 seconds, go, Mike.
No, if I did another Izzo impersonation, I'm pretty sure I'd lose my voice. That almost killed me. Okay. No more of that. Let's do deal breakers next. 97.1. All right, Odyssey.com Rewind. If you missed anything, we did the Lions earlier in the day. A new era begins. We got a little Pistons stuff for you. That's all there right now. We do it every week. On Thursdays, it's Deal Breakers. And this music is still here. God help me.
Soothing.
Yeah.
It is anything but. It's absurd. All right, Roberto.
Yeah, but it's now a staple. Right? You got to keep it. It's like,
it's expected.
It's like da-da-da-da-da-da.
Right.
Yeah, this is that.
All right, let's just dive in, all right? First
You
one
ready?
here.
You ready?
Bear with me on this one, a little long. Let's go.
Oh, he's never said that before.
I know.
That's how excited I am for this one. It's so salacious. Here we go. No, well, maybe. Wait till I get through this. Okay, you were at a house party recently watching the Lions 49ers game. A friend of yours took a nice photo of you and your friend's neighbor sitting on the couch and posted it to social media. All of a sudden, the photo starts getting hundreds of shares and comments. Upon further review, you see that your friend's neighbor in the photo with you has a very distinguishable bulge in his pants. You are now involved because you are in this viral photo. How do you stop the social media floodgates from distributing this photo for eternity?
You can't. It's on the internet.
Yeah, you're done, dude.
Genie's out of the bottle, man. You can't do anything about that.
Right?
Yeah, as soon as it hits, it's over, man.
Because you can't even ask him, even if he were to take it down.
He's the one that should be offended. Well, I mean, maybe not.
Maybe not. I think it's the other way.
What are we doing?
I'm all about it, man. If you're at somebody's house and they're taking photos, it's probably going to end up online. That's your own fault.
Okay. You know what? How about let's just have fun and let's not put anything online.
People need to these days.
We don't need to take pictures of the spread. We don't need the reaction videos.
Yeah, cutting the cheese the first time.
Oh.
I am at a loss for words. So, time out. Gentlemen, you're missing the most. You're asking the wrong questions. Roberto, you base these off of real-life situations.
It wasn't him in that photo.
Actually, this comes from this comes from an actual news story, as does my next one here that we're going to do. But
so this actually happened, just not to you.
Yeah, this was on a gossip site that I found, and not to me.
Did you see the photo?
No.
Oh.
Well, because it amazes me, like the fan reaction, like when you see the person just lose it. And
I think half those are fake.
They're all fake.
No, occasionally I think there are some that are real and they just don't realize their friends are actually recording.
Like those videos that pop up where they're like putting up a fan next to the kickers kicking a field goal. I'm like, it's fake.
Let me give you
hold on, Mike. I saw one and it was like a guy who was yelling at when the Lions kicked the punt and the ball went into the end zone. And he was just like, you just do punting all the time. I just kept watching that all over because he wasn't making sense, but I understood what he was saying. Go ahead, Mike.
No, the fakest ones are when the NFL players' wives and families do this crap.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're at the game of your loved one supporting them. Oh, but you just happen to film yourself in a big moment. Stop. Just stop.
Well, apparently
nobody believes you.
It's lit perfectly.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Just like
somebody was holding a boom mic.
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me reality TV's not real, Mike?
It's real to me.
No, but it's just like everybody apparently you had to show your reaction in the suite and then pan over to Eminem to get his reaction in the suite.
There you go. Yeah, it's all garbage.
Yeah, it didn't work out well for them, by the way, as soon as Eminem decided to show those middle fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would guess that one of the great MCs and freestyle rappers of all time, probably not the guy I want to talk bleep to.
He's like
5'4". But doesn't matter. The dude will release a track on his way home.
Hey, he went on his own radio station, said he was going to have one on Ben Johnson if he didn't re-sign or stay here.
Diss track.
Yeah, Ben heard that. He's like, no NFL coaching job for me.
Where do I sign?
Yep.
All
I
right,
want
go
that
ahead.
heat. I'm not Benzino.
All right, another one taken from actual news. Your wife tells you that her sister recently returned a sofa to a big box store for a refund. The issue is the sofa has been utilized in her living room for over 2 years. The store ends up refunding her the money. Is she justified in this return, or do you think she is flat out crazy?
She got her money back, didn't she?
Yep.
All right, justified to me.
Yeah, she's the winner here. I mean, if you can return something after 2 years, more power to her, man.
How is this a deal
particular?
breaker? Yeah.
This particular store has a 100% return policy. No, and you don't even need your receipt. This particular store will find your receipt in their system. They found her 2.5-year-old receipt and refunded her the money.
So what's the question?
Is that something you would do? Is this
Or do you want to be
justifiable?
associated
do you
with
want to be
somebody?
looking like a scumbag doing this, or do you?
No, your sister's a low-life loser. That's all that is.
Yeah, but she's got a new couch.
She worked the system.
Yeah.
Like if something was wrong with the couch, yes.
Like if
But
it was
you're
a
just-
Seinfeld situation.
But you're just doing this because you wanted a new couch. No, yeah, you're working the system.
Right.
You're a piece of garbage. It's the same thing when people cheat welfare. You're garbage.
Wow. Took a weird turn.
No, it doesn't. You're cheating. No, stop. No. You cheated the system. You cheated the system. That's wrong.
Or
it's not right.
Played the game the right way.
But yeah, what some people that were asked about in this article said, well, these big box stores, they have, endless
matter.
money. It doesn't mean
matter.
anything to them.
No, doesn't matter. I hate people. That's really the conclusion.
I knew he would say that.
It's just wrong.
It is wrong. All right, here's another one. Another sister scenario.
Oh, God.
Your sister and her husband are having a baby.
Oh, congrats.
Yes. Your brother-in-law is a huge Star Wars fanatic. He is insisting on the child's name being Kenobi, as in Obi-Wan.
Really? What other Kenobis are there?
You know your sister
Leroy
better.
Kenobi.
What about OG Ananobi?
Right.
You know your sister better than anyone, and you know she doesn't want this, but is conceding just to appease him. Do you say anything, or
His
none
kid.
of your business?
His kid. Here's the thing. That could be his name, and we all know the kid's going to be called something else all of his life. And no one will know his real name is Kenobi.
I mean, yeah, Kenobi could be Ken.
Or Nobi.
Or just whatever.
Yeah.
You call him Junior. Call him whatever you want to call him. That's between those two, not me. That's their
Kenobi
kid.
also worked for a girl's name.
Yeah. If it was either boy or girl, it would be Kenobi.
You can call him,
Kenobi Jenkins?
you can do whatever.
Come on.
Pretty strong.
Honestly,
You know
it sounds
what?
like a Key and Peele skit.
Right. You can call him Obi Trice. I don't care.
Obi Trice Kenobi.
Yeah, if you ever want to create family problems, go ahead and get inside someone else's, marital decisions. Unless they come to you for an opinion, I'm with you guys on this. You need to sit this one out.
Right. You don't have to call, you know what? You'll make up your own name for the kid, boy or girl, and that's what you'll call that kid
What if
all
that's
their life.
Kenny's real name and we just don't know it?
Oh, my God. Would that be awesome?
Kenobi
or what?
Cod.
You thought it was Kenneth. No.
No.
You were going to find that out tomorrow in the Black History Month minute. Leroy Kenobi Cod.
Han Solo Cod.
Right. Think about it. Roberto bases these on real things and often won't tell us the source. No. What if this is really Kenny's dark confession?
It would be so good. I would love it.
His real name is Eldrick Kenobi Cott. And he goes by Kenny.
I'm flying real close to the sun doing it during deal breakers, is what I would say to that.
It's so good.
Kenobi.
I'm the lady in the background of that. Calm down.
Kenobi Cott.
I think it's sticking.
I know.
We're going with it.
100%.
That's fine.
And just like that is how you come up with a nickname
you
for the
go.
kid.
Oh,
There
good
you
old
go.
Kenobi running the board over there.
Let's go over to Kenobi
What's up
Cod.
there? Kenobi Thick Cott.
Oh.
Go ahead, Obi.
Yeah, Kenobi, what you got?
Kenobi.
What's up there, Kenobes?
No.
Oh, that one's sticking in my brain.
Yes.
All right, we got time for one more? I feel a song coming up by tomorrow, Roberto.
Kenobi's got time.
All right, fine. Kenobi's got time.
Do we?
No, we don't.
Okay. We'll save this one.
Tremendous. Brought to you by Kenobi Cotton. All right, we have talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors and homeowners, they bought enough Trex decking from Northville Lumber to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason Northville can move that much product. It's all in stock, all year round, in their warehouse. You don't have to wait for a shipment 4 to 6 weeks. You buy it, you get it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Plan it, build it through Northville Lumber. And if you need someone to build that Trex deck for you, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
So yesterday we did the Lions, should I stay or should I go? Now we open it up to the entire NFL. I'll give you guys some names of players. The CBS list that I found has their projected team that they're going to go to, reasons why. Want to get your thoughts, agree, disagree, or other spots you might think. Sound good?
Let's go.
Sure.
All right, number 1, Baker Mayfield. He had a somewhat of a career revival or, saving his career in Tampa. Organizational continuity is the reason that he's going to stay in Tampa. Thoughts?
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think taking Tampa in the playoffs and winning a playoff game, and it looks like his teammates and the team just generally like him. He may not be the greatest, but if you draft a quarterback, you got to start all over again. And with Baker Mayfield, you can try to pick up where you left off and hope that you can pick up some free agents or draft picks, but you already have a quarterback that people like.
Get an offensive line in there, and he'll get even better. Remember, they didn't have a running game. They handed it a million times to Rachaad White. They just couldn't do nothing with it. And here's the other thing. Goff is more valuable to you than anyone else. Baker's more valuable to them than anyone. Sometimes your value is right at home.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think it's the right move.
Which is funny because, you know what, Kenny? I'm not going to steal your thunder. I'm going to be quiet and let you go to the next one.
All right, Next one. Former Lion DeAndre Swift had actually a pretty nice season at the beginning, was used a little bit less later on. Projected team, the Chargers.
I don't love it. I don't. I think the Philadelphia way of doing things with multiple backs, that offense, a good offensive line. DeAndre, stay home. Stay right there. I wouldn't want any part of going to the Chargers for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, I think that this is one where kind of like Baker Mayfield, his value is about as high as it's going to get right where he's at in Philly. He was a part of that rotation in the mix. Yeah, he should stay in Philly, not try to go to the Chargers.
Next one here, Tony Pollard. His efficiency dropped. He's only still just 26 years old. The Cowboys are trying to go cheap, so projected team would be the Bucs.
Hate it. Hate the fit. There's no need for it. Rachaad White has the role. He's already shown to be a bell cow. Pollard, for me, you're going to a worse offensive line. You're going to another pass-centric team. Rico, that makes no sense to me.
It makes zero sense to me, Mike. The place where maybe if I were him, I would try to go to is because I think that he's going to go back to playing the role of the backup. I'd either try to go to the Titans or try to go to the Steelers. Two teams that are going to try to run the ball a lot, and I think that could help him in a backup role.
Next one, Devin Singletary. He kind of led the team into the playoffs in the backfield there. Is this a stay-at-home situation? Because projected team back at the Texans.
Yeah, it's a great spot. Yep, took Dameon Pierce's gig, understands the offense. I think it's continuity matters. And if you can get Singletary to take respectable money, 100%, man. Stay there.
Yeah, it reminds me when Pollard, the guy we just talked about, was better than Zeke Elliott, and he kind of took his job, and it was like, this is the best spot for you. Yeah, if you're Singletary, stay there, young core, you could be a part of that for a while.
A.J. Dillon, an interesting one. They're projecting him to return to his hometown in Baltimore. Is that a real thing?
Yeah, because honestly, Aaron Jones obviously makes the money. Dillon was a luxury pick. He was the compliment back. The rookie deal's over. And for me, that's Jordan Love's offense. That's a passing offense. You go to Baltimore, you know they know how to use running backs. You can become the true battering ram back. Gus Edwards, thanks for the years, but he's very limited in what he does. I wouldn't hate that. A.J. Dillon was built to be a Raven.
Yeah. No, Mike, I agree. Mike said it all, Kenny.
This all kind of hinges on Stephon Diggs, but Gabe Davis, maybe he goes and reunites with Ken Dorsey in Cleveland.
Rico, go.
I don't hate it, but yeah, I guess it does depend on what happens. But yeah, I would say
I love it.
I could see it in Cleveland. Yeah,
I love it because Buffalo, Shakur has already taken the air in the room. Kincaid is already going to be a superstar at tight end, right? They're already using Dawson Knox and him. And as long as Kenny said it, Rico, as long as Diggs is there, might be time for big game Gabe to get the hell out of town. I actually wouldn't hate that fit. Who's coming to the Lions here, Kenny? Come on. Give me some sizzle.
I'm getting there. Don't worry about it. We got plenty
Quit
of
the
blitz left.
foreplay. Let's get down to it.
Well, that brings us to the next name. Fletcher Cox coming off his 12th year. Jesus, 12 years. It feels like he's been in Philly since I was in grade school. A reunion with his old friend Jim Schwartz, perhaps also in Cleveland.
Love it. Bit roll. Give me 15 to 20 snaps a week. Elite D-line. You put him next to Myles Garrett on the interior. Love it. Great place for him to go.
You look at him as a 1-year rental. He has the leadership. He's been there before. Yeah, on a limited role, you're not asking him to go out there for every snap. Okay.
And Stephon Gilmore, Dallas may prefer allocating top dollars to other spots. Meanwhile, has cash to spend teams like the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, Zabab. Super Bowl or bust. Zabab. Hell yeah. That's a veteran, short-term deal, and I draft his replacement in the second round. Yes. Yes.
No, I like that. Gilmore.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, your secondary wasn't quite what you thought it was going to be. And whether it was injuries or just some guys I'm just not going to bring back. I'm looking at you, CJ. Yeah, I like that.
Damn it, he did it again. The next name, C.J. Gardner. All of yesterday he did this. C.J. Gardner-Johnson was the next name on the list here. Projected team, the Colts. I don't care where he lands. Just get him the hell out of here.
It could be the Michigan Panthers. Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
No. It's not that his talent, Mike. It's just when I saw – I can't get past the stupid penalty he got in the championship game because it was personal. Like, you put your needs above the team. It was a dirty hit, but man, you're playing for a spot in the Super Bowl, and you're going over some little beef that you got with a receiver.
Coach said, "Don't cost us 15." What did he do? He cost you 15.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the waving to the crowd. I don't need all the junk talk. I like CJ as a player. I was happy we got him. I think you're starting to understand why the Saints didn't keep him, why the Eagles didn't keep him. And if he leaves the Lions, yeah, that's a trend. You're a hired gun. We're going to bring you here for a little bit, but we ain't going to marry you. It's not going to happen. Yeah, and I'm fine with it because the Lions have developed talent at the position.
Yeah.
And the last one here, Mike Evans, AFC South's up-and-coming contenders are going to spend. Projected team, the Texans.
Wow.
You know what? I don't think I would as the Texans because I think you have two good receivers right now. They're young. Develop those guys and maybe draft a receiver, but I don't think that the Texans would be a good fit for him, Kenny.
I'm with Rico on this. I've got Nico Collins, who's my lead dog. I've got Tank Dell, who's my 2, and I have Dalton Schultz, who's my 3. I'm fine if you say, hey, I want to draft a guy. I don't need a over 30-year-old possession guy. I don't like that fit at all. I'm with Rico on that completely.
You know where I would go with? Maybe the Chiefs. Because you've obviously went bankrupt when it came to receivers.
I could take off. This guy's on his game. That's 100%. I don't have a bell here in the home studio, but bing.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell yeah, dude.
On a high note, that is in football today. So yesterday we did the Lions, should I stay or should I go? Now we
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Jim Harbaugh era is underway in LA. Speaking just moments ago at his introductory press conference with the Chargers, Harbaugh was asked what shape he left Michigan football in. Another big day for the Lions. They're getting defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn back after the Commanders picked Dan Quinn over him for their next head coach. That means in 2024, Detroit will return both of its top assistants, who are among the most sought after in the NFL, and at least for now, 17 of 22 starters. Lions also hiring a new D-line coach today, Terrell Williams, who had spent the last 6 seasons in Tennessee. Head coach Dan Campbell and GM Brad Holmes have been named Coach of the Year and Executive of the Year, respectively, by the Sporting News. And the Pistons' big man, Isaiah Stewart, is out 10 to 14 days with an ankle sprain. Mike Muscala out indefinitely pending concussion protocol. The Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hold on. Yeah, I got to do something. I didn't plan on this one, but damn, Beanie, he put it in his update.
Beanie did it again.
Here's what we're going to do. Odyssey.com Rewind. If you want to hear about the Lions, the new era, we're calling it Zabob, Super Bowl or bust, and what it entails, you can go get that. If you want to hear a week from today, my biggest fear about the trade deadline, you can go get it. But see, I have to. Rico, I have to. Because I did the topic before he was asked about it, and I told you, Harbaugh didn't leave you in a better spot. But there is no depths that man will not sink to. He'll just lie his way through everything. It is absolutely hilarious. I mean, believe me, it's no skin off my back. If he stayed, it's good for radio. If he leaves, it's good for radio. My program stinks, and we got a new coach. But my whole point is, here's the situation Michigan's in right now. And you just heard in Beanie's update, Harbaugh, I left him in a great place and blah, blah, blah. No, you didn't. You burnt them to the ground and bombed their ashes. Mm-hmm. Not only does Harbaugh leave amidst 2 NCAA investigations, those very investigations, Michigan cannot hire any coaches because coaches won't touch them. Oh, and I'm not talking about Sharon. Promoting from within and keeping Sharon and trying to keep recruits, I understood that. I advocated for that. But you know what Sharon Moore can't do? Can't hire anybody. You notice they did a Friday news dump for their new head coach? Real weird.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it was late.
So then you go, well, what about Michigan's other coaches? You notice no college, nobody touched with a 10-foot pole any of your staff. You know why? They're tainted, just like your national title. So then you look at Harbaugh not only left the school, he's poaching the staff. Now, I never thought for a second he wouldn't take a single guy. Harbaugh's trying actively right now to take everyone. Not just Minter, not just the strength and conditioning guy, your D-line coach. He's bombing you. He is ripping you apart. And for those of you who go, well, coaches take people with them all the time. How many college coaches bring a college staff to the NFL? Not many. Not many. Yeah. If he had this great affinity for Michigan and love for Michigan, you going to tell me Jim Harbaugh doesn't have deep NFL ties? Oh, wait, that's where he got Minter from. That's where he got Mike McDonald from. He destroyed you. And now, I got to tell you something. If for this guy to go out there and just lie again, like he did on the night they won it all, saying we're innocent. No, you're not. Like he did to Ward Manuel when he said, Ward, I don't want this to be a yearly thing. Nah, you're a liar. Like he lied to the NCAA. Like, at what point, if you're a Michigan fan, do you look at this and go, I'll be damned? We did everything for this cat. But in the end, it's like, Rico.
No, but here's the thing, Mike. And
that's the shortest honeymoon for a national title I've ever seen.
It is, but it's like what I told Beanie. You know what he could have said, and depending on where you're at, both things could be true. Well, how did you leave Michigan? I left it with a trophy case. I left him with a trophy in the trophy case. I left them in better shape than they were last year. They got a natty. So I moved on. Facts. Now you did some stuff to get to it, and you're right. When you left, no one went after your coaches. You knew Mentor was going with him, but yeah, Sharon Moore is just kind of there hoping that he could get somebody to come and help him out with this team. He made a pitch to get a recruiting coordinator from Notre Dame, and Notre Dame, he rebuffed him and was like, nah, I'm staying here. Like, it's difficult for him. He's trying.
Nobody with a brain can go there. The NCAA, and look, you're seeing it in certain circles of Michigan media. They know. They know nobody wants your coaches tainted. And they know you can't hire anybody. Who the hell's Michigan going to be able to call up and hire with those investigations coming down? I'm being serious. That man, they just miss me with the Sparty stuff. We're talking news now.
Well, here's what happens. Because if you go to work with him, you're going to be tainted. Now, eventually you're going to go on to another job, and they're going to say, well, what about when you were at Michigan? I wasn't there when that happened. Are you sure? Like, once you go to Michigan, you're going to be a part of that, whether you were actually on the staff or not. And we still don't know, how much Sharon Moore knew, because remember, he got suspended early in the year as well.
Yeah, for the recruiting violation.
Yeah, so
I just think it's incredible. Like, for a guy that should be celebrated, if I were a Michigan fan, I'd actually have a level of animus. Not only did he leave after allegedly not taking a 10-year, $125 million deal, not only did he leave after not taking the deal, but he had the audacity to ask for immunity as if he had turned state's evidence. But then he leaves, pilfers the staff, and the school's paralyzed where they can't hire anybody because of his actions. It's one of the most incredible things you'll ever see.
Yeah, as you said, it was a very quick honeymoon. And
because that's why I told Michigan fans we were going to talk ball up until that day. You want to put the blinders on, play ball, take the pictures, frame them, take the trip, enjoy it. God bless. I never took that away from people. But you said you'll deal with later. We'll quote John Jansen, let it play out. Oh, it's playing out. And you look at that now, and I'll tell you the thing that's going to bother me the most, and I mean this. If you don't believe me, I don't care. I've always been honest with you guys. Sharon Moore's going to need time. You lost 10 starters on offense, and I think 5 or 6 on defense. And by the way, you lose another coach or two, the whispers are out there. You're going to lose a bunch of players on defense. Sharon needs some time. And I think that's the one thing that animalistic fan base will not give him.
No, he won't get the treatment that Juwan is getting, where they don't care. They do care.
Oh, absolute. But think about the situation he's inheriting. Like, Jim Harbaugh didn't leave them with 3, 4, 5 straight top 5 recruiting classes. Well, weren't they 19th this year?
I think 16th, but yeah, somewhere around there. They were in the teens, yes. Low teens.
I just can't. It's amazing. But then again, you know what? Our politicians on both sides of the aisle do the same damn thing. They lie to your face, and we've normalized it. Left and right, don't come at me with your political leanings.
His thing is he can say, I left you with the national title trophy. That's how I left you. And that's great.
Bet. I'm talking about, I said it before. I went, Rico, he did not leave them better off. And now, think about this.
No, but Mike, here's the thing. To some Michigan fans, you got to qualify. What does better off mean? Because to those who said trophy or bust, you got it. And no matter what happens next, life is great. I'll accept it. You're talking about actual tangible things in the future. Did he leave you with a quarterback? Did he leave you with players that are young? Did he leave you with like 5 stars that have just been sitting there and waiting their turn? No, no, and no. But
And
if you
now
just
he's
wanted the
openly
trophy,
ripping coaches away.
Yeah.
I don't. It's amazing. It really is. Like, because the way I think, if I'm going back to the NFL, why am I attacking the school I allegedly love and taking all these people with me? Now, Minter made sense based on Minter was an NFL coach. He was on the internship program.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody else, I don't know too many college strength and conditioning coaches or D-line coaches or et cetera who go with a coach to the NFL. I just don't know about that. Now, we're also dealing with a bizarre storyline today where a Power 5 coach threw his hands in the air and said, F it, I'm out. I'm going to go be a DC in the NFL, as Boston College's Jeff Hafley did. Which is, I wish Jim Costa were here to join us to tell me once again the health of the sport has never been better. A Power 5 coach making $3 million a year threw away the keys to a program that's in the ACC. I'm not telling you BC is the best gig in the world, but don't act like it's New Mexico State. And he went, you know what? I don't want to be a babysitter anymore. Yeah. I don't want to fundraise. I don't want to do NIL. Right. I don't want to deal with this crap.
I'm not a concierge.
Coach ball.
Yeah, I don't need to go and re-recruit my players every 2 weeks to make sure they're happy and they're not going to jump into the portal because all of a sudden they're just, you don't want to do that. He just wants to do football, and he could do that as going back to the league as an OC.
Yeah, he's going to be the Packers DC now.
Oh, DC. Oh, but I thought he was the OC.
No, he's the DC.
Okay.
But it's neither here nor there. It's the principality of it.
He'd rather take a step back in the NFL than be the head guy at Boston College.
That audio was unbelievable. And you're right. For a guy who's chosen to answer questions any which way he wants, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But there was a way better way to do that. Because if you're a Michigan fan, you want to tell me he left you in a better place, fine. But Rico nailed it. I'm talking about when you leave, the results you produced are only a part of your story. It's about what's the quality of the house I left behind? Is the foundation sturdy? Do I have great people working there? Do I have a great roster for the next guy? And it's like, no, you don't. And the fact that he's openly, today as we speak, still actively trying to take coaches away, I don't know, man. That wouldn't sit well with me. Like, you know what? You got your money, and God bless, you took your defensive coordinator with you. Why do you have to keep taking all these coaches? And I think the crazy part is if Michigan's coaches wanted to work elsewhere, I don't think they can right now. Not with the specter of 2 investigations. And if Sharon Moore wants to hire outside people, it's a lot like the Carolina Panthers job in that if you have other job prospects, you're not going to Michigan because you don't know what could happen. And that's not me. That's not Sparty Radio. There's been actual reporting done on that. And yet he gets up on that podium with a Cheshire grin saying, I left him in a better spot.
Mike, because he believes he actually did. That's the thing.
Yeah, and you know what? We're not. I don't imagine we're going to get a bunch of calls and all that jazz. It was more just that audio was like, wow, really? If I were a Michigan fan, that would bug me. But maybe you're still in the afterglow. I don't know. But if you actually pay attention to it and you look at where your program is at as we are about to kick off winter conditioning, spring ball around the corner, take a look at that coaching staff. Tell me what you see. You in a better spot? How about the roster? You in a better spot? How about program stability?
Yeah. We'll get to that next.
What I do wrong?
Oh, nothing. Kenny is rolling his eyes at us.
What? Kenny, what's your problem? Kenny, relax. There's plenty of time for me to tell people about David Femininio, for God's sakes. The slippery winter season is here, and whether you're injured as a result of an auto accident or a slip and fall during the winter months, there's only one attorney you need to call to give you the personal service you need and deserve. It's David Femininio. We've told you, if you're injured in Michigan, you got to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. He can be reached anytime at his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or call him directly at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Rico Beard,
yes, sir.
Dealer's Choice. We got people calling in on everything from the Michigan thing, which was I blame Beanie Howell, to some Lions stuff. And again, Odyssey.com Rewind, we covered a bunch of stuff. I just thought the Harbaugh audio was, it's ridiculous. Like, dude, you can't say that. Not while you're actively taking coaches. Come on, dude. I left them in a better spot. They're going to be great. And it's like, dude, you're ripping them apart at the seams. Oh, and by the way, you left them with the stench of your reign there. So, yes, the natty, the trophy case, I got it. But, like, if you're a Michigan fan, are you starting to look at this like, wait a minute, all right, I got my title. Look at what this guy's doing. Who's going to be coaching here? Poor Sharon can't hire anybody.
Yeah, he's trying. He keeps swinging and missing. All right, well,
It's not his fault.
No, but you want to know if they left Michigan in a better spot or not? Let's go to the phone lines.
Yeah, you pick.
Dave, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, congratulations on everything. You guys do a great job.
Oh, thank you, Dave.
I love listening to your show, but I tell you what, Mike, he's not stealing all our coaches. He took Jesse Minter, who was definitely going to go to the NFL anyhow, and God bless him, I knew he was going. Ben Herbert was a surprise, but we hired his protege. And we have an elite defense coming back. And we have a lot of weapons coming back on offense. And I don't understand why you guys keep talking about the fact that he left us in a bad place, because, honestly, I'm looking forward to the next season. I think our defense
so couple things. Hold on. So this is why it's fun, and it's two sides of the coin. I'll take the very thing you said, and I'll flip it. You've lost 15 starters. 15.
Yeah, but not on defense.
Is the hold on. Is the starting quarterback on the roster?
I think he is.
Who?
I think they worked in number 5, and I think there's a couple guys there. And who knows, if we have to start a freshman quarterback, then maybe we do.
Dave, you got to start a freshman quarterback. That's a recipe for disaster. True freshmen do not work out well.
I get that, Rico, but I really believe that with the offensive line we got coming back, we got receivers, we got a running back crew that's coming back.
Gone. Hold on. The offensive line is gone. You lost 10 starters on offense.
But we built this through Jim Harbaugh. We have guys coming up through the ranks that are really good. And now, granted, they didn't start a lot.
Okay.
I know that's a problem. That is a problem. But
I'm just trying to shoot you straight and go, all right, look, he's actively trying to get the strength and conditioning guy. He's trying to get Elston, the D-line coach. Like, he's trying to gut you.
And you know what, though, Mike?
That would bother me.
The thing is, his job is with the San Diego Chargers. And the reason why he got hired was because they thought that he was going to be able to bring some assets, like the strength coach, like, Jesse Minter. That's the only reason why he got hired. So it's his job to be the head coach of the San Diego Chargers, or whatever you want to call them.
Right, and I understand that. And the point I'm making is it's coming at the cost of you. Look, ultimately, hey, man, next August, we'll see what it shapes up as. We'll talk football. I look at it and I go, this whole thing is obviously it's been very weird since mid-October.
Yeah.
Hate to break it to you.
And I don't think their quarterback's on the roster right now.
I don't know. Okay. But maybe they're starting orgy. We're gonna run the Wildcat. I don't know what to tell you. Take a call. Let's keep it rolling. I mean, dude, it's nothing to be angry over. It's more, I know how I am as a fan. I would actually start to get irked if I had a guy doing this to MSU.
I understand. Mike, you know what? How about this? How about I give you dealer's choice? You want to do some college basketball stuff, or you want to go back to the calls?
If it's not calls, it better be good. What's the deal?
No, I said you want to do your college basketball review.
Oh, I mean, 5-star zone ambush blitz is pretty good. It's no dealer's choice to you, my good man. I left you high and dry the last 2 days, sick as a dog. You pick. Whatever you want, I do.
Well, I think we kind of rolled. All right, you know what? We'll take some calls.
We'll do some calls next.
Then why don't you take another one right here? The hell with it. Boom. Let's go.
Josh, you're on 97.
Mike Rico, good to talk to you guys.
Hey, man.
What's up, Josh?
All right, so that last call, I'm a diehard Michigan fan. I don't know if I endorse all that just the same way, Mike, with your 5 o'clock recap with Harbaugh. There's some things you said I agree with. There's others I think are just wrong. But I need you to level with me here. I'm going to say the same thing that I said the day after the national championship, okay?
Yes.
I don't care, right? Jim Harbaugh did everything he came here to do. He gave us everything that Bo couldn't even do, the statue that should come down. But he gave us everything that beloved Bo didn't. Am I happy with how it's shaken out? Yeah, not really. But he gave us what 2/3 of most college football fans will never get. So I'll take it.
So what's the issue?
I don't.
Josh, hold on. Josh, hold
Okay,
on.
okay.
What's the issue then? Because I don't have an issue with that mindset. So then what are we talking about?
No. Yeah, no, I'm just giving you another perspective. That's where I sit with it.
Right.
I
My
think there's a lot
point
of
is
fans-
I'm not presenting it to people like you because I know where you stand and you have every right to feel that way. Josh, I'm talking to the people who do care. Like I don't.
No, I mean,
I don't know what I'm.
And don't
supposed
get me
to say to
wrong.
you.
I care about the long-term health of the program, and I do think eventually they will bounce back. But I can't lie. This season was pretty much like your Rose Bowl season plus 2 more. So it's like I'm fine pacifying for a little while and just seeing where it goes. Sit along for the ride. I just don't really care where he thinks he left the program either. He's Jim Harbaugh. He's a kook. It's what he is. He says what he says. I'm just going to take it and sit with it and be happy with it.
I'm never going to be mad at somebody with that approach, Josh.
No, he's honest.
I don't. But it's not geared for somebody like you.
And like I said, and to Josh, he left the program in better shape because Josh gets to look at that hat and the T-shirts and the trophy and say, I don't care what happens in the next 3-4 years because I can just go back and rewatch the game. When my team is losing, I'll pop that thing on Saturday and I'll be happy.
Yeah, but you understand why I said what I said to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's not meant for Josh.
No, it's not. But there are others who feel like, you know what, he did leave them in a great spot. And yeah, I'm with you.
Well, I just don't think from an evidentiary standpoint you can say that.
Well, then you know what? We'll get
Not
to
you.
your phone.
I mean-
No. We'll get to your phone calls next.
Okay, good talk. And you know what? Obi-Wan Kenobi caught.
Oh, yeah.
Replay that Harbaugh audio as a bump back.
Oh, you got
for the
it.
people just getting in their vehicle. Good stuff. 97.1.
All right, you know what? Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and it's very simple, folks. You know, you procrastinated, and that's okay because Planet Fitness won't judge you. You wanted to get back into the gym, but you haven't done it yet. Planet Fitness is here for you. Just go to your local Planet Fitness, sign up right now, and you can get your full body workout on in just 30 minutes if you don't have time on a 30-minute circuit. Or, you know, you can go to a lot of Planet Fitness has brand new equipment in there, whether it's cardio equipment or strength training equipment. Planet Fitness is there for you. It's the home of the judgment-free zone. And all you got to do, it's $10 a month. That's it. Just $10 a month. And if you need help with it, all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. So head over to your local Planet Fitness right now. $10 a month with no commitment. That's right, just $10 a month. And if you want to upgrade, you could upgrade to the Planet Fitness Black Card, which gets you more amenities that Planet Fitness holds, including free hydro massage, massage chairs, total body enhancements, and much, much more, plus access to over 2,400 locations worldwide and unlimited guest privileges. But you got to get started. Quit procrastinating. Head into Planet Fitness right now. $10 a month with no commitment. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, you won't want to do that. Or you can just go to get started at planetfitness.com.
Audio. Let's hear the bump back, my man. That was Harbaugh when asked, did he leave the Wolverines in a better place? And we just were like, well, wait a second now. Don't get up there and say that. You're actively ripping coaches every day. You're taking them away. On the roster? No. The recruiting? No. Sharon can't hire anybody because of the NCAA investigations, nor can your guys go anywhere. Hell, some of your own media is reporting that. It's kind of hard to be hired when there could be show cause penalties attached to you. So we just made light of it. Well, people decided to call up. So do what you want to do. I would just start to get annoyed as a Wolverine. Like, wait a minute. All right, you got us our natty with a lot of strings attached. Fine, we can work our way around it. Then you leave us. Then, because once again, you told me the NFL wasn't going to be a thing, but it was a thing again. You leave us, and you're taking coaches every day. Maybe another one leaving today, potentially. Like, I mean, dude, just go away already. And that's kind of what we were rapping about.
Yeah.
And Odyssey.com rewind if you want the Lions talk. We did it at 3 o'clock. It was a very good topic. Super Bowl era is upon us and what it means. Aaron Glenn back, Ben Johnson back. Huge boost for the team. You can listen to that. Rico, go ahead. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, go ahead, man.
Where you want to go? Dealer's choice.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Mike, Rico, great show. I got a couple of questions for you guys. Good points. Didn't we, as a Michigan fan myself, didn't we kind of accept this months ago of where this was natty or bust, and we kind of knew that Harbaugh was going to be there? I guess I just want your take on that, where we knew he was leaving if we got the natty. I guess, what do you guys think about that, part one?
Mike, I think a lot of some Michigan fans saw that, and that's why I think some Michigan fans said, I really don't care how you get to the natty. Just get to the natty to make it worthwhile, and we'll forgive you of whatever you got to do.
Is that where you're at?
Yeah, Mike. I think I was one of those guys, I think, that said, natty or bust. And I think there was don't quote me, but I think there was like, hey, 5 years, if this never happens again, we're taking it now, right? And I guess I had a counterpoint of we're asking, how would you guys feel about Michigan State program if you were in that position? Would you guys feel the same way?
Whoa, what happened?
I don't know.
Mike?
Did he cut himself off?
Mike?
Yeah, we didn't touch anything, Mike. I don't know what happened. Maybe he hit a bad spot.
I think he was about to say, all right, so I'm gonna make an assumption.
What he was going to say is, Mike, according to this, would we have done the same thing at Michigan State?
All right, so let me answer it this way. The only comparative would be Tom Izzo, right? Like, Izzo is our lifer. He's our guy. I'm a weirdo in that I don't mind the cheating to a certain extent. You pay a recruit, you buy a kid, I don't care. That's been going on for years. Your cheating was different, and fundamentally, Wolverines are not going to agree with me on this. Some of you will, but I'll let it go. I would do a lot of things for a national title. Your thing was so beyond the pale, I would actually be angry with the coach. I'd be in a weird spot. I would have enjoyed it in the moment, but yet I would have a hatred for the man. But I'm a weirdo.
Just see, I know that. I can feel where a lot of Michigan fans are, Mike, because here's the thing. If you're going to cheat so egregiously the way that they did, win. Make it worth it. Don't do what Tennessee did.
But what would your view of the legend be?
Did it. So what?
What would your view of the legend be, though?
It was a title, and I wouldn't care.
So, like an example. So there is no example. What they did was unprecedented. I guess, like I said, I could enjoy it for the moment.
I mean, I would look at it the way Auburn looks at their title with Cam Newton. Don't care.
Right, but there's no legendary coach. That's what makes this different. Like I'd end up hating the guy. Seriously, but I know. Listen. I know. I'm half a peanut.
Okay, but
short
Kenny,
of the nut house.
Kenny, legendary coach Kirby Smart.
Even if you take Kirby out of this,
you find out that he did some heinous things and won those 2 titles, and it all comes out. Do you care?
Didn't somebody die? Somebody died, right?
Well,
yeah, no, but guess what? I enjoyed those back-to-back natties just the same. And if I found out anything else happened, some cheating scandal down the line, I don't care. It's the SEC. It doesn't matter to me if you came to my table.
Let me say this too. In Kenny's defense, what NCAA investigations is Georgia under?
It's a great point.
You know, what cheating did they do that affected real-time integrity of games?
No.
None. Now, do they need a driving course? You know, do they need players to stop pretending they're Mario Andretti? Yes. But, you know, I no disrespect. Like, Rico, I don't want to paint Kenny's SEC does a lot of stuff, but it's usually a McDonald's bag for a recruit.
I don't shy away from the fact that we could be a dirty program, because I bet you we are, and I bet you Nick Saban was too, and I bet you a lot of SEC programs are. But, Mike, you are right. There is no investigation into how badly we cheated.
But I would say the thing is, if you're going to do what they did, you had to win it all. Because if not, you're looking like Tennessee right now, where, well, why did you do that? You didn't even win. Like, why did you cheat to be mediocre? If you're going to cheat, cheat to be the best.
What it really leads you to, though, and the Tennessee situation is, I can't even wrap my arms around it. I don't even know what's going on anymore. But what it calls into question, truthfully, like between Hafley leaving BC to be a DC in the pros, like that's the ultimate indictment on college football. There has to be a new governing body. The sport is just blindfolded, walking in the dark.
You're about a year away from nobody recognizing what college football is. You're about a year away from you just do the super conference and the top 30 teams just peel off and say, why are we following these rules? We could just make up our own because mommy and daddy aren't here anymore. We're running the household. Let's do it our way.
And I only speak for myself. I'm out. I mean, I year by year, I'm losing how much I care. The sport's a joke.
But here's what will happen is now all of a sudden it will evolve. It will change. I often wondered, like, when they invented the forward pass, did you have people saying, no, that's the end of football, this forward pass thing. You run the ball, and that's it. That's real man football, not this Nancy boy throwing the ball type of stuff.
They're trying to take away our leather helmets. What are you talking about?
Right, that's tough. That's grit right there. Anybody can throw a pass.
But I'm not going to do it.
No, but I've just because I do think that some will follow. And if you had that 30-team super conference that look, we're just going to do things our way. We're not even following the NCAA. All right, it's new rules. Let's see how this works. Let's see how it entertains me. I think you would give it a shot, Mike.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, listen, as long as the NFL's around, I'm good. The college football, like guys like me loved, is dead. It's gone.
Well, that's the sad reality is college football really was on the cusp of not taking over the NFL, but it was going to be the solid number 2 because the NBA, nobody watches that anymore.
Yeah.
Baseball long gave up America's pastime a long time ago. Hockey plays games some days and some days they don't.
Dude, I don't know what the NHL's got going on. One day there's 2 games, the next there's 15.
Right.
And it's been all year.
It's a joke league.
College football really could have taken over and become the number 2 sport. And they're doing everything to say, nah, we don't want it. They're going to go the way of boxing soon, where it used to be something everybody knew. And now,
I mean, we had a dude in spy glasses on a team sideline this year. All right? Like, we've kind of arrived there. Like honestly, the Connor Stallions photo shoot at Spartan Stadium is one step from Ontario Smith wearing a device called the Whizzinator into a weed test. Like, it's right up there in the all-timers category.
You are coming up with some things. Between that and, what was it, Kevin Gaines and the wrestling match?
It's just, you just reach a point, like, you laugh at it.
Kenny Hill on the good drugs right now.
Oh, yeah.
Or whatever you're taking now, man.
Sucrets, sore throat and cough. They're delicious. All right, we'll get some ticket text. We'll wrap this puppy up, and then tomorrow Big show. Big Friday. The first Friday with no football. Rico. So cold in the D, man. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games at the best viewing experience built for fans. One of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view with a massive screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino right in downtown Las Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, as always, you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind, we get you taken care of. Covered the Lions today, did a little NBA, a little college basketball. Harbaugh thing was accidental. Yikes with that audio, but a full potato. And then tomorrow, it's really about the first day of the rest of our lives. There ain't no football this weekend.
We'll make it.
No, I don't know that we will. Kenny, a few ticket texts, and then we will, as Harbaugh likes to say, pass the baton.
I haven't heard a word from any Michigan fan about the championship since they won it. Have never seen a fan base not celebrate a national championship before.
Because they know. They're not going to say that to you. They're not going to give you the satisfaction. They know. And frankly, good for them. Celebrate it in the four walls of your own home. Celebrate it with your family. Because I got bad news for you. The minute you step outside that house, ain't nobody trying to hear it.
This one's my favorite.
Nobody with a brain respects it, which I warned you about. So you do you, and we're going to do us, and we'll all be friends.
This one might be my favorite one because I did say this to you at a break at one point. Harbaugh just straight lied on live TV. LOL.
Yeah. I mean, it's honestly, you just get to a point like you're a 43-year-old man. You just hear audio like that, and you go, "Oh, come on." I mean, we do it all the time with politics, right? Like both sides of the aisle. They openly lie to our face. They bleep on our head and tell us it's raining. No, it's ridiculous. Who continue? Hold on, time out. Kenny, I can't help it.
Go ahead.
Who continues to open and shut the door so loudly that it goes over the air? What is going on?
That was Rieger first and then Wojo second.
Man, it is something. What is it, your first day in radio over here?
They're not on headsets right now.
So, yes, it is their first day. They can't even put their headphones on.
My goodness. Sorry, Kenny. I couldn't help it. I'm like, what is this, a wrestling match? Is there a fight at the door?
What happened? What I miss?
Ripped? Did we get ripped?
No, you're not getting ripped. It was how loudly, like when you enter a radio studio. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Yeah.
When you open the door, you hold the door so it shuts gently.
That was Rieger.
You know what's amazing?
It was Rieger. I heard Rico say Rieger then Wojo, so I'm like, oh, wow, I get some brownie points. I was here before Woj. And no, you guys are just ripping on me because I let the door close too loud. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's just like, it's the first thing you learn. You know what? Maybe you should take Rico's course on radio. Rico, do you want to do that commercial live?
Yeah, do that commercial live. Don't you have it at 5:55 anyway?
Is this Mike? Is this the first time you met Rieger? He's loud when he's asleep, probably.
Can I ask you guys a question?
See, right there, he's loud.
Like, honestly. Honestly. How is it? Am I just that kind of guy that people meet and then immediately start making fun of? Like, I'm always the guy in a group of people that people
Rieger,
make fun of. Really hurts my feelings.
When you walk past a mirror, you make fun of yourself.
There it is. Rieger, you do that.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm going to change.
Rieger, I've worked with you for so long, and it doesn't matter how many nice things I've said about you, which it's truth. I've said it on the air, and I've said it to you personally.
It doesn't matter.
He can't think of another one to say.
Because Rico nailed it. Because you will turn it into making fun of yourself. Oh. How long have you done that bit where you only read mean ticket text?
It's the only ones I get.
That truly is the only ones you get.
Yeah, Wojo.
I disagree. Okay.
I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It really is it's like a personality defect. I don't know what happened to you.
Yeah, that's probably
we got to
true.
fix it.
Yes. So I listened to the Jim Harbaugh audio, but it wasn't the clip about did he leave Michigan in a better spot that I was most interested in. Did you hear how he ended the press conference?
Oh, yeah.
With the teachings of Ted Lasso. He's like, I try to be like Ted every day. Every one of those episodes has something you can learn from. And he told everybody, he's like, a tip, if I may. Everybody should watch Ted Lasso. That's how he ended his press conference.
I must have missed the guy in spy glasses in the EPL.
Oh, he was in there, wasn't he? In the Ted Lasso?
Yeah. Maybe a crumpet recipe or biscuits or whatever the hell he calls them. I might be the only guy on earth who doesn't like that show. Yeah, I had such high hopes, and I'm like, I sat down to watch it, and I go, this sucks. This is not funny.
If you caught it when it happened, I feel you would have liked it more. But it always happens. Like when somebody tells you how good something is, it never lives up to the hype. Like,
let me give you a great new show.
Yeah, go ahead.
To all of you.
Yeah.
Oh, good. And it's mindless TV. And what I mean is it's fun, it's fast, it's quick, and it's comedy. No one does comedy.
Not for Wojo. He needs nudity, blood, guts,
creepy crime
mystery,
thrillers.
Yes. But go
British,
on. I want to hear
preferably,
this.
yeah.
Okay, there's actually some nudity and some blood in this show, but it's in a ha-ha way.
Oh.
It's almost like Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Ooh.
New show called Bookie with Sebastian Maniscalco.
Fantastic.
Oh, have not seen it.
Good stuff.
It's about it's a comedy about a bookie.
HBO or show
HBO.
Yeah.
HBO Max or whatever
it's called.
TV.
But it's Rico, it's just 30 minutes. It's quick. It's fun. All these. No one does comedy anymore. Everything is just sadness and bad. And
Mike,
nasty.
I'm not going to do that until you promise me you go and watch the new season of Fargo.
Oh, I've been watching that.
You
That's
have
very
to.
good. Yes.
How many seasons of that show are there?
There's 5.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
Are they all
No,
connected?
they're not connected.
No, they're not connected, and this is the best one. This 5th, like there are people, like Stephen King, the great author, sent out a tweet. This is the greatest
So
series
you don't have to
I've
go
ever
back and
seen.
watch the first 4 seasons.
No
You do not.
rave reviews.
They have nothing to do. Like I'm not missing
So
out
it's
on
like
a-
True Detective. The seasons don't line up.
Yeah,
It's
and
exactly
the beautiful
like that.
thing is they're all out there, so you don't have to wait. You can binge them if you want.
Right.
Right, because
Okay.
wasn't like
was it
Chris Rock?
That one was bad. That season was bad.
And the one where they went to the
come on,
moon, or there was like
Brothers in
science
Fargo.
fiction, yeah.
That was DOA.
Very
right there.
unrealistic.
Right.
Hello.
Oh my God!
But the current one is great. Absolutely fabulous. I just finished
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Not
And
against
this is-
it.
This is what a post-Lions playoff
Yep.
run.
Back to the bench.
No, guys. We had a loaded show today.
No, I
just
know,
was
I
having a
know.
little fun with you guys.
Yeah, I'm back to binging. I'm done.
Hey,
back to
when
binging.
does the Fire Juwan column come out?
Oh yeah,
Well,
write that, will you?
let's see how this season unfolds. Wait till he gets his guys back, okay? Would you calm down?
Let it play out.
Where is that on the board? I've been trying to find.
Which? What?
We don't have that.
Oh.
I actually no. It was self-control. I told David, do not put that on my board because I would just play it too much.
Oh, like that's ever stopped you before? like that's ever stopped you before?
Wojo, it is personal development in the new year.
Right, I'm like, I see a lot of Jansen drops, but I've been like, okay.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Well,
What's coming up next?
We are going to get into some Lion stuff. Rieger wants to talk about Harbaugh, which I'll let him if he wants. I don't care. It doesn't. The stuff he said today doesn't really bother me.
And then you're going to start to show off Black History Month? Wojo's favorite moment.
Oh, can I do some of those?
Yeah.
Kenny has great ones. Let's see. Hold on.
I once interviewed a black man.
I did. It was a lion.
Oh,
it was
boy.
a Detroit lion. It was a Detroit lion. Or was it a piston? I can't remember.
Oh boy.
He started it.
Just tell us what's coming up next before you irreparably damage this entire show.
I'm going to tell Rieger he is full of crap about one angle on the Lions, and people agree with me. So once again, you got to pile on Rieger for 2 hours nonstop.
That seems to be a win for America.
Barack
That's
Obama
it.
was my favorite president by far.
Rico, hit
Please
the
end
button.
this. End it.
We'll talk